Auto, 8 kutsu. Eino puhuu, toimiko Kasilta kontrolli auton päästä? Kuiti, moi. Kuiti, moi. Toimia. Mä pistän ton tästä. Juu. Oma maa on mukana. Juu. Täällä nyt ei oo. Siinä on mun penkki siinä. Se 2.4.
Ja tässä vaiheessa vielä sitten tiedoksi sivuvaunuluokan kilpailijoista, sivuvaunuluokan kilpailijat. Teidän aamun koko warm-up toteutetaan niin, että mennään safety carin perässä koko tuo warm-up johtuen rataolosuhteista. Tämä turvallisuussyistä, eli sivuvaunujen warm-up mennään kokonaisuudessaan safety carin perässä johtuen rataolosuhteista. Attention all sidecar racers, attention all sidecar racers. Your warm-up will be totally led by safety car due to track conditions for safety reasons. For sidecars, entire warm-up will be led by safety car due to track conditions for safety reasons. Thank you.
Joo, en levi.
Kiitos. Tieto on mennyt perin.
Tää on siirtymäpäätä.
Samat sanat vuori mies. Kiitos. Meille tuli vaan mieleen.
Vielä kerran oikein mukavaa aamupäivää. Imatran ajot 2023, 57. Imatran ajo sunnuntai-päivä. Sää näyttää huomattavasti paremmalta kuin eilen. Nyt ennusteita ollaan tässä taas katseltu ja kyllä me niitä teille kerrotaan. Älkää murehtiko. Mutta oikein hyvää sunnuntai-aamupäivää kaikille. Ja tästä lähtee sunnuntai käyntiin ja se lähtee sivuvaunujen warm-upilla. Sivuvaunujen warm-up se ajetaan safety carin perässä rataolosuhteista johtuen. Eli sivuvaunujen warm-up aloittaa ja käynnistää tämän päivän. Eilen saatiin ajettua loppujen lopuksi monien vaiheiden jälkeen 2 kilpailua ja Supersport IRRC:n Supersporteissa voittajaksi ajoi Pauli Pekkanen ja aivan loppumetreillä sitten sieltä Lehmuskujalta Vuoksen suoralle tuli Eemeli Lahti, joka otti siinä lopuksi sitten Peter Hickmanin. Tai missä se ohitus tapahtui? Eikö se tuli ihan Sikaanissa? Niin olikin joo. Mutta Eemeli Lahti nousi toiseksi joka tapauksessa Peter Hickmanin kanssa taistelivat. Ja Niko Lehtiranta oli 4. Eli tuossa vähän muistelua ja sitten tuosta eiliseltä ja sitten tuossa Superbike, niin joo, siellähän kävi sitten niin. Erno Kostamo oli, voisiko sanoa jopa ylivoimainen eilen, otti yli 13 sekunnin erolla voiton, mutta Eemeli Lahti, Lukas Maurer.
Hello, good morning and welcome from Imatra in Finland, where the weather is still a little indecisive at the moment. We have woken to rain this morning and we have a wet surface. The rain has stopped. Conditions are improving. And first out, it's just a little 10-minute warm-up session for the sidecars. So we have a new schedule for today. Unfortunately, rain disrupted play yesterday here in Imatra. So just to give you a little roundup of what's happening in terms of the race schedule for today, Sunday, July the 2nd. So as you can see at the moment, out on track, the sidecars, they're having a 10-minute warm-up and they'll hopefully remove some of the water that's on that circuit at the moment, because at 10:30 local time, it's 10 o'clock, it's just gone 10 o'clock here in Finland. So you just have to take away an hour or two or add a few hours if you're watching anywhere else around the world. So yeah, synchronized watches. It's just gone 10 o'clock here in Finland. So 10:30, we will have 8 laps of the open class for the Supersport race. So the Supersport race at 10:30. At 11:10, it will be the first race of the classic retro Superbikes, the Grand Prix 250 machines, 8 laps for them. Then at 11:50, it will be the first sidecar race of the weekend, 8 laps in all. Then at 12:30, the Superbikes will take to the Imatra circuit, where they will race for 8 laps. And that is in the open class. Then there'll be a break from 1 o'clock, all being well. Then at 1:35, it will be the International Road Race Championship Supersport race, 10 laps for them. Then at 2:20, the second of the classic retro Superbikes GP 250 machines, 8 laps for them. Then at 3 o'clock, Superbikes back out, this time for the International Road Race Championship. They will enjoy 10 laps of this fantastic track. And then at 3:45, 8 laps of sidecars, their second race of the day. And then the big one at 4:30, the King of Imatra. So that's an open class, 14 laps in all. So 4:30, the roads have to close by, the roads have to open by 6 o'clock this evening. In fact, it could be that the roads may be 6:30, but whatever, and we should all be done by then, regardless of what time the roads have to open here in Finland. But yeah, the big one, the king of Imatra at 16:30. That's 4:30 local time. That'll be 2:30 in the UK and 3:30 in Western Europe. So we are just looking at the track now. I was just seeing it again. It was raining up until half an hour ago. We've not had any rain for the last 30 minutes. The sun is trying to break out. So this part of the track should dry pretty rapidly. But then as soon as they get down to these two left-handed chicanes, Trukki-Palvelu and Veturi-Palvelu. Down here, this is the part that, because you can see the trees there on the left of the picture as we look at it, you can see that the trees kind of block the sun coming through and drying off the track. So hopefully by the time we see the sidecars again for their first race of the day, we will have much better conditions than they're experiencing right now. So they are the positions as well. Artiola, number 41, has to start as favourite. Artiola Laikari performed so well back in 2022 around this track. And the short amount of time they had on the circuit yesterday, they were looking very strong then as well. So the safety car will pull in. Through SUF Helsinki into Imatra. So as I mentioned yesterday, very different conditions this year in terms of the weather. Last year, incredible sunshine all weekend. And we had some fairly decent weather at times yesterday. However, when that rain came later in the day, it really did kind of make things a little bit different this year.
Suoraan päähän kohti pyörävarikkomutkaa, niin ei tuolta kyllä.
So if you missed any of the action yesterday, you can still watch it online. And we're streaming live from the Imatranajo website, plus their YouTube channel as well. So if you're having trouble with one or the other, you can always have an option to enjoy the action elsewhere. Looking at Kurt Gusa and Kurt Roets, the Belgian outfit on the Bushido Riders Yamaha. And first, leading them round at the moment, number 13, Helmut Lingen and Fabian Schmidt, the German crew. Looking further back, 41 just coming in out of the shot now. Markku Artiola and Matti Laikari, the local Finnish heroes. And just coming through now, number 99, Petri Mäkelä and Jaana Soppa. The majority of the field using Yamaha engines. There's the odd Kawasaki, a couple of Suzukis, and even outfit 66, Mike Rocher and Anna Burkhardt. German-Swiss collaboration. They are using a BMW engine. So they had limited track time yesterday, the sidecars, so this is actually good, even though the conditions are far from ideal. It's good for them just to get out and get things working, ticking over. Number 10 is Jordan Klok and Carmen Lady. The Dutch-German outfit. A dozen or so outfits in the sidecars this year at Imatra. And that is the end of their warm-up session.
Se on muuten hauskaa, jos joku nyt sitten ei tiedä, että tämä ajettiin esimerkiksi tuo.
So they'll soon pull in, then we'll have a short period. We wait for the first of the Supersport bikes to get ready for their first open race of the day. 8 laps of that still to come, of course. Can anyone beat Pauli Pekkanen? He was dominant yesterday in the wet. I would imagine, in fact, that's the only trouble really, is now that they, as long as there's no more rain, and it doesn't look like there's going to be any rain. I don't have any rain information to hand, no technology. But just looking out of the window, it's just, there's quite a few clouds around, but it is quite bright. So hopefully it will continue in that vein. However, the riders themselves will have, probably, it depends really what tyres they have. Whether anyone has got intermediates available, whether it's just wets or dries, we'll wait and see. I'm pretty sure there will be an intermediate tyre available for most of the riders, but whether they'll go for a wet tyre or a dry, well, I don't think they'd certainly go for a dry, certainly not in these conditions. And you're thinking in 20 minutes time they'll be racing on this, it won't be dry in 20 minutes, so it's a wet or intermediate decision to make for them. And no dry line really appearing either, despite the sidecar's best efforts. But as I say, conditions are continuing to improve here in Imatra, and hopefully we'll have, in fact the forecast is better today than it was yesterday, so hopefully more than anything we'll have some good, safe, clean, dry racing here at Imatra, because it is such a fantastic layout. Imatra is such a wonderful place. There is something magical about Imatra. You think of the history, when it was the Finnish Grand Prix, etc. And just growing up as a boy, Imatra was just, it was just a name you'd always hear about. Now obviously these places are so much easier to get to than they certainly were, say, back in the 1970s. So please don't let the weather put you off if you were ever thinking about coming to Finland for the Imatra Road Races. It is beautiful country as well. Around this part of Finland really is beautiful, very green as you'd imagine. Plenty to do away from the racetrack as well. Wonderful food, wonderful hospitality. Really is somewhere that if you're a racing fan that likes to also enjoy themselves while they're away, then I can strongly recommend Imatra. And if we have weather like we had last year, then you will certainly be coming back. So that's warm-up completed for the sidecars. I'm just going to take a little break for the moment because there's not much going to be happening for the next 10 minutes or so. But again, I'll give you a quick reminder in case you've just joined us what's coming up. We have the Open Supersport class at 10:30 local time. It's 10:15 at the moment. Then Classic Retro Superbikes Grand Prix 250 machines at 11:10. First sidecar race of the weekend at 11:50. Then the Open Superbike race at 12:30. All those will be 8 laps. and then we're scheduled to have a break at 1 o'clock. So don't go too far, because we will be bringing you some great racing yet again here from Imatra in around 10 or so minutes time.
Kello 10.30 laitetaan siis liikkeelle päivän ensimmäinen kilpailu. Open Supersport Superstock, eli tuo niin sanottu 600-kuutioisten luokka Open-luokkana, ei IRRC-sarjan kilpailuna, vaan Open-luokkana 8 kierroksen mittaisena. Eli 15 minuuttia Open Supersport Superstock luokan starttiin. Attention all riders starting to Open Supersport Superstock race. Get ready to start within 15 minutes. Thank you.
Tää on aina mukavaa, kun alkaa ääniä kuulumaan tuolta. Ja pyörien ääniä kuuluu. Sieltä siirrytään sitten ratavarikolle tuolta odotusalueelle.
Se tarkoittaa sitä, että kohta sitten mennään. Sieltä saapuu ensimmäisenä sitten Niko Tanskanen tuonne lähtöportille. Ja jälleen tällainen pieni jännitys alkaa sitten nousta täällä sekä totta kai täällä tornissa, että varmasti siellä radan varressa saatika sitten näiden kuljettajien kipänän sisällä siellä on varmasti paljon kaikenlaisia fiiliksiä ja nyt tää ampiainen niin näyttää sille tietä pääsee sitten tuosta pihalle. Ykkösruutu ja siitä starttaa Pauli Pekkanen, kakkosruutu Marek Serveni ja kolmosruutu Jon Hamberg. Hamberghän ei muistaakseni eilen sitten siihen toiseen lähtöön enää osallistunut. Eilenhän oli täytyy sanoa, että se oli vähän ikävä tietysti se tämän luokan eilinen kilpailu, koska siinä keskeytettiin se ensimmäinen osa, 5 kierrosta piti ajaa sitten vielä päälle, mutta kuljettajat päättivät liian vaarallista ja näin sitten Jotto teki päätöksen, että sitä toista lähtöä ei sitten enää ajettu. Mutta nyt keli näyttää huomattavasti paremmalta ja tuossa säätutkaa se on meillä nyt näköjään pysyvästi täällä auki. Totti on päättänyt, että se saa nyt pysyä tuossa ja sääkarttaa tuossa, tai sadetutkaa anteeksi. Sitähän tuossa koko ajan katsellaan, että miten se tuossa muuttuu. Muuttuu ja tällä hetkellä näyttää sen suhteen oikein hyvältä. Tällainen kostea, kohtuullisen viileähkö kelihän täällä nyt on. Ja se on tämän
Good morning once again from Imatra in Finland, where the bikes are being held before going out on their sighting lap for the first race of the day here. The Supersport class in the open category. It's a non-championship race. 8 laps will be the race distance. They'll have a sighting lap and a warm-up lap, and then we will be ready to go. And as you can see from the sign, it has been declared a wet race, and it is certainly still wet enough for wet tyres. So here they go, they're going to be let out onto the track right now. So the first bikes are onto the circuit. As I say, it is a drying track, but will still, you can see just some of the puddles there on the right hand side of the screen, it is still wet enough for wet tyres. So yesterday it was Pauli Pekkanen that really dominated the 600s, and he'll start in pole position again, bike number 18. And one of quite a few riders on triumphs. So the bike's on their formation lap. They'll come round, they'll sit up on the grid, then they'll set off again for one more lap, and then it will be time to go racing in Imatra. So Pekkanen on the front row. So who else should we look out for? Still not too sure what happened to Marek Cerveni yesterday. He was going very well, but then disappeared. But he is on bike 45. Alongside him on the front row, Jon Hamberg, who didn't take to the grid yesterday. So it remains to be seen whether or not he will be out today. You would imagine so. But we'll get a clearer picture once they set up before their warm-up lap. In row 2, Pierre Vespian, Niko Tanskanen and Peter Hickman. And Peter Hickman, who revealed yesterday he'd never ridden in the wet on his Trooper Triumph before yesterday, so he was delighted to take the bike home in 3rd place. And of the road race type events around the world, I think there's only the Isle of Man TT and the Macau Grand Prix where they don't race race motorcycles in the wet. Everywhere else, we will get a wet race. I'm pretty certain those are the only two. I can't think of any others. So leading the field round at the moment, Nico Tanskanen, number 93. There's Brian McCormack on bike treble 1. Nico Letiranta, who was also going strongly yesterday on bike 71. And there is number 18, Pauli Pekkanen. Can anybody do anything about him today? It was quite an incredible race, in fact, yesterday. It was red flagged, and then they tried to restart it, and then the rain just came down even heavier. Will it be another display of Finnish dominance throughout the day here? We've got, of course, Superbikes, classic and retro Superbikes and Grand Prix 250 machines still to come, plus the sidecars, of course. And there is Jorn Hamburg, so he is here today. Not too sure exactly why he failed to make the grid yesterday. Pierre Vispian on bike 199, the Frenchman, got off to a great start yesterday. However, in the end had to finish for a top 6 finish. So once the few stragglers have cleared the grid, so here they go again. This is their warm-up lap now. Not spotted. I'm just wondering whether Sheridan Murray is out there, bike number 12. I've not spotted him going around the South African, so he may be a non-starter. We'll have to wait for confirmation of that, but I certainly haven't noticed number 12, Sheridan Murray. Pekkanen, Treveni and Hamburg on row 1, then Vispian, Tanskanen and Hickman on row 2, Lahti, Letiranta, and it should be Murray on row number 3, Kalju, Koski and Claes Savoyen, the Frenchman who got an absolute stormer of a start from row 4 yesterday and was up into 2nd place behind Pekkanen before he couldn't maintain that pace and he was reeled in and dropped back down the order. Row 5 is McCormack, Froesche, Uski. Row 6, Vetter, Vendel and Jochum. There is Peter Hickman, in 3rd place yesterday in the Supersport race, 4th in the Superbike event. And also as well, Emily Lahti, starting on row number 3. Look out for Emily Lahti, number 22. Was really just didn't show anywhere towards the front of the race yesterday in the Supersport class, but my goodness me, put in the fastest lap of the race and was gaining on Pekkanen when the red flag came out. It's a shame really, because it was gearing up to be an absolute grandstand finish. So we should get 8 laps today. Lahti will be looking for a much better start this time around, and he certainly enjoyed racing in the wet yesterday. So we're coming up very closely now on the start of this race, the first race of the day here at Imatra. Still no sign of any rain, but it has been declared a wet race because of the surface. Just see if there is a gap on row 3 behind Peter Hickman, where Sheridan Murray should be.
Rico Vetter, Thomas Wendel, Andreas Jokkum, Matthew Pauchart, Jyri Kuosa, Mauro Poncini, sitten seuraava, onko Kuosa muuten mukana?
An absolutely stunning location with the river just behind. Yeah, looks like someone's gone into pit lane a bit further back. Hamburg, so where is Jorn Hamburg? Murray is definitely not there. So maybe Jorn Hamburg just doesn't like the idea of racing in the wet, perhaps. So Jorn Hamburg, that must have been Jorn Hamburg I saw go into pit lane. But there's the green flag. We're about to go racing. Hamburg or no Hamburg. Watch the lights. Will it be Pekkanen who'll get the great start yet again? Or will it be Bian, who had an absolute stormer yesterday from row 2? Here they go again. It was Bian who led into the first turn. And Bian with quite a good start, but it's going to be Pekkanen. Pekkanen who leads from Cerveni, but Bian goes up into second place. Bian goes through, everyone just tentatively making their way round. So it is Pauli Pekkanen who leads from Cerveni. Bian's gone backwards, unfortunately for him, for the Frenchman. 22 Larty has got a much better start this time. He's already up into third place. So Pekkanen already threatening to pull away. Larty, though, is looking menacing in third place, and he could be in second. And there is, that is Jorn Hamburg. I'm not sure, he's obviously not happy about something, but looks, it's technical, and it's certainly not weather conditions, so disappointment again for Hamburg, and Larty had indeed gone up into second place, and Larty can now maybe do something about reeling in this man who's threatening to dominate proceedings in the Supersport class at Imatra once again. Pauli Pekkanen out of Kaiman Trikipavelu. So good start too for both the, well, certainly both the Finns, Pekkanen and Larty already threatening to pull away from Cerveni as well. But Pekkanen with a second advantage on this opening lap. So over Kiisa Imatra into Tamanen. This is the part of the track that will take longer to dry because it's covered by the trees. But already the Finns, the two Finns that finished first and second in yesterday's shortened Supersport race, making a similar fist of it this time around. But Pekkanen absolutely superb. Started in pole position, starts as pre-favourite of course, and already pulling further and further away from Larty. Cerveni's trying to stay with him. Hickman in fourth place as well, trying to keep on to the front three if he can. So one lap completed. It's Pekkanen from Larty, from Cerveni, from Hickman, from Tanskanen. Letiranta, Bian has dropped back down to 7th now after his good start. Koski, Frosia, Uski, they are the top 10. Vendel goes up into 11th place. Not sure what's happened to Brian McCormack. But here comes Emily Larty. Just really has to try and keep Pekkanen in his sights if he can. And he rides the curb so much, so that's how hard he's trying to keep up with his compatriot. But Pekkanen again dominating at the front. Hickman, though, has closed in a little bit on his Czech Republic rival, Cerveni. But he's also got Tanskanen right behind him as well. A little gap back to Letiranta and then Bian. Well, there is Brian McCormack, so maybe a transponder issue. Oh, and Frosia just getting his braking wrong by the looks of things. Oh, Hickman is threatening. Hickman is really threatening now. He said yesterday in his post-race, as the race went on, in fact I'm saying this now, it looks like it's going to be Tanskanen that's going to take 4th place from Hickman. So Tanskanen just looking for that gap. Oh, it's a big move. That's a very big move from Tanskanen, and Hickman goes down. Hickman goes down. I don't think he's going to be very happy with Tanskanen there. No, he's not at all. What was Tanskanen thinking? Peter Hickman goes down. So drama on the second lap here. And I wouldn't want to be Nico Tanskanen, because he went really for a gap that wasn't there. And certainly in these conditions, Tanskanen goes through and Hickman is out of the race. So Peter Hickman was thinking about taking third place from Cerveni, but as it is, Hickman slides out after coming into contact with Tanskanen. Tanskanen now takes up fourth place. Letty-Ranta is fifth. Bian goes sixth. The good news is, though, that Peter Hickman didn't seem as if he'd picked up a knock or anything. He was quickly on his feet and certainly quick to remonstrate against the Finnish rider. So we're on lap 3 now of 8, and Pauli Pekkanen with a 5-second lead over Lahti. There is Peter Hickman. What a shame, because it was really shaping up. As I was saying just before that happened, yesterday in the post-race interview, he said how he was getting more and more confident in the wet on the Triumph with each lap, and it certainly looked to be the case again until that moment with Tanskanen. Tanskanen, meanwhile, has gone into third place now, so Tanskanen up into third. Pekkanen, though, fantastic. Superb racecraft from the Finn. A cracking 600 racer. So Pauli Pekkanen pulling away, staying out of trouble. That's the way to do it. This is where Hickman came to grief. He really wasn't expecting to see Tanskanen coming up the inside of him as he came into Tamminen. Again, Pekkanen just pulling tenths on each timing sector, just increasing his lead. And maybe it might be a repeat of what we saw yesterday from the Finn. Oh, this will be the incident again. So there we go. The gap is there. And then Hickman just turns in. I'm just not expecting to see Tanskanen. In fact, Tanskanen maybe just drifting out as he exited the corner. Yeah, not happy. Tanskanen, though, who was in 5th place, now is in 3rd. And Cerveni's now dropped back to 5th. Letty-Ranta has gone up into 4th, and Letty-Ranta is now threatening 3rd place from Tanskanen. And as it stands, we have 4 Finns in the top 4. Czech Republic in 5, France in 6, Czech Republic in Finland in 7, Germany in 8th, Finland 9th, and the Netherlands in 10th. However, having said that, the one rider that is missing from the screen, there must be a transponder issue, and that is Brian McCormack. So we'll have to keep an eye on and see where he slots into the scheme of things. Meanwhile, this is Letty-Ranta goes through on Tanskanen. So Letty-Ranta up into 3rd, manages to turn in time as well. So Bian just at the back of this little group of 4. So Letty-Ranta now up into 3rd place at the expense of Tanskanen. Gaps really between the first 3 now. Coming up to the halfway point in this race. That's a very wide exit, and maybe, oh my goodness, it worked for Tanskanen. It really did work. He took a very wide exit at Ovako, but managed to get on. Because of that, he carried as much speed as he could, and because of that, he got great corner speed, exit speed on the corner, and powered his way past Letty-Ranta to go 3rd again. So Tanskanen up into 3rd place once again. I was thinking, my goodness, he's drifted really wide there, but it was all part of the plot to reclaim 3rd position, kept that speed high, and then managed to power his way past Letty-Ranta. It might be a different scenario coming down now to the turn. No. Already you can see Letty-Ranta just hitting the brakes, and Tanskanen again, oh, he takes it really wide. He definitely has a different style about him. Nico Letty-Ranta, bike 70, Nico Tanskanen, sorry, on bike 93. all elbows and knees. So Pekkanen continues to pull away out the front, and right on cue he appears on screen. Emily Lahti unable to do anything, but there is, you can see that dry line appearing just on the racing line. So if they have gone for an intermediate now, then he's going for it again. Lehtieranta has done it again. He's got him on the brakes. So it's nip and tuck between Lehtieranta and Tanskanen. Lehtieranta goes through. Now then, keep an eye on 93, Tanskanen. Will he adopt the same ploy this time? Just got this next lap to go at Kaiman Veturipalvelu. I'll get my teeth back in, Kaiman Veturipalvelu. But here we go, now watch 93. Takes it wide, does he? A little bit wider, not as, oh yes he does again. Gets on that power, however, doesn't work for them on this occasion. And Lehtieranta holds on to the position. Maybe Lehtieranta could have maybe had the wrong gear selection on the previous, and that allowed Tanskanen to power his way through. So anyway, it is advantage, and again Tanskanen all over the place. He doesn't mind sliding that rear wheel, but it is, as I said, an advantage for Lehtieranta in this battle of a third. They are a good distance down, and already you can just see Lehtieranta just powering away from Tanskanen. Bian holding 5th place. Giovanni again dropping down the order. And look who's in the slower traffic already. Pauli Pekkanen. Brian McCormack, by the way, is in 8th place. So Brian McCormack is in 8th. He is just behind Koski and just ahead of Frosche and Uski. So it's a very close battle. So apologies, he's not appearing on the screen at the moment if you're wondering where Brian McCormack is, but he actually is on track and he is in 8th place. Frosche is in 9th, not 8th, as the display shows on screen, and Uski is in 10th. Pauli Pekkanen continues to lead then from Emily Lahti, and he's maintaining that now, just looking at his lap times. He's put in the fastest lap of the race so far, a 2:05.9. He's just dropped back into the 2:06s. He knows exactly what he's doing. Very intelligent racing from Pauli Pekkanen. On a track that is drying, still fairly wet though. Coming up next, it will be the classic Retro Superbike Grand Prix 250 race, the first of the weekend. That will be 8 laps. So you can see there on the screen that it's got McCormack at number 1. He's not, he's in 8th place at the moment, and in fact there we go, the little glitch has been corrected. And McCormack in a very solid 8th place ahead of Frosche and Uski. Here's Emily Lahti, who is going to be on a podium again, the way things stand right now. Big gap back to this battle for third. Is it still Lehtieranta? It is Lehtieranta who is still leading Tanskanen on the road for 3rd place. And Bian just a little bit out of the picture, back in 5th position. Just coming up to complete his lap now as well. Pauli Pekkanen still with the fastest lap, just looking at the other lap times as well. So he's the only one inside 2:06. Lahti the only rider inside 2:07. Lehtieranta and Tanskanen the only riders inside 2:08. Bian is inside 2:09. Giovanni inside 2:10. You see some of the slower riders now being lapped by the quicker men. And again, Lehtieranta managing to stop. We did see 1 or 2 mishaps here yesterday. People losing the front end as they hit the brakes in the wet conditions. Lehtieranta certainly likes to get his backside off that seat. Tanskanen, sorry. Did I say Letty Ranta? Here is Letty Ranta now, number 71. Tanskanen likes to get his backside off that seat. So Letty Ranta now looking for a little bit of a slide as he gets back on the power. But no need to, really. He must be getting good boards. Unless he's just got a little bit excited and ahead of himself and thinking that the machine ahead of him might be Lahti, but Letty Ranta should be taking a third place finish in this race. Tanskanen looking solid for fourth, as is Bian in fifth. In fact, solid gaps really. The only kind of question mark at the moment you would say is for ninth between Frosche and Uski. In fact, having said that, the gap between Frosche and Uski has just opened up a little bit more. So here they come. Yet again, this is the man in fifth place, Pierre Vispian. So we're on the final lap. Pauli Pekkanen with a 6-second advantage over Emily Lahti, and then 9 seconds back to Letty Ranta in third. There's been a dominant display from Pauli Pekkanen. It's not over yet, of course, but it looks like being a dominant display from flag to flag, or from lights to flag. Just has to make sure he has nothing untoward with any of the slower riders just making their way around Imatra right now. And exactly this is, but he's got the time to play with, and a little shake of the head. Again, no blue flags display to let the slower traffic know that the faster guys are coming through. So Pauli Pekkanen, not too far to go. He's negotiated this 4.9 kilometre track with poise, with excellence, with superb skill, and he's going to take his second victory of the weekend here at Imatra. Down into Tamminen, and already the applause is ringing around the circuit for him. For Kostomo in the Superbikes, Reed Pekkanen in the Supersport class here in Imatra. It's going to take something very special from somebody else to stop either of those two taking the honours in Supersport or Superbike. A cheeky little wheelie from Pauli Pekkanen. A little glance behind to make sure Lahti wasn't closing. Lahti has closed the gap down a little bit. And you can see Lahti just coming into the picture now. There we go. Number one for Pauli Pekkanen yet again. Emily Lahti with a very strong second place. We've got to wait for Letty Ranta to come across the line for third. A few seconds more. Here he comes now. No sign of Tanskanen, but he has dropped off the pace somewhat. There goes Letty Ranta to complete third position. Here is Tanskanen with Bian closing in, but not close enough to do anything about fourth as they take the checkered flag. There is Tanskanen. Bian goes through in fifth. For Peter Hickman, has he cooled down yet after that incident on lap 2 with Tanskanen? When they came together at Tamminen, and Peter Hickman sliding out of contention of this race and was far from happy. It's not often you see a very irate Peter Hickman. He normally smiles, but on that occasion, this man with the biggest smile of all, Pauli Pekkanen. And it's a finish, 1, 2, 3 at the finish. In fact, a 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 finish riders occupying the top 4 spots in the 600 class. So they're making their way back around now. And again, you can see how much, just in the space of a couple of laps, that track, certainly even around this part, has improved. It won't really matter much for the classic bikes, but maybe, just maybe, because we then got the sidecars as well, but maybe by the first one, if it carries on like this, certainly we will have a dry track for the first Superbike race of the day, which is scheduled for 12:30 local time, which is in around about an hour and a half from now. I wonder if Peter Hickman is waiting for Tanskanen and his awning. Oh, to have a camera down in the paddock right now. A Pauli Pekkanen, who have got great support from the fans who are lining this track during that race. Certainly plenty of fans down this part of the circuit as well. Yeah, Vespian offering his congratulations. Lots of fans around here for Pauli Pekkanen to acknowledge. Oh, in fact, there is Peter Hickman. Oh, in fact, yeah, keep the camera there. So, yeah, so this could be an apology coming up here from Nico Tanskanen. Just a shame we didn't get to see that, but here we are. So Tanskanen apologising for Peter Hickman. Peter Hickman obviously not happy with what happened, but at least they are still buddies by the looks of things, thankfully for that. And certainly, I don't think Peter Hickman's the type of rider who would carry a grudge. But Tanskanen looks as if he has offered that apology. Pekkanen, though, the race winner, Lahti in second place, Lehti Ranta in third, Tanskanen in fourth, Bian in fifth, Cerveni sixth this time, Koski seventh, McCormack in eighth, Froscher ninth, Uski in 10th, and again, plenty of triumphs in the top 10 here at Imatra. 11:10 is the scheduled time for the classic retro Superbikes and the Grand Prix 250 race. But we are going to get a podium, and Emily Lahti, that's it, they've got the bikes around the right way this time. Yeah, someone had them pointing the wrong way yesterday, but we are going to get a podium. It's all going to be in Finnish. And even though I've been here all weekend, I still haven't picked up too many Finnish words, so I won't be able to translate for you. My apologies. But sometimes you can understand what they're saying from the body language. Emily Lahti certainly seems to be a bit of a character after watching and listening to him yesterday. But Pauli Pekkanen knows exactly where to put that Paku Racing triumph. So a triumph in top spot. A Yamaha in second place, and a Yamaha in third place as well. So we will be having a podium presentation, plus of course there'll be the interviews will be held in Finnish, but I can guarantee you that the pictures will be in English. So you should be able to understand what's going on from them. So we have got a race scheduled to start in just over 10 minutes' time, so they'll need to get on with this podium presentation. I mean, it won't affect things, but we certainly don't want to be chopping over to the start of the next race and missing out on the celebrations here. So a quick reminder again of what is happening in terms of the schedule for today, just in case you've joined us and wondering what's happening. We've already had the sidecars on a warm-up this morning. We've just had the Open Supersport class. Next will be 8 laps for the classic retro Superbikes, along with the Grand Prix 250 machines. Then at 11:50, we'll have sidecars, their first race of the weekend. They'll have 8 laps. Then at 12:30, 8 laps for the Open Superbike class. And then we'll be having a break at 1 o'clock. But I think we're about to go with the podium celebration.
Pyydetään aina kisaajat yksitellen tänne lavalle aplodien kerran. Tässä lähdössä hienosti kolmanneksi Niko Lehtiranta. Ja jo 3. kertaa tämän viikonlopun aikana toiselle sijalle Emeli Lahti! Ja Open SSP-STK:n voittaja numerolla 18 Pauli Pahis-Pekkanen. Ja sitten suoraan kommenttikierroksen pariin. Otetaanko pari yhteiskuvaa? Siinä voitte ottaa nyt ihan rauhassa. Niin mennään sen jälkeen kommenttikierrokseen. Näin, kiitoksia. Otetaan sitten Nikolta pari kommenttia aamun ensimmäisestä ajosta. Ole hyvä.
No, kisa niin loppu täydellisesti, mutta alussa oli tosi hankala saada ajorytmiä, kun aamu eka setti ja muuta. Ja sitten oli etujarrunkaan ja takapääpidon kanssa vähän ongelmia, mutta tämä on ihan hyvä lopputulos.
Eli tyytyväinen voi olla?
Juu, kyllä.
Niko Lehtirantaa. Eemeli, tää alkaa olla aika huvittavaa jo. 3. ajo katuradalla, 3. kertaa tässä numeron 2 takana seisot. Mistä se jäi tänään voittokin?
No en mä tiedä varmaan monestakin asiasta, mutta oli kans vähän vaikea heti aamusta löytää rytmiä, jo tällä niinku päiväaikataulu ihan itselle kaikista tutuin, mutta se on tietty sama kaikille, joka kuljettajalle, mutta vähän tuntui kyllä rengas huonommalta kuin eilen ja oli vaikeet pari ekaa kiekkaa ja muutama oma ajovirhekin sinne sattui, että loppuun kohti taas parani, niin kuin se on ollut koko viikonlopun teema, mutta kyllä me jotain keksitään, että kohta muuttuu numero pienemmäksi tuossa eessä.
Kiitoksia. Eemeli Lahti! Ja sitten lähdövoittaja Pauli Pekkanen. Tässä nuorten herrojen väliin pääsit tuulettelemaan voittoa. Mitä se voitto tänään vaati?
No voi toki, se suopi nähdä. No mekaanikot sanoi eilen, että meitä loppuu nuo kertakäyttölautaset, niin ne näytti, että ajaa, että saat sen toisen lautasen vielä, niin saapi syyä sitten tuossa illalla.
Vai semmoista, vai semmoista. Pauli Pekkanen! Ja annetaan vielä isot aplodit koko kolmikolle. Niko Lehtiranta, Eemeli Lahti ja Pauli Pekkanen.
So there we have the presentation for the first race of the day here at Imatra in Finland for the Open Supersport class. There'll be more Supersport racing still to come later today. And you can bet that once again, Pauli Pekkanen, and they really need to get a box, don't they, for him for next year, for him to start, or even if they can find one maybe for this afternoon, because it's odds on that he will be taking first place again if he carries on riding the way he is riding here at Imatra. So we're just waiting for the next race, which is scheduled to take place in around 7 minutes' time. It's the classic retro Superbikes. In fact, the bikes are just making their way up towards us now. So here's some highlights then from the previous Supersport race. And it was Pekkanen who made his way to the front. Another good start from Bian this time. However, he wasn't able to take the lead as he did in yesterday's Supersport event. Giovanni in second place. Lahti with a much better start this time around, finding himself in third place. He soon moved his way into second. While they were scrapping away behind, it was Pekkanen who was pulling away out in front. Then this happened. Peter Hickman was looking as if he was going to maybe take third place from Giovanni, but in the end he had fourth place taken from him, from Tanskanen. So Peter Hickman's certainly not happy with that. Tanskanen then was in a big battle for third place with Lehtiranta. And this was some move, and I think, yeah, you just saw a little problem there. It was, in fact, it was Tanskanen who seemed to have the wrong gear and was looking for power from his machine, from his Yamaha. So when he made his way back up, that allowed Tanskanen to go through, but Lehtiranta eventually reclaimed third place. However, first place was never really in doubt. Pauli Pekkanen taking the honours ahead of Emily Lahti. So it was a finish 1, 2, 3 here in Finland. So Pauli Pekkanen, can anybody stop him today on a 600? We'll find out later because there's more racing still to come. So we've got a few minutes to go before the bikes will be making their way out on track. It's the turn of the classic machines, classic and retro superbikes, with a handful of Grand Prix 250 machines chucked in as well, and they're all very much of a muchness in terms of lap times. Going out on their formation lap. So who should we be looking out for? Again, it's a finish dominated. It is very much a local event, this one. There is the odd German and in fact Richard Pearce-Jones. I've still not seen him this weekend, but he's on bike number 33. Took a podium finish here last year. So just looking down the order, and now you can see some of the, and there's also that MZ. Here he comes now, number 2, this beautiful MZ of Reiko Wagner. There is Mitri Sahonen on the MC Alno Suzuki. Again, weather continues to improve. Oh, having said that, there's a few spots of rain. And in fact, here we go. Yes, you can now actually see it is raining again. So that dry line is going to disappear very soon, but I don't think it will really affect this race. It will be started, I would imagine, as a wet race. So I'll wait for confirmation of that. I'll be very surprised if it isn't declared a wet race. Number 67, Marco Rentila on the Honda. Aku Kohonen on the Suzuki number 12, and this is how they'll line up. Rows of 3, Marssinen, Taina, Kohonen on row 1, Kuivalainen, Pitkanen, Kangas on row 2, Simesta, Sahonen, Rintilo on row 3, Ios, Pessanen, and there is Richard Pearce-Jones on row 3. So they'll now take up their positions on the grid again, and we will then have a warm-up lap, of course.
Sieltä saavutaan sitten lehmuskujalta kohti lähtöpaikkaa.
Number 11 there, Timo Kangas on the Aprilia. So we've got a good mix, really. Kawasaki's, Yamaha, Suzuki, Aprilia. There's a Rotax there, number 18. Number 2, the MZ, of course. So Yamaha, Honda, Suzuki, Kawasaki, Aprilia, Rotax and MZ are the manufacturers represented in this race. Number 14, Mikko Hassinen on the MP Tuki Suzuki in pole position. Alongside him, number 9, just taking up his position now on the front row, Juha Taina, another Suzuki. completing row number 1, Aku Kohonen. Again, an all Suzuki front row. Row number 2, number 28, another Suzuki, Ari Petteri Kuiva-Lainen. And again, another Suzuki, Rupert Pitkanen. Number 69, row 2, eyes focused, straight ahead. And then a Kawasaki, number 11, Semesto, Sami Semesto. So red flag displayed. Once that yellow flag drops at the back, the red flag will go in, it'll be watch the lights, and then away on your warm-up lap. So here we go, watch the lights, and away we go. So the way they go for their classic warm-up. You don't want to be burning out those clutches too soon either. There's that wonderful MZ right at the back there, number 2. So the green plates, by the way, are the Grand Prix 250. See there, in fact, the non-white plates, I should say, are the Grand Prix 250 machines. A few certainly taking up residence at the back of the grid, as you'd expect. However, as I said, some of the riders, like Piers Jones and number 10, who was the fastest, Ias, on the Honda of the 250 class in qualifying. So basically, if it's a white plate, it's a Grand Prix. It's a classic retro Superbike, and if it's a non-white plate, it is a Grand Prix 250 machine. Not necessarily a 250 either. Again, the rain coming down still. It's not too heavy. It's just sprinkles really here at the start-finish straight. But the brollies are up. But it shouldn't really affect the classic bikes too much. Still tricky, of course. And again, what a contrast to the wonderful weather that we experienced here last year. With the temperature in the 30+ Celsius mark. Imatranajo on the Suzuki. So they're coming back now to complete their warm-up lap, and then we'll be having 8 laps of racing in the classic retro Superbikes. And of course, we will be keeping you updated on what is going on with the Grand Prix 250 machines as well.
Sieltä tullaan sitten warm-up-kierrokselta lähtöruutuun ja paalupaikan sieltä ottaa numero 14. Mikko Harsunen Suzukilla viereen Juha Taina numero 9, sitten 12 Apu Korhonen. Siinä on kuljettajat. Kaikilla Suzuki taitaa olla. Kuten myös Ari-Petteri Kuiva. 28.
Still waiting for a few more machines to find their position on the grid, and then we will be racing here in Imatra. Didn't notice on the just before they went on their warm-up whether there were any gaps. There is Richard Piers Jones, bike 33, a classic racer on a classic bike. So Piers Jones just making his way through, coming up onto row number 4. That's it, just finding a spot. There is a gap there. I think that was number 10, the Rhino EAS. So not too sure what's happened to EAS. So lights go out and away we go. We're racing again at Imatra. It's a cracking start from Tyner. So Tyner, bike number 9, with an absolutely wonderful start. Also good start too for number 69. That's Pitkänen from row 2, but up the inside, bike 28. Where did he come from? Kuivalainen. So Kuivalainen up into 2nd place. But it is 69 who leads, Pitkänen. And what a lead he has. What happened to number 9? Because Tyner seemed to get off the line really quickly. So here they come now down on this opening lap, just looking for number 9. What happened to him? In fact, I think he's back there in 5th place. So Tyner is in 5th position. Certainly took the whole shot, or certainly looked to be taking the whole shot. But here they come, where the rain is still falling down. It's still coming down. It's a little bit harder now at the start finish as well. So fingers crossed we get 8 laps, as 28 looking for a gap that may not be there, Kuivalainen. But here is our race leader, bike number 69, Pitkänen. Started at the head of row 2 and is now leading this race. And also a handsome lead at this early stage. So you've got to be really, really careful. You can hear the rain coming down. I was hoping for a better forecast today, as Haasonen holds 3rd place. So Kuivalainen has moved up into 2nd. So it is Pitkänen from Kuivalainen, from Haasonen. Kohonen now back in 4th place. Tyner still holding 5th. Just looking down, it looks like Piers Jones is the leading GP 250 rider. So he leads that class just ahead of Torama. There's nothing between them as well, 33 and 50, 12th and 13th. And in fact, Husari, in fact, there's a cracking battle going on back in 12th place for the GP 250 honours. It's Piers Jones from Torama and Husari. Number 18, Tenstat as well, is also in their category. Oh, and a change at the front as Kuivalainen now takes over from Pitkänen. So Pitkänen, that advantage that looked quite good, and here they come. It is Piers Jones. So Piers Jones who leads from number 50. So Torama. In fact, Torama goes up the inside of Piers Jones to take over at the front of the GP 250 class. So Piers Jones back to 2nd place. Torama now takes over and looks to shoot off into the distance if he can. So 2 for the price of 1 in this race. Not only have we got a great dice out in front in the classic retro Superbikes, we've got a great dice further back in the GP 250s. A little bit of a moment for Torama. That just might let Piers Jones close that gap. Kuivalainen is leading, but there is Torama and Piers Jones on bike 33 just behind. And we go back to the classic retro Superbikes. It is Kuivalainen from Haasonen. Pitkänen now back in 3rd place, having led on this part of the course on the previous lap. He now finds himself in 3rd, but you can see how tricky it is. Keeping these machines upright is going to be a very big ask. And race at speed, of course. Don't forget, these are normal everyday roads, just these new little bits that have been added. But it's a 3-way fight at the front. Kohonen back in 4th place, just dropping off the pace of these front 3. But as we've seen, certainly racing in the wet, sometimes you get the odd rider here or there that may not have got the best of starts and then suddenly finds themselves really feeling confident and getting to grips with the surface and moving up the order. So Kuivalainen from Haasonen, from Pitkänen still. Further back, Torama is still leading Piers Jones in the Grand Prix 250 class. Husari still holding 3rd place in that. Tenstat is 4th. coming up then to complete lap number 2 of 8. Kuivalainen from Haasonen, and just a little bit of a bigger gap this time between Haasonen and Pitkänen. The gap was 0.3 of a second. It's gone out to 1.5 seconds between second and third place. Kohonen just crossing the line now in 4th. Semester has also gone through. Taina, Hakala, Rentila in 8th place. 8 machines across the line. Now just waiting for Tessinen to go through. In fact, 35 Sahonen has disappeared. So, not too sure what's happened to number 35. It's still Torama leading Piers Jones in the Grand Prix 250s. Here they come. There is Torama on bike 50, just obscured by number 11, Kangas. Piers Jones, who's got Tenstad and Husari behind him. Tenstad's now gone past Husari for 3rd place in that class. Husari's dropped back to 4th, but it is very, very tight between all 4 riders. In fact, Piers Jones is coming under increasing pressure from Tenstad, who's right behind him. Tenstad might just fancy this on the exit. Indeed he is. He's going for it. So Tenstad going through. No, not quite. Piers Jones just has enough power to keep him at bay. So Piers Jones still holding on to 2nd place in that class. So Torama on bike 50. And in fact, Tenstad has just been passed, is he, from Husari, who is... They're both ganging up on Piers Jones. Oh, that's very tight from Tenstad. He's had to hold back a little bit. He was a little bit hot going into the turn. And is that Piers Jones about to lose? It is, by the looks of it. No, it isn't. He's got the racing line, so Piers Jones, a very experienced campaigner, but I think he's about to lose it now. Here goes Tenstad up the inside. So Tenstad goes into 2nd place in the 250 class. And Piers Jones might find himself back in 4th in a moment, because Husari is also looking very menacing. Meanwhile, it's still all hands to the pump for Kuivalainen against Haasonen. Kuivalainen from Haasonen still, they've completed their lap. They're now on lap 4 of 8. But again, they're really having not only to race each other, they're battling against the conditions as well. Oh, and a little bit of a moment for Kuivalainen, and Haasonen might be able to take advantage of that. Again, it is very tricky. Rain is still coming down. It's not coming down any heavier. It's just still persistently coming down. So Kuivalainen with a little moment there. Further back, it's still Torama who is leading the, as they go across the line. It's Torama who leads Tenstad, is it? No, Tenstad has gone through, so Tenstad on bike 18 has passed Torama, so Tenstad is up to 10th overall, but is leading the Grand Prix class. Torama, Husari and Piers Jones, 2nd, 3rd and 4th in that category. And there he is, there is Tenstad, bike 18. Tessinen, the target for Tenstad now. Tenstad, well, as I said earlier, suggested sometimes some of the riders become a little bit more confident as they get to grips with the wet conditions and suddenly find themselves able to push a little bit harder than they were doing in the earlier laps, and that may well be the case for Tenstad. So Tenstad 10th overall, but leading the Grand Prix class. Meanwhile, Kuivalainen and Haasonen still half a second between them out in the head of the field. They come again, and Pitkänen, the early race leader, now in a solid 3rd place. A good distance between him and 4th place Kohonen. So we are at the halfway point in proceedings. Quaivalan, who has not put in the fastest lap of the race. Oh, in fact, as I say that, he does. He does a 2:22.6. Harsnen, who did have the fastest lap of the race, does a 2:22.8. They're the only riders inside 2:23. So Quaivalan, as the rain continues to fall here, although I can see clear skies in the distance. Still that half a second gap between Quaivalan and Harsnen. Tenstad, by the way, has passed Personen on the road. So they're in different classes, of course, but Tenstad now continuing to pull away from... he's got a 3-second gap over Tarama in second place in the Grand Prix class. Sari is also there, but Piers Jones has lost a bit of ground. He was the early leader in the Grand Prix category. He's now finding himself back in 4th place and not quite able to stay with his Finnish rivals. Here is Tenstad now. So, and he's on the Rotax, the racing team Tenstad Rotax machine. Oh, now then. An unfamiliar sight, unfortunately, for classic races. Sometimes the bikes just can't last the distance. So that is Kangas that's pulled in, number 11. There's the man in 3rd place, Pitkanen. Solid, lonely 3rd place at the moment. He's 5.5 seconds down on this battle between Quaivalan and Harsnen. And wherever Quaivalan goes, Harsnen is sure to follow, and he's right on his back wheel now, as close at this moment in the race than they have been at any other time. And that gap has come right down to 2/10 on the last timing sector. But Harsnen right in Quaivalan in his wheel tracks, but not quite close enough. And it would be a very bold move. That's too big a gap really to try anything on the brakes coming down into Puerto this classic first-hand turn. Oh, a little bit wide maybe, but and there's the MV about to be lapped as well. Listen to this if you can hear it. So Rico Wagner, bike number 2 on the MV, gets lapped. But I don't think he'll be just listening to that roar off into the distance, but he won't be too unhappy, I think, with his position at the moment, because he's riding an MV around Imatra. Of course, the slower riders will perhaps come into play. As I say, that gap, which was 2/10 between Quaivalan and Harsnen, certainly looks to have gone out to almost a second. Still holding 3rd, Kohonen in 4th. Tenstad still leading the Grand Prix class from Hisari and Tarama, and Piers Jones, who really has dropped off the pace. So here is the man in 2nd place in the Grand Prix class, number 50, Tarama. So the 2 strokes making a wonderful sound as always, and the sound of that 2-stroke Honda. Immaculate looking outfit as well. Sorry, not too far behind him though, number 72 on the, he's also on a Honda, isn't he? Quaivalan though, with a little bit more air between himself and Harsnen on this lap. So just 2 more laps to go then in the classic retro superbike category. Quaivalan from Harsnen, and it is, yeah, I thought it looked like a second. It's now 1.2 seconds, the distance Meanwhile, still in second place in the Grand Prix class, but he's got Husari right behind him on bike 72. They've got to pick their moment to get past Pessanen, which is exactly what Tenstad did earlier. Meanwhile, Koivalainen continues to look as if he's pulling away from Haassinen in second place. That's a big gap. In fact, there is Haassinen. Oh dear, oh dear. Now, has he tipped off or has it just expired? What a shame for Haassinen. He was really gaining at times on Koivalainen. So that's left Koivalainen really to just make sure he can bring that bike home and take the victory if he can. So Pikkonen is now up into second place. Kohonen will go up into third. So Koivalainen, bike 28. One more lap to go after this one. And he might have a little shock when he sees his next pit board telling him how big the gap is. Because it is now 7 seconds over Pikkonen. Kohonen some way back in third place. Tenstad continues to lead the Grand Prix class on bike 18. You can see the rain continues to fall. Next will be the sidecars, so it shouldn't affect them too much. And there is our Grand Prix race leader. So he's now on his penultimate lap as well. So Stefan Tenstad, the German rider. Well, what a shame for Haassinen, because he really was pushing Koivalainen. Now Koivalainen just has to make sure he has no issues between now and the checkered flag. So just over 5 kilometers left for him to negotiate in the wet. But Pikkonen is closing in. He's just taken another second out of him. Reducing a 6-second gap, though, on the final lap is a major ask, of course. It's down to 4.7, and again Koivalainen, and that's 75 that's pulled over that Patakoski. So Patakoski's also pulled over, and again you can see it's not over till it's over. Koivalainen has eased off. He's now doing 2:24s. Pikkonen, by the way, fastest lap of the race, 2:21.6. He's just put in the fastest time so far. So he's just taken 3 seconds out of Koivalainen. However, Koivalainen is managing this at the front. And Pikkonen has brought that down to 4.6 seconds now. A couple of slower riders. Number 27 is Komu on the Aprilia. And Moravara on the Yamaha on bike 363. Koivalainen on his way to victory, and Tenstad is going to, certainly with around 8 seconds an advantage over Torama in the Grand Prix class. Koivalainen makes his way through. Here comes Pikkonen into this picture as well. Number 69 Pikkonen is making a proper fist of it. Just looking at the slower rider there, number 27, Komu. There is Pikkonen. He should be looking to pass Komu. He's just maybe getting him at the wrong time. Oh, there he has. He has managed to get him into Tamminen. Pikkonen is gaining, but he's going to have to stop as well. He really is trying hard. Surely he must know there's no way he's going to reel in Koivalainen. But it has come right down that gap. It's 3 seconds, and it looks certainly it's less than 3 seconds now. So Pikkonen is gaining in. Koivalainen may not know that Pikkonen is coming in. This is going to be incredible. Koivalainen is getting on the throttle now. Surely he must know. Here he comes. It's not going to be close enough. What an effort from Pikkonen on this final lap. He's not going to do it. Koivalainen has managed it. But from 7 seconds, it goes down. And he crosses the line. So Koivalainen takes the win from Pikkonen. What an effort from Pikkonen. It was just 1 second at the end. So Koivalainen knew exactly what he was doing, I'd like to think. But he takes the victory. Spare a thought though for Haarsinen, who pushed him so close for so long during that race, but Pitkänen ends up in second place. Meanwhile, we still have the Grand Prix to look out for, and here is Tenstadt, the German rider, on bike 18 on the Rotax. So in a real mixture of two-stroke machinery in the Grand Prix category, but it will be, the way things are standing, Tenstadt who takes it. Here is number 50 and number 72, Hussari. Just not close enough, it would seem at the moment, but maybe still close enough to make Torama think about what he has to do. Here they go. So Tenstadt has already gone through Tamanen and will be making his way out of Mitra very, very soon. A little bit further back. But Tenstadt is on his way now towards the checkered flag. So Tenstadt will be taking the honours in the Grand Prix 250 class, but this battle for second place, it's still up for grabs. Torama really should have enough about him to keep Hussari at bay. He's managed to do that all through the race, but here they go. It's wind up the throttle. Here comes Tenstadt. So the German becomes the first non-Finnish rider to win a race here at Imatra this weekend, and it is going to be Torama who takes second place. Hussari is in third. Then we're going to have to wait a little while for Richard Piers-Jones to cross the line. He'll take a fourth place finish in the Grand Prix class. So Kuivalainen takes the win in the classic retro superbike category, and it's this man, Stefan Tenstadt, number 18, who takes the Grand Prix honours. Still getting a few spots of rain here at the start finish as well.
Tuolta Kiinan sillan alta ja sitten ruutulipulle.
Just waiting to see if there are any more finishers to come across the line. There seems to be a machine coming into view. It might be the MZ. But they're electing to pull, whoever it is, elects to pull into the pit lane instead of crossing the line for the checkered flag. Maybe, if it is a finicky two-stroke machine, maybe don't want to risk another lap at 5 kilometers in length. Certainly sounds like a two-stroke. So number 69, Pitkänen. They just need to move these bikes, get them in the right order. Pitkänen, great effort on that last lap. Pitkänen as well with the fastest lap of the race at 2:21.6. His last lap was a 2:21.8. Best lap for Kuivalainen, 2:22.3. In fact, just looking at the rest of the riders, Haarsinen did a 2:22.1. So actually, Haarsinen with the best lap of the race, 2:22.1. So half a second quicker than Pitkänen. But a shame for Mikko Haarsinen with the fastest lap of the race. He didn't get to the end. So whether having the fastest lap is any consolation remains to be seen. In terms of the rain, I think it's just stopped because it's suddenly become quite brighter here at the start finish. So hopefully, maybe that might be the last of the rain for now. Fingers crossed. But we will once again have all-finish podium in the classic retro Superbike class. So again, we'll be hearing plenty of Finnish language being spoken very soon. So hopefully we're ready to go with the prize presentation.
No niin, hyvä yleisö, aloitellaan tämän Retro Superbike-lähdön kukittamistilaisuus. Ja pyydetään aina herrat yksitellen tälle lavalle. Aloitetaan kolmanneksi tulleesta Aku Korhonen. Tässä lähdössä toiseksi Roope Pitkonen. Ja Retro Superbike-lähdön ensimmäinen sija Ari-Petteri Kuivalainen. Nyt voi media ottaa pari yhteiskuvaa voittaja kolmikosta. Saa tiivistää, saa tiivistää. Ja sitten lyhyt kommenttikierros aloitetaan Akun kanssa. Tuu vaan siihen omalle paikalle. Aku, tänään 3. sija. Tyydyttääkö?
Totta kai.
Minkälainen ajo oli?
Ihan ok. Ei siinä oikein ollut kavereille jakoa, mutta mentiin minkä kerättiin.
Selvä. Kiitoksia Akulle. Sitten Roope. Tossa tein pari huomiota, että taisi jäädä pikkasen jotain ehkä hampaan koloon. Vähän reilu sekunti kärkipaikasta.
Joo, no siinä oli muutama kierroksen tuli silleen, että lipsu suorille niin paljon, että piti rauhoittaa. Ja sitten me jäin näistä Harsusen kanssa. Ja sitten me jossain kohtaa huomasin, että se Harsunen kaatui siihen. En ollut ihan varma, että oliko hän kierroksen ohitettava vai ykkösenä. Sitten mä ajattelin, että vittu näinköhän me kerkeisi saada vielä kiinni, mutta ei riittänyt kierrokset nyt.
Ensi kerralla sitten. Kiitoksia. Ja voittaja Ari-Petteri Kuivalainen. Mitä se voitto tänään vaati tällä hieman sateisella Imatran radalla?
Hyvää ajoa. Ja kiitos pyöränlainasta J.P. Koposelle ja Makeille pyöränlaitosta. Hyvin toimii.
Onko muuta kommenttia tästä kisasta?
Kiva oli ajaa.
Sehän riittää. Kiitoksia. Voittaja kolmikko. Aku Korhonen, Roope Pitkonen ja Ari-Petteri Kuivalainen.
Confirmation of the results then. Kuivalainen taking the victory from Pitkänen and Kohonen. Tenstad, the leading GP 250 rider. And the Rotax machine, Torama, taking second, and Hisari third in that class. As you can see, the sidecars are coming up onto the pit lane for their first race of the weekend. They too will be enjoying 8 laps of Imatra, where the rain has stopped, thankfully. However, the track is still very wet. We have a dozen outfits taking part in the sidecar class this year. As I say that, you can just see maybe on your screens that the sun is just threatening to break out. It's suddenly become a lot brighter around here. So number 44, that was Pekka Pavarinta. And the Manninen's number 88. Joni and Tero Manninen. Unfortunately, because of the weather yesterday, the sidecars didn't get as much track time as they should have done, really. But I think they're just grateful today to be able to get. They should be able to get both races in. But Markku Artiola, number 41, and Matti Laikari. Will it be that pairing that will be in the number 1 position at the end of this race? Pekka Paivarinta and Kevin Kolsch. Outfit number 44. And 69, that is Toni Hartikainen and Riina Loikala. And of course we have an all female sidecar crew as well. And there they are, bang on cue, Minna Rantala and Mia Karjalainen. So we're not too far away. We're scheduled for an 11:50 start. It's now 11:49 local time. Petri Mäkelä and Jana Soppa will be there on number 99. Just saw a moment ago. However, it is the first. It's Paivarinta and Kolsch who will be leading them on to the road. But Markku Artiola and Matti Laikari will be starting in pole position. Alongside them will be Joni, it might be Johnny or Joni Manninen, Tero Manninen, number 88. Row number 2. As we just saw, leading them away, number 44, Paivarinta and Kolsch, Lingen and Schmidt on row 2, and Mäkelä and Soppa, and Herm and Rakonen on row 3, row 4, Rocha and Burkhardt, and Kusk and Pierlade. And the next row, Gusse and Rötz, and Rantala and Karjalainen. clock, Lady and Artikainen and Loikala on the 6th and final row. So they're out on their formation lap. And then, of course, they'll form up on the grid in their qualifying positions. And then, of course, they'll have a warm-up lap. And then we'll have 8 laps of racing here at Imatra. It's been a tough time for sidecar racing, certainly back in the UK of late, with the situation regarding Avon tyres being bought out by Goodyear. But all sorts of stories that there's not enough tyres. There's only enough tyres to carry on sidecar racing until August. Talk of maybe some rubber being manufactured in Europe, but we'll wait and see. As it is, we have enough tyres to go racing here today at Imatra. That's the main thing. And you can see there they'll be lining up 2 outfits per row, 6 rows in all, 8 laps the race distance. So just under 40 kilometres in all is what they'll be racing.
Ergonomiaa ja tilaa voisi kuvailla niin, että ehkä sitten jonkinnäköinen simulaation saisi, jos ottaisi lähimmästä omasta ravintolasta harjoittimen ja saisi harjoittimen kulkemaan 250 tunnissa asfaltin päällä niin, että ilman siinä asfaltin harjoittimen välillä on noin 5 senttiä, niin siinä olisi suurin piirtein simulaatio, että sellaista se on. Eikö se kuulostaa houkuttelevana? Totta kai tähän tämmöistä kokeilemaan ilman muuta purkkarihommaa. Ja sinne sitten tulossa kohta.
Still no sign of any further rain, thankfully, but it is still very wet here at Imatra. Once the sidecar race is completed, we're scheduled to have the Open Superbike race at 12:30, the first Superbike race of the day. He's taking up their pole position, Markku Artiola and Matti Laikari. Just making sure they're back in position. Shouldn't take too long for the grid to form up, and then they'll head up out on their warm-up lap again. But the man we're looking at really is the man who starts as red hot favourite, Markku Artiola, and Matti Laikari alongside him with the Artiola Sidecar Racing ASR Yamaha outfit. So now everyone's cleared. Watch the lights and away we go. In fact, there's certainly someone in a bit of a hurry. That's Kusk and Perlade. They couldn't wait much longer. The Estonian pair, 21. Maybe they just needed to get going. So they're on their way. Let's say that everyone's on their way now on their warm-up lap. So the girls will just have to wait about 2 or 3 minutes for the outfits to make their way back around. Certainly, I think Silva Kusk and Marco Perlade didn't want to wait much longer. They didn't want to have that bike holding in on the clutch, perhaps. Certainly, we're going to get a lot of spray thrown up this time with the Three-wheeled outfits absolutely flying around this racetrack. Just Mike Rocha and Anna Burkhardt, number 66. Just tucking in behind Marco Herma and Jari-Pekka Räikkönen, number 3. The DRD Pro Racing Motorsport Racing Kawasaki team. Can Joni and Tero Manninen do anything about Markku Artiola and Matti Laikari?
Ei tosiaan tuosta asfalttipinnasta noustessa muodostaa mitään ohjaa ja näkyy estettää. Näiltä osin sitten kilpaileminen on mahdollista. Tietysti joudutaan menemään.
Wherever you're watching around the world, hello again from Imatra in Finland. And unfortunately we've had a bit of a wet start to the day here, but there's the promise maybe of better weather on the way. It is brighter now than it has been at any other point during proceedings. We're just coming up to midday here in Finland. About to have 8 laps of racing courtesy of the sidecars. We're about a minute or so away from the start of that.
Ei jaksa enää.
So we have Finns, Germans, Dutch, Estonians and Swiss and Belgians taking part in this race. But you really have to think it's going to be yet another Finnish victory.
Sitten Joni ja Tero Manninen asettuu sen viereen. Heidän taustallaan Pekka Päivärinta, Kevin Pörs, Helmut Lindgren, Fabian Schmidt.
All 12 outfits making their way into position ahead of this first of 2 sidecar races here at Imatra. However, oops, a miscalculation by the looks of things perhaps for Marco Herma and Jari-Pekka Räikkönen, just having to readjust themselves to get into position. In fact, to say we had supposed to have 12 outfits. So we have one missing, unfortunately 11 as the green flag is waved, and it is attention turns to the lights. We're about to go racing at Imatra once again, and the lights go out and away we go, and it's the Manninens with a cracking start. So too Päivärinta from 3rd on the grid. So they blast their way down to this iconic first right-hand turn, and it is the Manninens who lead. Artiola into 2nd place, Päivärinta into 3rd, was threatening to take 2nd. But it's the Manninens who lead, but for how long? That's the question. Can they keep that advantage out in front from Artiola and Laikari? Cracking start then. Oh, as they mount the curb. Oh, and a little moment as well. That was Herma and Räikkönen. As they just got on the power, the machine swerved from under them as they went on to RVS technology. But here they come with the Manninen still in the lead. But, as I say, for how long? And there's some spray being thrown up now. So the Manninens into this first of the 2 chicanes. Artiola and Laikari still in a very close 2nd place. Päivärinta and Kolsch in 3rd. Herma and Räikkönen in 4th. Lindgren and Schmidt in 5th. And this is exactly the kind of start the Manninens were hoping for. And they're pulling further away. That gap is going to extend if they carry on like this. Using every bit of the track available. So that is just over 1, yes, it's almost 2 seconds, the gap now between Manninen and Artiola. Everywhere Artiola goes, Imatranajo is also going as well. There he is, and number 44. And as we saw that little moment for Herma onto RVS technology. Oh, now then, have we just seen a change for second place? So it is the Manninen still leading, and it is a very good lead to have. No, we didn't see a change for second, but certainly Imatranajo is closing, it would seem, on Artiola. Here they go, trying to find a gap. It's not quite close enough to make a move this time. Now then, well, I was certainly picking up Artiola before the start, but at the moment Imatranajo is looking very threatening, back in third place as they bounce their way through at Nordic and into TechnoSafe.
Sitä ohituspaikkaa löytää, jollei sitten sieltä.
Meanwhile, out in front it is still the Manninens who lead 2.1 second at the last timings point. Artiola still keeping Imatranajo just about in his back pocket. However, it now looks as if Artiola maybe closed that down. That looks certainly, it doesn't look like a 2.1 second lead anymore. Well, having said that again, Imatranajo gets back on the power. Artiola just maybe loses a little bit of ground through the first chicane. There was a suggestion maybe there might be some kind of top end speed situation that Artiola might just have a little bit more grunt than Imatranajo in a straight line. Perhaps, but it's still very close between these three outfits at the front. And Manninen still not able to break free of Artiola. The gap between first and second place has reduced slightly by a few tenths of a second. Oh, a little bit of a slide, but it looks to be a controlled slide from Artiola. Imatranajo still very close by in third place. It's on the power again. Pretty much as it was as the previous lap. To see if he can, he's just trying to stay out of the spray to see exactly where he's going. Is this the moment though? He's gaining, he's closing, it's going to be a change to second place. He's got the line coming into this first-hand turn. It's all about the brakes though. Artiola, will he yield? No. He's going to, oh, will he? It's going to be close, and Artiola, that was a bold move from Artiola. Imatranajo certainly gave him food for thought when they went into that first-hand turn. But it is game on in this sidecar race, folks. So certainly I was suggesting perhaps some issues with top-end speed. Certainly no hint of that as they race down together towards that first turn over the start-finish line. But Imatranajo certainly looking a very real threat to Artiola's second place as things stand. Meanwhile, Mäkelä and Soppa are also thinking about a change for fourth place. They're in fifth at the moment. They're gaining on the outfit in front of them. So it is Manninen, Artiola, Imatranajo, Herma, Mäkelä, Lingen, Klock, Kusk. They are the top 8. Closing on Artiola, staying as close as he can to him. Manninen's continue to hold this advantage out in front, and it's still as you are. No big gaps being pulled, but Imatranajo really close yet again on Artiola. They need to get, as they come out of Imatra, they need to get good exit speed. So here they go to attack this long straight now. Imatranajo just as close as he was to Artiola on previous occasions. This time, no. Instead of going the long way around, he looks about thinking to go up the inside if he can. And he's got him. They've gone through. So that worked for Imatranajo, and Artiola just away from the camera there, so that we have a change for second place. And having been thwarted here on the previous lap by Artiola, Imatranajo has gone through. Now then, the question is that because they've been battling away, it's allowed the Maninens to pull away a little bit at the front. However, now, having shaken off Artiola, can Imatranajo do something about the Maninens? That's what the question we've got next. Meanwhile, Mäkelä is still threatening to take fourth away from Herma. So looking down on this wonderful racetrack, beautiful scenery. But at the moment, no time for any of these crews to enjoy the weather and enjoy the scenery as they scream past at top speed. But Imatranajo still holding off Artiola. So Artiola, who I was bigging up at the start of this as maybe the one to watch in this race, is now finding himself back in third position. And also losing a bit of ground to Imatranajo now and falling back to Herma and Räikkönen. Meanwhile, the Maninens continue to maintain that advantage out in front, 2.5 seconds over Imatranajo. Artiola third place, but losing ground. You can see he's much further away now from Imatranajo than he has been at any part in this race. Here they come again. First three coming through SUF Helsinki into Imatra. There's Joni Manninen and Tiro Manninen who continue to lead. However, that gap has come down. It's no longer 2 seconds. It's now 1.4. Imatranajo may well be, as we go into the second half of this race, may be the outfit to watch, because that gap is coming down. It is closing in very tricky conditions on a very demanding race course. And Imatranajo certainly a lot quicker than anyone else. They've just done a 2-minute 18.3. The Maninen's best lap is a 2:20.1. Artiola at 2:21.5. So by far the fastest lap of the race goes to Pekka Imatranajo and Kevin Kolsch, 2:18.3. The only ones inside 2:20. So Joni and Tiro Manninen have got a lot on their plate. The pressure of first place could be getting at them, and it certainly will be in terms of Imatranajo and Kolsch on outfit number 44. And you can lead for as many laps as you want. It's leading when you go past the checkered flag that counts. So having led for so long, the Maninens will be certainly happy with the way things are going. However, they won't be happy with the way things are about to go by the looks of things, because Imatranajo is closing all the time. It's gaining, and that is certainly less than a second now. It's in fact, it's 0.6 of a second. Imatranajo looking to maybe go a little bit tight on the turn. Drifts out though. Trying to continue with as much top speed as they can. Slide again from the Maninens. Imatranajo is looking very menacing in second place now. So just coming up to the start-finish straight, there is plenty of time for them to do something about grabbing the lead of this race. Will they do it by the time they get to the end of this straight and they go into turn one? It looks as if they've got it. It looks as if they've just taken the lead. Indeed they have. Their nose is in front. Can they get it turned in time? That's the question. The Manninen will just have to tuck in behind. Can they get round in time? Yes, they can. The Manninen, though, fighting back and take over the lead again. The Manninen just managed to get their noses in front. My goodness, what a race we have on our hands. Päivärinta will just have to tuck in behind and maybe look for good exit speed at, to go on to RVS technology. But Päivärinta certainly grabbed the lead from the Manninen there, but it was all about managing to get round that first turn. And the Manninen just having to brake hard, but Päivärinta, sorry, having to brake hard, and that allowed the Manninen to go through. So they're on their way again, and we are on for, oh dear, that's a shame. So Herma, who was looking to take fourth from Mäkelä, and Mäkelä's now gone through to third, and Artiola back in fourth. They're on their way again by the looks of things, so not too sure what's happened there. But the Manninen have been given food for thought, and my goodness me, Päivärinta certainly on the exit of the chicane looking super quick and super hot. So they go into the next one again, and there's traffic just ahead. There is traffic just ahead. Two passengers working really, really hard, trying to get as much weight over as they can. Now then, how will this work? They should both get through. Through they go. Päivärinta has got to stay tucked in, right in behind the Manninen again. And they'll be looking for more of the same. Will they go right? Will they go left as they come out onto the start-finish straight? They elected to go right, so they had the line going in, or so they thought, but they had to brake so hard. They lost a little bit of momentum going into the first turn, and that allowed the Manninen to take the lead back again. So here we go. Just tucking in behind in a moment, we'll see. Sometimes though it depends what gap, and they'll go right, they'll do it again, it's the same again. Are they close enough though to make a move? Here goes Päivärinta, it's the same as you were. I don't think it's close enough as they were, but I think they're in the league now. Yes indeed they are, just about. But will the Manninen lead? Oh my goodness me, it's peeping through fingers time. Oh, they have gone too hot, Manninen have gone too hot. That was always on the cards, always a possibility. And I think they've just thrown away this race. Päivärinta held its nerve. The Manninen, in trying to preserve first place, were just too hot into the turn, ran off the course. And now the Päivärinta and Kolsch. Wow. But well done for the Manninen. A tricky situation. Just a little bit too hot. But they managed to reclaim it, managed to keep control, didn't spin out. But it must have been a big moment for them, just as they saw they were running out of road. Wow, what a race this has been. First sidecar race of the Imatra meeting this weekend. It was due to take place yesterday. The weather was just too bad. So it's been pushed back to today, but it has been worth waiting for. Päivärinta and Kolsch with a good 2-second lead now over the Manninen, who have to really recompose themselves. This is the moment again. The Manninen just cut across Päivärinta, but in doing so, in trying to hold on, just carrying too much and not managing to turn in time. Just running onto the grass, and then, my goodness me, just inches away from the boarding on the exit as they went back onto the track. They've still got a little bit of time. They can maybe do something. However, having said that, they've just lost almost a second. So it's almost 3 seconds the gap now. And Päivärinta so Pekka, Päivärinta and Kevin Kolsch, the German, looking very solid as they come off their penultimate lap. One more lap to go after this one. The Manninen still in second place, a big gap back to Mäkelä, who's in third now. And Artiola not quite on the pace today, in fourth position. Well, that's it, you would think. Päivärinta and Kolsch have got this one in the bag. They just have to keep it composed, keep it together, keep their speed high, no mistakes. focus fully, 100% concentration, and the spoils will be theirs. Incredible how many ride that curb onto the pavement and then back onto the road at RVS Technology. And we are looking, folks, I believe, at the winners of this race. Just a couple of chicanes, a bridge, and a few more turns to go. Just a couple more kilometres for Pekka Päivärinta, and Kevin Kolsch to negotiate the Bonovo action. Yamaha R6 LCR machine. It's been a great effort from the Manninen. They've led for most of this race, however. When they were pushed hard by this pair, and they were found wanting, it has to be said, because they didn't manage to hold on to first place. They had to let it go. Päivärinta, who's managed the fastest lap at 2:16.0. That was on that last lap. So a 2 minute 16.0 for Päivärinta and Kolsch. The Manninens with a 2:18.1. That's been their best lap. Mäkelä and Soppa a 2:19.4. And Räikkönen back in 8th place. They managed a 2:19.6. It's the Belgian outfit that haven't managed to get out today. Kurt Gusser and Kurt Roets. Here they come then. Checkered flag awaits for Pekka Päivärinta and Kevin Kolsch. They take the checkered flag. Victory is theirs. And boy, did they work for it. Absolutely fantastic performance. Working in harmony. Here comes the outfit in 3rd place, Mäkelä and Soppa. The Manninens taking 2nd place, already having passed the checkered flag. There they are, just in the background now. Cracking race, plenty of incident in far from ideal conditions, of course, but Päivärinta and Kolsch really worked hard for that. Picking off their rivals and eventually making their way through to the #1 position where they held on to it. And this sets us up for a cracking second sidecar race later on today, of course, because the likes of the Manninens and Artiola and Mäkelä will be looking for stronger performances second time around, and maybe we might have very different conditions by then, because the conditions, the weather here continue to improve here at Imatra in Finland. Fingers crossed we don't get any more rain today. Because next we have Superbikes. And then this afternoon we'll be having more Supersport racing, more sidecar racing, more classic racing. Here's confirmation of the result. And we'll also have the King of Imatra to end the day. The big one, the big 14 lap, the blue ribbon event here in Imatra to round things off in around 4 hours' time. So Yamaha's taking the top 4 spots on the leaderboard. A couple of Suzukis. Superbikes are about 10 minutes away. We have a sidecar podium presentation to get underway before then. It'll be a little while before we get to that moment, I would imagine. I'll just confirm again what's happening this afternoon. So we've got the 12:30, we have the open Superbike race, that's 8 laps. Then there'll be a break at 1 o'clock for lunch. Then we'll be back at 1:35 with the International Road Racing Championship Supersport race. That will be a 10-lapper. Then classic retro Superbikes again, their second race with the Grand Prix 250 machines at 20 past 2. Then 10-lap Superbike race for the International Road Racing Championship at 3 o'clock. Second sidecars will be at 3:45. And then the big one, the King of Imatra. 14 laps at 4:30, all being well, and the weather continues to improve, and we keep to schedule.
ovatko sitten kenties keskeyttäneet.
Kun näin, 69.
So the outfits making their way round to the podium.
Hartikainen Loikala maali 8. 9. siis Minna Rantala, Mia Karjalainen.
The track though, even though it is improving, the track is still wet. And you'd have to suggest it will be declared a wet race for the Open Superbikes, which is coming up in around 10 minutes time from now. But here we are. What a race it was, what a performance, what a display from Päivärinta and Kolsch. So they'll be presented with their awards very soon. Yeah, well-deserved hugs. Great performance from those two. And also as well, don't forget the part that this pair played in that race. The Mannanens led for so long, but then that big move at the end of the lap, or start of the next lap, into the first turn. And in the end, they have to settle for second place. Did all that hard work over the opening 5-6 laps. But in the end, second place for them today. Then, of course, Petri Makler and Jana Sopper, who held 5th for so long, but eventually came through for a 3rd place finish. And here they come, Petri Makler and Jana Sopper, the Team Makler LCR Yamaha outfit. So we'll have some podium prize presentations coming up. And again, we'll be hearing the awards in finish, of course. So that should be getting underway any moment. So we'll be with you again in a few minutes once we get this underway. And then, of course, we have the Open Superbike race to look forward to, which is coming up after this presentation.
Aloitellaanpa sitten tämän päivän ensimmäisen sivuvaunukilpailun kukitustilaisuutta. Pyydetään kuskeja ja heidän parejaan yksitellen tuttuun tapaan tänne lavalle saamaan kukkia ja otetaan sitten kuvat ja kommentit siihen perään. Tänään hienosti kolmanneksi Petri Makkula ja Jaana Soppa. Lähdön toinen sija. Joni Manninen ja Tero Manninen. Ja kisan numero 1 voittaja Pekka Päivärinta ja Kevin Kölsch. Selvä. Otetaan sitten pari kommenttia. Aloitetaan täältä parista Petri Markkula, Jaana Soppa. Minkälainen, Jaana, oli tänään teidän suoritus?
Ihan kova ajo oli.
Entä sitten Petri, samat kysymykset?
Mokaa startin ja sitten tappelee tonnisten kanssa, niin se on vähän tolleen, muut pääsee karkuun.
Selvä. Kiitoksia ja onnittelut 3. sijasta. Sitten Joni Manninen, Tero Manninen, isä ja poika. 7 kierros taisi olla teidän se kompastuskivi, voisiko näin sanoa. Siinä mentiin pitkään rinta rinnan tämän voittajaparin kanssa, mutta lähellä kävi se turva-aitakin.
No se kävi vähän lähellä, mutta pakkahan se vaan yrittää. Pekka tuli jarruus ohi ja kuskin pitää vastata siihen. Niin se meni edellisen kierrokseen, Pekalle meni jarru pitkäksi, että tää on tämmöistä kilpailuja. Mutta on hyvä kisa.
Pystyykö siinä muuten kommunikoimaan kesken ajon näin parien kesken?
Ei me ainakaan kommunikoida. Turha pojalle mitään puhua.
Ei ole mitään salaisia käsimerkkejä tai sellaisia?
Ei ole. Eikä se usko kuitenkaan.
Mites kuskin kommentit? 7 kierros oli se kompastuskivi, mutta mitä kokonaisuus?
Ihan sellaista puhdasta ajoa. Se oli se harmittava pitkäksi ajo ja ihan oma ajo.
Selvä. Kiitoksia. Onnittelut 2. sijasta. Ja voittaja pari Pekka Päivärinta, Kevin Kölsch. Aloitetaan Pekasta. Minkälainen oli teidän suoritus?
Se oli yllättävän hyvä, että mä yllätyin, että mä ajattelin varovasti, että ei rikota pyörää. Mutta tosi hyvä pito oli koko ajan radalla. Mä ajattelin ehkäpä tästä sitten turvallisesti Maken kanssa eka siinä ja Make ajoi hienosti. Siinä oli jotain heikkoja kohtia tuo radalla. Mä hyödyisin sitten taas Maken suoranopeuden ja pääsin sitten hyvin ohi siinä sitten ja sitten pääsin vaan Mannisen kiinni, kun tuntui pyörä hyvältä ja annoin mennä ja aika turvallisesti ajettiin, että ei mitään turhia riskejä. Että me oltiin jossain kohtaa vähän vahvempi ja jossain oli taas Joni vahvempi, mutta se kokonaisuus sitten ja sitten tuo suorapäässä se jarrutaistelu, niin se sitten ratkaisi sen, että mä vähän hiilostin siinä ja odotin, että jospa tulisi virhe ja mä olin jees, virhe tuli, päästään ohi tästä. Että Joni ajoi hyviä teroja, kyllä mä sen tiesin, että ihan täysin ajoin, että pääsi ohi.
Selvä. Kiitos ja onnittelut teille voitosta. Ja sitten vielä yhteiskuvia saa ottaa. Voitte vähän tiivistää, jos haluatte. Kiitoksia. 3. sija Petri Markkula, Jaana Soppa.
So before we go Superbike racing, a little recap of what happened in the sidecars. The Manninens getting a great start ahead of Artiola. Päivärinta at this stage back in 3rd place. The Manninens, as they did for the first part, we saw a little slide here from Artiola with Päivärinta breathing down his neck, and eventually Päivärinta trying to make the move on Artiola. Artiola not yielding at that occasion, however, Artiola eventually dropping back down the order. Päivärinta going through into 2nd position. Makela would eventually go up into 3rd. Meanwhile, out in front, it looks as if Päivärinta had made his moment, but the Manninens hit back and reclaimed top spot, and then they were side by side as they came down into the turn, and then the Manninens just a little bit too hot, overshot slightly, and that allowed Päivärinta to go through and take over the lead, which he held all the way to the checkered flag. So that's the first sidecar race of the day completed. Next is Superbikes. Eight laps race distance for the open Superbike race. Costomo has to start as the red hot favourite, of course, after such a dominant display yesterday on bike 38. But there were very, very tricky conditions yesterday, still far from ideal today. Good to see Sheridan Murray is out on track this time around. Machines are out on their formation lap. This is how they'll line up.
It's the open class this time around. It's Kostomo, Carlsen, Muller, Datsa, Lahti, Rihonen, Van Eijs, Collin, Karki, Jorgensen, Blomhard, Manila, Walter, Kriknavi and Weintrick. And then on the next row after them is Peter Hickman. Alongside him, I think it's Brian McCormack as well. So they will be starting on row number 6. And that's really just the way that the qualifying has gone. So didn't manage to get enough laps out on the open. So it will be very interesting. A lot of work for Peter Hickman to do, having to start so far back down the field. Something he won't be too used to, of course. And at 8 laps, it's the shortest of the Superbike races of the weekend. We've still got 2 more Superbike races to come this afternoon. So make sure you stay tuned to us here, beaming to you live around the world from Imatra in Finland. We've got a 10-lap International Road Race Championship, and then we will end the day, all being well, with the 14-lap King of Imatra Superbike race. Earlier on today, we saw Peter Hickman crash out of the Supersport race, which was won by Pauli Pekkanen. This is the first Superbike race of the day here at Imatra. Yesterday, Erno Kostomo, number 38, dominated. And given that performance, you would expect more of the same from him today. Emily Lahti proved how good a rider he is by taking podiums in both Supersport and Superbike yesterday. So bike 22. He is starting down on, just trying to work out what row he's on. There's the man in pole, Costamo. Got a warm-up lap to complete after this. So you can see Erno Costamo just wiping away. Yeah, is looking for a cloth just to give himself some better vision through that visor. So they're making their way around. They'll want to make sure that he gets away first off the line for this warm-up lap. Number 4, Nico Muller. Kostomo, as they're told to look at the lights, and away they go. This is the warm-up lap. You see Peter Hickman a long way back down the order. And Emily Lahti already is pushing in ahead of Kostomo. So Brian McCormack, I'm not sure what's going on with Brian, but he's in pit lane. That's a shame, he went so well. Top 10 finish in the earlier Supersport race. I'm not sure what's going on with Brian McCormack. So it looks like Brian McCormack perhaps wants to rejoin, but I think he will be starting this from pit lane, so he'll be giving himself a lot more work to do. Just trying to read between the lines of that situation there. So there's the man, number 38, just going through now who has got to be the red-hot favourite. See a dry line appearing as well now. Number 60, Peter Hickman. He has got a lot of riders to get past if he's going to certainly think about getting even a top 6. But there is McCormack, and it looks as if he will have to start from pit lane, so he will rejoin right at the back. Once everyone's passed and away, Brian McCormack will be joining. So not only has Peter Hickman got a lot of work to do, so too Brian McCormack. Conditions certainly continue to improve here at Imatra. It's getting brighter. The sun really is breaking through the clouds. The track's still generally wet, although there are some dry lines appearing. And that dry line generally is the racing line as well. So once the machines have taken up their correct grid positions and the green flag is waved at the back, it will be time to remove that red flag, look at the lights, watch the lights go out and go racing 8 laps at Imatra.
Ajolinja, todella kapea sellainen, mutta nyt kuitenkin sitten
So Costomo on the BMW in pole position. You can see it is getting brighter.
Kyllä siitä kuivalta linjalta ihan kauheasti sivuun mennä. Erno Kostamo palopaikalla. 3. luvussa Niko Müller, 4. 55 David Datser ja sitten 5. luku numero 22 Emeli Lahti tyylikkään hopea sävytteisellä rykkösellä.
Brian McCormack, of course, will be starting this one from pit lane. No Didier Grams by the looks of things. So the green flag is waved. We're about to go racing, folks, at Imatra yet again. It's the turn of the Superbikes. Watch those lights, because they will go red, and then they will go out, and then they will go racing, and it's a great start from Costomo. And it looked like a cracking start too. In fact, indeed, it was a cracking start for number 55, David Dancer. Larty into third, bike 22. So they go into this first turn. There goes Peter Hickman as well, trying to make his way up through the order if he can. Bike number 60, he's already, looks as if he's into about 8th place. But Costomo is the man who is setting the pace out in front ahead of David Dancer. Nico Muller, not a great start from him. He's back in 5th position. Colin is ahead of him. So number 90, Magnus Collin, the Finnish rider, also on a BMW, is up in a 4th place. Hickman is now in 7th. So a sensational start from Peter Hickman. He knows he can't let the leaders go. And he's already into 6th by the looks of things. He's gone past Blomhard, so Hickman already working his way into 6th. His next target will be Nico Muller. Colin up to 4th. Larty in 3rd. But also we need to keep an eye on Peter Hickman, because he's just there. He is coming into the shot now. But these guys really have got to work together. Instead of trying to bite chunks out of each other and take 2nd, 3rd and 4th place, they need to work together and try and reel in this man and not let Erno Costomo get away if they can. Hickman, you feel, will be on the back of this bunch, this little gang of 4 before too long. And he could really about who out of those 5 riders will take 2nd place to Erno Costomo. I know it sounds like I'm waving the white flag in terms of who's going to win this race already, throwing in the towel, giving it to Erno Costomo, and of course he's got to earn it. But you know that he has the talent and the speed in which to do that, and already no one quite able to match him. Peter Hickman, if anything, will be delighted given the fact that at the end of lap 1 he's in 6th place, considering that he started back on row number 6. So Larty in 2nd place now from Dancer. Colin, Muller, Hickman a couple of seconds back in 6th place, then a big gap back to Valtonen. We know Lahti likes the wet. Datsa's not really shown us this weekend so far. He's not had a great deal of opportunities to do so, but he's not shown us so far really what a good talent he is. And there is Hickman. It won't be long before he'll be tasting the fumes from the back of Nico Muller's machine. Here they come. Incredible as well. I keep mentioning how many BMWs are in this fight. However, number 22, Emily Lahti on the Yamaha. On the R1, 35, David Datsa also on BMW. I've been really impressed with Emily Lahti this weekend. Really, really impressed so far. There he is, number 22. He's really, he put in some great performances yesterday, and he's doing exactly the same again today. He's had a podium finish in every race he's competed so far, and he's also one of the few riders that's competing in both the 600s and the 1000cc categories this weekend. Here comes Hickman though, and that gap is coming down. So it was just under 2 seconds from Hickman back to Nico Muller. And you feel it's these parts that certainly he'll be working that BMW to try and gain ground. There'll be late braking, good exit speed out of corners, etc. that will be helping him in trying to get involved in that little four-way fight for second place as Costamo continues to pull away out in front. He's beginning lap number 3, and that advantage, which was 2.4 seconds over Emily Lahti, has now gone out to 3.5. And here comes Nico Muller up the inside. Nico Muller, no, he's not going to make it. Colin just holds on to 4th place. So Hickman still just at the back of this shot. Maybe thinking, had he had a first or second row start, Peter Hickman, what might have been. Emily Lahti trying to shake off David Datsa, and seems to be doing so a little bit. There goes Hickman again. They're all pretty much equal in terms of as Costamo goes over. He must be maybe on full wet tyres perhaps, because he certainly went splashing through, and he went a little bit wide on the approach through RVS technology as Lahti hard on the brakes for this left-hand turn. Datsa still a very strong 3rd place. Hickman still not quite able to break that down actually. Oh no, maybe now. In fact, if anything, Nico Muller has just lost a little bit of ground on Colin and has dropped back to Hickman. So Nico Muller still in 5th place, just ahead of Peter Hickman. But what was a 4-way fight looks to be becoming a 3-way fight as things stand. Nico Muller just losing a little bit of ground on Colin. Peter Hickman now, it's still in 6th place, and maybe starting to think about making a move for 5th. So there is Colin, and there is Hickman, and there's Colin, and there is Muller, with Hickman behind him. Valtonen some distance off, back in 7th place. Schwimbeck is in 8th. Didier Grams is there, he's in 9th place. Blomhardt is 10th. And that looks to be, certainly that's maybe an issue then for Nico Muller, because Hickman has gone through to 5th and Muller has gone into pit lane. Meanwhile, David Datsa, I said Lahti was pulling away. Hang on a second, hold on to that, because certainly Datsa is right in Lahti's wheel tracks and looking super quick as they go through Ita Nordic and into TechnoSafe. Costamo continues to pull away out in front, just as he did yesterday. Oh, what an advantage he's got now. So Peter Hickman up into 5th place. And we're approaching the halfway stage in this race. Oh, and Lahti has dropped back into 3rd, so Datsa did pass Lahti. So Datsa through into 2nd place. Lahti back to 3rd. Colin still holding 4th. And it looks like Nico Muller is indeed a retirement. So these three, in fact you could say four, Hickman's still very much in the picture, fighting over the scraps being thrown to them from the Superbike table from Erno Karlstamo, because the Finnish rider is just pulling further and further away. 7 seconds now, the lead over David Datzer, the German, and we're only at the halfway stage in this race. Incredible. If you walk around Imatra, everywhere is number 38. All the t-shirts are either for Imatranajo for the event, but the majority are Erno Karlstamo fans, and you can understand why, in a performance like this, why. And Datzer is pulling really amazing. So Datzer pulling away from Larty and Collin. Hickman is trying to gain and looks to be gaining ground. Maybe a little bit of late braking from the Isle of Man TT winner. But just to give you an idea of who's doing what, let's see, 2 minutes and 2.2 seconds for Karlstamo in terms of lap times. This next fastest lap is Datzer, a 2 minute 4.5. A 2 minute 4.6 for Larty, 2 minute 4.7 for Hickman, 2 minute 5.1 for Magnus Collin. So this man, Karlstamo, last year's Macau Grand Prix winner, of course. Oh, and Hickman's gone through. There goes Hickman. Or has he? Yes, indeed he has. So Hickman goes through on Larty. Larty going backwards. Maybe Larty's had a moment somewhere, or maybe he's got an issue with his Yamaha. But Hickman now is up into 4th place, and perhaps, just perhaps, thinking about a podium finish. Plenty of time left in this race, of course. He's now got Magnus Collin just ahead of him. So Emily Larty, who looks to be struggling in terms of making it a continuation of podium finishes here at Imatra this weekend, because he's losing ground rapidly to Peter Hickman, who, don't forget folks, began this race on row 6. Row 6. He didn't even, when we brought up the top 15 riders from qualifying, he wasn't even on that leaderboard. But here he is now, Peter Hickman, and this is why the organisers have invited the likes of Peter Hickman and Brian McCormack to Imatra this weekend to give the fans something other than the Erno Karlstamo show. And here goes Hickman. Hickman goes 3rd. My goodness me, he blasted past Magnus Collin, and he's through to 3rd, and maybe now even perhaps thinking about 2nd place. Peter Hickman is in the groove. And in terms of a lap time, 2 minutes 3.9. So he's only the 2nd rider to go inside 2 minutes 4. And that other rider, of course, is the race leader, Karlstamo. So Peter Hickman up into 3rd place now. David Datzer in 2nd. Erno Karlstamo in 1st place. Peter Hickman certainly looking to put the disappointment of crashing out in the earlier Supersport race. And now Erno Karlstamo, of course, with his foot off the peg, with plenty of time to play with. But look how quickly this track is drying. Really is drying very, very rapidly. We've got the break coming up next, and then a whole afternoon's worth of racing to come. And maybe, just hopefully by then, this track will be fully dry by the time we go racing in just under an hour's time. Peter Hickman will have enjoyed this one. He's gone past so many riders. He's now just totally focused, picking his apexes, just managing it and trying to bring David Datzer in. He held 6th place for so long, did Hickman, on the FHO. It's the super stock bike, this, not the Superbike that he competes at either the Isle of Man TT. Well, he has a Superbike at the Isle of Man TT, and he also has a Superbike for the British Superbike Championship. But he's actually brought the super stock machine that he competed in the Isle of Man and the Northwest 200 with him this weekend. And of course, the Superstock machine that set the new lap record at the Isle of Man TT, 136.3 miles an hour this year on a Superstock machine. Incredible. So it was 3 seconds between Datsa and Hickman, and in fact it has extended out a little bit, so perhaps with just over a lap to go, well, just under 2 laps to go I should say, it looks really as if Costomo has got this in the bag, as we predicted, and Datsa in second place, just pulling out a little bit of a gap over Peter Hickman. Datsa's last lap was his fastest of the race at 2 minute 4.1, so still not quite inside 2 minutes 4, which is only Costomo and Hickman have achieved so far. So there goes Costomo, and here comes Datsa. And there is Hickman, gone out to 3.8 seconds this time. So Peter Hickman will be thinking, certainly with just over a lap to go, a third place finish will do me. Get on the podium yet again. Oh no, a red flag. So we have a red flag. So the race has come to a premature end. But certainly we will get a race result, and it should be Costomo, Datsa and Hickman in the top 3 positions. But Erno Costomo really, once he got into the lead, dictated everything about that race. But shame for Emily Lati, who was going so strong and dropped back, and also Nico Muller, who pulled into pit lane. David Datsa will be much happier with this performance this time, second place. And then Peter Hickman, of course, having started on row number 6, making his way all the way up into third place for what should be, we'll await confirmation, of course, a podium finish. Now, there was obviously we had a situation yesterday where we had a red flag in the Supersport race, and in the end they tried to rerun it over 5 laps, but they didn't. In fact, I'm just seeing a few spots of rain here as well. Just keep you updated on the weather situation. But this is an open race. It is a non-championship event. Yesterday was the International Road Racing Championship, so that's why they tried to rerun it. In the end, they didn't go full distance, so they only awarded half championship points. So Erno Costomo looks as if he will be declared the race winner, but again, that is a position on my behalf. We'll wait for official confirmation, of course, for that. With David Datsa in second place and Peter Hickman in third. So in terms of the fastest laps, 2 minutes 2.2 for Costomo in that race. Hickman with a 2 minute 3.9. And Datsa with a 2 minute 4.4. Lati with a 2 minute 4.6. Nico Muller was a 2 minute 5.2. Magnus Collin was a 2 minute 5.1, and then the rest really were down in the 7s and 10s. Grams and Schwimbeck a 7.1 and a 7.5 respectively. Valtonen at 2 minutes 6.3.
Tauko on nyt sitten
So they brought the bikes into pit lane. Now whether they're going to have a rerun, I'll be surprised. So the official reason, and it's an interesting reason, so because we declared the race a wet race at the start, they went out on wet tyres, but the track has dried so quickly, the tyres then were starting to melt, because obviously they're designed to race in the wet, not designed for the dry, and they started really deteriorating a lot more quicker than they would used to. So that was the reason why.
reilun puolen tunnin kuluttua. Hetken päästä mennään sitten podiumiin. Kunhan saadaan täältä sitten kilpailuja.
So, thankfully, none other reason than the fact that the track had actually, because it was drying, had become too dangerous. You can see there wet tyres. So wise decision. I don't think anyone really would be complaining about that. There was no real, certainly in the top end of the order, there was no real battles going on as we saw yesterday, like with Supersport.
Race was red flag simply because rain tires started to melt when track got much drier.
So they'll be making their way back then into the paddock, and we will soon have another presentation. So just in case you missed that, the fact that everyone was on wet tyres because it was a wet race and the track was drying rapidly, they decided to bring the race to a premature halt. Brian McCormack, who had to start that race from pit lane, his best time. He managed to get a 2-minute 12.7 in the end. He was way down the order. Of course, he had a lot of work to do because he effectively began that race at the very back of the field, having to let everyone go off the line and then rejoin and then join the race from pit lane. So we'll be having a prize presentation. Peter Hickman finds himself on the podium, this time on a Superbike, alongside David Datzer. And of course, Erno Costomo will be in the #1 position. So we'll have that prize presentation, then we'll be taking a break for lunch, and then we'll be back this afternoon for more racing from Imatra. But stay with us because, as I say, we have a prize presentation coming up very, very soon. In fact, Costomo has already made his way there. There is David Datzer. So David Datzer, who also, like Costomo, was at the Isle of Man TT this year. So too was Peter Hickman, of course. And here he is now, arriving. And I wonder if you'll say that might feel the fact that he began the race in on row #6 and ended up in 3rd place. That might feel just as good as a win, especially having never been here before this weekend. So an incredible performance from Peter Hickman. And it might just make him a little bit happier now after what happened this morning when he came together with another rider, with Tanskanen, and then fell off at Tamminen and was denied another podium position finish in the earlier Supersport race. So certainly Peter Hickman looks certainly very happy, and it'd be great to get his thoughts. We'll be getting them very soon. The prize presentation will be taking place very, very shortly. Of course, we'll get to hear from David. He'll be speaking in English, I would imagine, and of course Erno Costomo, who is very good at most things. The one thing he's not very good at, though, is speaking English. Not though you'd expect him to speak English here, but yeah, even when he went at Macau last year. So that's a different looking Peter Hickman than we saw after he'd just been punted off the Supersport bike earlier on today. Anyway, let's crack on with the prize presentation.
Taas yksi kerrallaan kisailija tänne lavalle. Aloitetaan kolmanneksi tulleella Third place in this open Superbike race, Mr. Peter Hickman. Stay there. Antakaa ne kukat nyt sille. Toinen sija, second place in this open Superbike race, Mr. David Datzer. Ja Open Superbiken voittaja, Imatran moottorikerhoa edustava Erno Kostamo! Mennään heti kommenttikierroksen pariin. Let's take a few comments from Mr. Peter Hickman at first. Peter, how was the race?
Yeah, not too bad. The track was drying really fast, but I started, I think, 16th on the grid. I was a long way back because yesterday in the rain, I only had an intermediate rear tyre, so couldn't really get a good lap time yesterday. But yeah, to come through the pack was good fun anyway. Erno had already kind of cleared off, and David as well, so it was just trying to work towards them a little bit. And I was just starting to close on Datzer, and then the red flag came out. So, but no, happy to be third place on the big bike after a third place yesterday on Supersport.
How's your weekend been so far here in Imatra?
It's been really good. Everyone's been really nice. It's just the weather that's not been so good. But apart from that, the track is awesome. You people are awesome, and I'm happy to be here.
Thank you and congratulations, Mr. Peter Hickman. And second place, David. How was the race, on your opinion?
Yeah, for me was this race very good. After the last race yesterday in the rain, I had no so good feeling, and yeah, today I feel me very good on the bike, and yeah, with the wet conditions and the little dry line, it was good for me.
Okay, how's the famous Imatra spirit been treating you this weekend?
The spirit is very high, and yeah, I love it here.
Thank you and congratulations. Ja sitten tämän lähdön voittaja Erno Kostamo toista kertaa jo tänä viikonlopun aikana tässä podiumilla ykköspaikalla. Paljon onnea ja mielipiteesi tästä kisasta.
Kiitos. Oikeastaan samanlainen kuin eilenkin, että pikkusen hermostuneempi oli alussa, että piti vähän yrittää puskea sitä eroa siinä alussa ja tuntui, että ei oikein karise ihan hirveästi niitä sekunteja siihen tahtiin, mitä toivoisi, mutta kyllä se nyt toi 10 sekuntia taas riittää.
Kyllä se aika ylivoimaisesti riitti, mutta kerrotko vielä minulle ja ehkä muillekin tietämättömille, miksi tämäkin kisa keskeytettiin?
Se taisi olla, tai olikin turvallisuussyistä, että kisan järjestäjä teki sen ratkaisun, että takarenkaat rupeaa kuumenemaan niin nopeasti, että ne rupeaa sieltä hajoilemaan, mutta en tiedä. Se on tietysti taas tiimeistä kaikista kiinni, että kärkikolmikolla niin ihan hyvät renkaat oli, että ei siinä ole mitään, mutta parempi näin, niin turvallisuus edellä.
Haluaisin vielä tietää, että mihin tämä sinun ylivoima perustuu? Onko se pyörä vai kuski vai niiden mukava yhdistelmä?
No kyllä se on se yhdistelmä ja sitten tietysti kotiyleisö, niin se on kanssa siinä.
Näin on. Annetaan vielä voittajalle Erno Kostamo, Imatran moottorikerho. Thank you all the drivers, gentlemen. Peter Hickman, David Datzer and Erno Kostamo. And now a few pictures, please.
Thank you.
Confirmation then of that race result. We didn't go the distance in the end, but Kostamo from Datzer, Hickman, Colin in 4th, Larty 5th, Walton in 6th, Grams in 7th, Schrimbeck, Blomhard, Muller, Van Eijs, Lindström, Roslinger, Jorgensen and Palaranta. And of course, if we can keep the rain away for the rest of the day, we could be on for one of the races of the year, the big mega 14-lap King of Imatra Superbike race to end the program later today. If we can get it Superbike tyres, Superbike on their dry tyres, and we can get maybe the likes of Hickman racing at the front with Costomo and Datsa and Lati. I say all level playing field, no wet surface to contend with. It could be an absolute corker. Hickman, of course, by then will be a lot more familiar with the track, if he isn't it already. But we could be on for one of the races of the year today, later on here from Imatra. We're taking a short break in a moment. First though, we'll have a quick recap of that race. Hickman starting from row 6. Costomo taking the lead. Datsa into second place. Lati was in third. But Lati, who for the first time this weekend has failed to make it onto the podium, was soon up into second place. So Emily Lati holding on to second. Meanwhile, further back, Hickman was making his way through the order and was up into 6th place. So incredible, he's picking them off one by one. A little bit of a four-way fight going on with Colin and Muller also involved. Muller eventually retired, and then Hickman blasted his way through into 3rd place. Then Costomo was leading from Datsa in 2nd place. But in the end, the red flag came out, and wisely too, with most of the riders on wet tyres and the rubber deteriorating as the track improved, certainly in terms of dryness, and the tyres therefore not working as well. And so the decision was to bring the race to a premature halt, and in the end it was Costomo who was awarded the race win. So make sure you don't go too far, because we're going to carry on at 1:35 local time. It's just gone 1:05 here in Finland, so just under half an hour we will be racing again at Imatra. Make sure you stay either tuned with us. If not, make sure you come back then in just under 30 minutes time. See you soon.
näin tässä tauon aikana sitten saadaan jälleen eilisen tapaan tuo TCR-auto sitten radalle ja kerrotaan siitä ja vähän luokastakin sitten lisää. Harri Tepponen siellä tuon Cupra puikoissa sitten tulee olemaan. Eli sieltä tuo TCR-auto sitten saapuu tänne Vuokseen suoralle. Lähdettiin menemään. Eli TCR, näitä moderneja nykyautoluokkia, kilpailukykyinen, kustannustehokas rata-autoluokka. Nämä autot pohjautuu sedan hatchback-mallisiin laitteisiin ja totta kai nämä autot ovat keskenään kilpailukykyisiä, tarjoavat aidon kilpailun aikakokemuksen sekä korkean suorituskyvyn. Ja eilenkin tästä mainitsin, niin näillä TCR-autoillahan niillähän voi kilpailla sitten ihan kansallisesti myös sitten globaalisti, eli niitä sarjoja ajetaan sitten ympäri Eurooppaa ja maailmanmestaruussarja VTCR, siellä on sitten se huippu tuote tässä TCR-perheessä. Ja nyt nähdään sitten, miten tällainen täysvärinen kilpa-auto soveltuu tänne Imatran katuradalle. Ja TCR tuli täksi vuodeksi sitten Suomeen. Autoja on muistaakseni 7-8 kappaletta tällä hetkellä Suomessa. Ja tuolla esimerkiksi Westmanit olivat ajamassa tuolla kauden avauskilpailussa Alastarolla ja osoittivat sen, että näillä autolla saadaan hienoa kilpailua aikaiseksi. Totta kai autoja kaivataan vielä sitten kilpailuihin lisää, mutta niitä on sitten tulossa. Alastarolta aloitettiin motoparkissa tuo sarja sitten, eli Finnish Racing Championship, jonka yhteydessä sitten ajetaan TCR-autoilla, niin me oltiin sitten motoparkissa, mutta siellä ei sitten näitä TCR-autoja ollut. Ja sitten taas Finnish Racing Championship, jossa TCR sitten esiintyvät, ovat seuraavan kerran Seinäjoella tämän kuun 22. ja 23. päivä. Silloin ajetaan Seinäjoen katuradalla, eli kyseessä siis vauhtiajot. Pärnu on vuorossa elokuussa, Porsche Ring on silloin näyttämönä. Sitten ajetaan Alastalon uudella radalla ja varmasti moottoripyöräilijätkin sitten palavat halusta päästä kokeilemaan sitten tuota Alastalon uutta pidennettyä rataa. Siellä ensimmäiset kilpailut sitten autoilla 2-3.9. mennään syyskuun puolelle. Ja siitä vain pari viikkoa, niin silloin kauden päätöstapahtuma Finnish Racing Championship ja siellä myös mukana sitten Rata SM ja TCR-autot ja totta kai myös Legendsit kaikissa näissä mukana eli Legendsit ja sitten taas moottorilla varustettuja autoja. Mutta nyt Tepponen tulee sieltä sitten Cuprallaan Vuoksen suoraan. Ja huomioitavaa vielä, että tuo Ahveniston päätöskilpailu se 16.17.9. niin se on ilmaistapahtuma, eli sinne sitten kannattaa lähteä katsomaan suomalaista rata-autoilua ja siellä mukana siis Rata SM, siellä on mukana TCR-luokat ja siellä myös sitten Legends Long. Ja tuossa näissä autoissa sitten noin 300 hevosvoimaa ja kuten tuossa tuli mainittua, nehän näyttää vähän tuollaista normaaleilta perheautoilta, mutta tosiaan 300 heppaa niistä löytyy ja rakennetaan suoraan sitten TCR-luokan autoiksi. Ja Audi, Hyundai, Honda omissa tehtaissaan näitä rakentavat sitten esimerkiksi näissä tehtaissa rakennetaan sitten näitä autoja. Siinä vähän informaatiota sitten TCR:stä ja Tepponen siellä autollaan sitten radalla vielä menee. Kello on 13.30 ja 13.35. IRRC Supersport luokan startti. Sarjassahan Jorn Hamberg oli ykköspaikalla ennen tänne Imatralle tuloa ja ymmärtääkseni on edelleenkin siellä, vaikka eilen ei sitten tulosta saanut. Ja sama juttu Marek Cerveni, hänkään ei eilen sitten tulosta saanut, on siinä kakkospaikalla, mutta molemmilla sieltä niin sanottu puhdasta listaa, puhdasta saldo on, eli siellä Harberg on voittanut kaikki 4 kilpailua sekä Hengelossa että Slideshissa sitten molemmat kisat ja sitten taas Cerveni on ollut molemmissa 2. Muista sijoista sitten täällä on taas vähän enemmän hajontaa ja sen takia siellä 3. paikalla oli ennen Imatralle tuloa Sebastian Frotscher. Hän on 46 pistettä ja vain pisteen perässä sitten Ilja Kaljuov, eli siinä nämä sitten Rico Vetter siinä 5. paikalla saksalainen 4 pisteen päässä Kaljuovista, Thomas Wendel myöskin saksalainen 6. Suomalaista paras Anssi Koski. Hänellä pistettä 35. Mutta nämä tosiaan tämä ei päivittynyt vielä nuo eilisen jälkeiset pisteet, eli ei lähdetä niitä sen enempää sitä spekuloimaan, vaan mennään sitten tähän kilpailuun ja katsotaan, kuinka tässä kilpailussa tulee käymään. Paikalta starttaa joka tapauksessa Pauli Pekkanen kakkosruudusta, Marek Cerveni ja Jorn Hamberg sitten kolmosruudusta. Hetkinen, onko tää sama? Joo, seuraavaan riviin sitten 199 numerolla Pierre-Yves Bian, Niko Lehtiranta ja Anssi Koski. Koske siitä sitten ruudusta, eli tästä laitetaan sitten jälleen rokki soimaan ja homma käyntiin, eli nyt lähdetään sitten jo kuivuneelle radalle ja toivotaan, ettei sieltä taivaalta enää sitä vettä.
Welcome back to Imatra in Finland. Just had a short break and now we are ready to go racing again around this 4.9 kilometer long Jarno Saarinen circuit. Next, it's the Supersport machines out for their second stint today, this time in the International Road Race Championship. 10 laps the race distance this time. And of course, we've not had any rain since we had that red flagged open Superbike race a short time ago. So this is very much a dry race. There are still a few dark clouds around though, I have to report. I'm afraid I have to report because we're just hoping still see a few puddles still about from the earlier downpour that we had a few hours ago. However, this time, fingers crossed, we'll get a dry 10-lap race. Championship points on offer as well this time. We only managed around 2/3 distance yesterday. We tried to get a rerun Supersport race over 5 laps, but the weather was so bad when they went out on their formation lap that the riders just said enough's enough. And the clerk of the course listened and decided that it was enough and then gave everybody half points. This is how they line up then. Cerveni, Pekkanen, who has again to stop favourite Hamburg. Who knows what's going to happen with Jan Hamburg? Will he race this time around? Then we've got Bian, Letiranta and Hickman on row 2, Koski, Clear Savoyan, who showed so well in yesterday's earlier race, but was nowhere to be seen really in the earlier club open race that took place to start off proceedings earlier today. We've still got classic retro Superbike and Grand Prix 250 racing to come. We've also got a second sidecar race to come. There's the Superbike International Road Race Championship race to come as well. That will be over 10 laps. And of course, the big one at the end of the day, the King of Imatra.
No, Pierre-Yves Bian menee kuitenkin sinne nelosruutuun.
So that was their formation lap.
Punaisilla täplillä.
And it'd be nice to actually have a 600 race in the dry this time.
Bianin tunnus.
There'll be another warm-up lap after this once they've cleared the grid. And then we will go racing 10 laps the race distance.
71.
around 39 kilometers in total. So when this one is finished, it will be the classic Superbike Grand Prix 250 machines. Then it will be the Superbike class for the International Road Race Championship. Then the sidecars will be out, and then rounding things off at around 4:30. It's just gone 1:30 here, so in around 3 hours' time, 14-lap king of Imatra. Well, there's Jorn Hamburg, number 95, starting on the front row. Maybe this time it will be his turn to shine. Pierre Vispian, who started so well yesterday, but has been strong throughout, consistently finishing top 6 this weekend. And certainly about time the Frenchman will be thinking that he got on the podium. So there's Letiranta on bike 71. And number 51, Ansi Koski. As you'd imagine, a strong finish feel to this race here in Imatra. I just wonder as well what state Peter Hickman's Trooper Triumph is in after his coming together with Tanskanen earlier today.
Onko muuten kisa viikonlopun ensimmäinen kilpailu? Kyllä, jossa päästään ihan uimankelin normaali starttiprotokollan mukaisesti liikkeelle.
Just checking, I fear that graphic we gave you before may be wrong. That may be for the open class qualifying positions. Just checking, it's this time obviously it's the International Road Race Championship. For those qualifying positions this time, so
mitään erikoisempia toimia. Ja nyt ei todellakaan enää sadeputkaa vilkujen mukaan toivotaan, pysyy eri kuivana tämän loppupäivän ajan.
yeah, I have a feeling that we've got no Peter Hickman this time around.
Supersportin jälkeen vielä ohjelmassa.
I'll wait for confirmation of that, but he came together with Tanskanen on lap 2 of the Open Supersport race earlier today here at Imatra.
Imatra Open Superbike kilpailu peräti 14 kierroksen mittaisena, jossa ratkeaa sitten tuo himoittu King of Imatra-titteli ja SUF Helsinki Paroni.
It does look though we're going to have a dry race. As I say, there is a couple of dark clouds around, but there's no wind, very little breeze. If anything, all the flags you'll notice are hanging limp. So if there is any rain clouds, it's certainly not being blown this way.
Sieltä SUF Helsinki-sivuilla voitte käydä katsomassa, minkälaisia kelloja sieltä löytyy. Yksinkertaisesti tai lyhyesti voi sanoa, että upeita. Käykää tutustumassa.
They'll go for a warm-up lap once everybody's happy.
Sen lisäksi, että ne on käyttöesineitä, ne on kyllä sitten todellisia taideesineitä.
Yeah, I don't think Peter Hickman's Trooper Triumph is on the grid for this one.
Näin alkaa olla kaikki valmista. Avustajat ulos kehästä.
So Nico Tanskanen was the rider that he came together with as they came into Tamanen in the earlier race today in the Supersport class.
Varusteineen poistuu pitlanein puolelle.
So that's a shame really for the fans who've come here this weekend to not only watch Costomo, etc., but also to see Peter Hickman here. Hickman should have been where Bian is, well, just behind where Bian is. So yes, no Peter Hickman then for this second International Road Race Championship Supersport race. So watch the lights, away they go. So they'll zip around, it'll take 2.5 minutes or so for them to make their way around. There's Forrest Dunn, bike 88. And Brian McCormack on bike 111. But Pauli Pekkanen is going to be the man to beat yet again. The only difference is though, maybe this time it is a dry track, whereas we've had 2 wet Supersport races so far. So we'll see really how good Pekkanen is in the dry, because we know how fantastic he is in the wet. Such a tricky exit on this right-hand turn as they go onto OVS technology.
No tuolla ajosuunnassa vasemmassa reunassa RVS-teknologian takasuoran päässä siellä on.
It's good actually that we're having a dry race this time. And let's hope it stays dry. As I say, there'll be some riders that really aren't keen on racing in the wet. And we'll get to see exactly what everybody can do in these conditions. As you can still see, there are a few damp patches here and there, but generally off the racing line. So they'll all be on dry tyres. Because it's a dry race, if it does start to rain, then of course the red flag will come out and the race will be stopped.
Kuiva ajolinja.
Even though it is dry, it is that man on bike 18 who has to start as favourite again. Number 18, Pauli Pekkanen. Pierre Visbian will start right behind him. And again, Jorn Hamburg, great to see him on the Dutchman on the front row, taking up his position this time. And maybe Hamburg can take the fight to Pekkanen. So too Marek Cerveny, who was a podium finisher last year here in Imatra, has been nowhere really near the podium this weekend. It's a mixture of Yamaha and Triumph machines with the odd Kawasaki thrown in. Mesto's on the MV Augusta. Okay, this is it, folks. We're about to go racing once again. It's 10 laps the distance this time. It's a championship race, of course, as the lights go out now. And it is a good start from Pekkanen. Also Bian from row 2 off to another sensational start by the looks of things. In fact, it could be Bian who leads, or will it be Pekkanen as they come into the first turn? It's Bian, the Frenchman. He's got it from Pekkanen. So Bian leads. Pierre Visbian takes the lead as they go down. And in fact, it looks as if Pekkanen has indeed settled into second place behind him. Can Bian keep the finish riding behind him? And of course, this time, as I've said before, we're on a dry track. So Bian might be feeling a lot more confident with things this time around. So Bian leading Pekkanen. And of course, Cerveny, the Czech Republic rider, in third. Hamburg is in fourth. Tanskanen in fifth. Letiranta in sixth. Koski is then holding seventh position. And what a difference this track is now, considering as Pekkanen, has he got the lead? No, Bian has still got it. It's still Bian, but Pekkanen is looking very menacing in second place. Bian will do very well to hang on to this advantage if he can, and already those two pulling away from Giovanni in third place. Hamburg still holding fourth, Tanskanen in fifth. Oh, a moment for Bian, he just clipped the curb and he's managed to recompose himself super quick. But my goodness me, foot off the pegs time for the Frenchman there. And again, it's just on the power again. And his nerves will be shot, and maybe Pekkanen can take advantage now if they come down into Tamminen. No, Bian still holds the line coming in. But certainly a couple of moments for Bian there. But certainly that woke him up. So Pierre Bian in the lead and still just about holding on to that lead, and I say he'll have to just focus himself again, get fully concentrated once more. But now Pauli Pekkanen might just use this start-finish to power his way through into first place. He's right up behind the Frenchman now, he's right on his rear wheel and pulls out, goes up on the inside. So Pekkanen leads. Pauli Pekkanen has taken the lead from Bian, but Bian could maybe take it back on the brakes. No, Bian hitting the brakes now. Bian's having a go, but he won't do it. Pekkanen still takes the lead. And so Pauli Pekkanen leads from Bian. But a little moment, maybe the curb might be just damp, maybe just inside that part of the course. Maybe that's what caused Bian to suddenly sit up momentarily. But my goodness me. But Pauli Pekkanen is on his way already. Giovanni's still holding third place, Hamburg is still fourth, Tanskanen fifth, Letiranta in sixth place. Oh, they're riding out, two riders, my goodness. And that's gonna take it should be able to clear up pretty quickly. But he just lost power then, just high-sided as he got on the power. Not sure who the rider was, and Pekkanen just clipping the curbs as well. Pauli Pekkanen just having a little reminder there. So not too sure the two bikes who went through there, they went on to RVS technology. We'll get confirmation. The good news is that they were both on their feet pretty quickly. And just see there where the road just drops down, that's where they caught Bian out before. And you can see this part, there's still a little bit of dampness around. This is because it's under trees. Doesn't get the sun as much as the other parts of the track. And again, it might just be, the track might just be a little bit greasy in parts still. It's not dried fully. But Pauli Pekkanen will begin lap number 3 of 10 as the race leader. Bian still holding second place, Giovanni in third, Hamburg is fourth. So here he comes then to cross the line now. So 2 minutes and 0.4 tenth of a second for Giovanni. And Bian will do well now to hang on to the Finn because the Finn is pulling away. So they just ride the waves as they come out of Pura Varico. But here's this moment again, still not too sure which rider it was, just got on the power too quick. Just trying to see if I can catch any numbers there. 21, and is that 99? But certainly 21 is Thomas Wendel, the German. It wasn't 99, it might have been 49 perhaps, but we'll get confirmation of that soon. But certainly Thomas Wendel on bike 21 was the unfortunate rider that got collected. The great news is the team of marshals, etc., have worked super quick to clear that part of the track. And racing continues here at Imatra. It's always a worry, obviously, when you get on the throttle coming out of a turn like that. The bike sometimes can spit you off if you just get crossed up. But Pauli Pekkanen on his way to full championship points if he can maintain this. Just again see damp parts of the track. The bridge is just crossing over now. It had to be raised. It used to be a lot flatter than it is. But now they have these double-decker trains in going across Europe. They had to raise the bridges to accommodate the, even though the trains that use this circuit, or that use the is the line that runs adjacent to this circuit of freight trains, not passenger. But even so, they've had to raise the bridge. Pekkanen leads, however, big question mark over second place. Bian now has Marek Červený breathing down his neck. Jorn Hamburg back in fourth, Letti Ranta in fifth place, and it looks like Letti Ranta is pulling in, so Letti Ranta is going to be a retirement. Tanskanen is indeed in fifth place, and Letti Ranta, unfortunately for him, has only managed to complete 3 laps of this race. Meanwhile, Bian still has Červený right behind him. And you would fancy that Červený will be thinking about a move on Bian sooner rather than later. And that is how to exit that corner. There goes Hamburg. Oh, and onto the pavement goes Tanskanen. Well, he has that big, wide style of his as Červený looks to go through on Bian. He's just about to go make that move now, is he? Yes, he does, but can he stop in time? Just about. Červený makes it through. Oh, and the hand goes up. I don't know what that's for. Maybe it's for Bian, but it's certainly I wouldn't have acknowledged or made any apologies to Bian there at that part of the corner. He might have, because it was such a big move. Maybe the Czech Republic rider was saying to Bian, I'm sorry about that. I went for it and I was committed, and that's why I couldn't pull out of it. So Červený goes up into second place. Pierre Vispian goes back to third. There's a big gap back to fourth. So Hamburg is still holding that. Lahti maybe not as good on the dry on bike 22 as he is in the wet. But maybe then, having said that, we may still see Lahti come strong, because we saw that first race yesterday. He came from nowhere. However, that was in the wet, not in the dry, to move up into second place in that first Supersport race yesterday. So here they come. Pauli Pekkanen is already coming down into the first turn. Inch perfect from the Finn. And already 3 seconds to good over Marek Červený. Now here's Brian McCormack chasing Koski. McCormack up to 8th place now. He'd be delighted if he could get anywhere near the top 6. He's a big man, Brian McCormack, as you can see. You can say more suited to a Superbike. He absolutely dwarfs that Triumph that he's on right now. So you think Peter Hickman is tall? Brian McCormack is just as big, if not bigger. And right now he's all over the back of Koski. So the Irishman in a strong 8th place here in this International Road Race Championship Supersport race. Coming up to halfway distance. This at the moment is the closest battle, although Bian still keeping Červený in his sights. Cormac just keeping Koski just within arm's length. Meanwhile, Pauli Pekkanen is through. Červeny's doing a good job hanging on in second place. Not seeing as big a lead this time from Pekkanen in the dry as we saw from him in the wet. Coming up to complete yet another lap. We are moving into the second half of this race here at Imatra in this beautiful part of Finland. Pekkanen with a lap time of 1:59.1. That's the fastest lap of the race so far. Červený does a 1:59.5. That's his fastest of the race so far. Bian with a 2:0.7, the fastest from him. In fact, everybody putting in fastest laps on this lap 5. Hamburg with a 2:01.0. Tanskanen with a 2:0.7. Lahti with a 2:0.7. Koski with a 2:2.4. And McCormack with a 2-minute 2.7. Then we go back to Froscher, etc. And they are lap times 3 or 4 seconds off the top 8 riders in this field at the moment. So Pekkanen continues to lead from Giovanni, almost 4 seconds the gap now. And Giovanni in turn has pulled a further second or so on Bian. He now has a 3-second cushion over the Frenchman. Jorn Hamburg, though, has now got Tanskanen right behind him. Again, Tanskanen completely leaning off the bike. You watch the styles of some of the riders, they'll tend to move just a bum cheek or whatever across the seat. Tanskanen completely feet on the pegs, backside off the seat, all over the machine. There's obviously something he feels comfortable with there. You can just see Hamburg just moving. He's got his right bum cheek off as he goes on the right-hand turn. Keeps his left bum cheek on the seat, whereas Tanskanen, both cheeks off. Out of SUF Helsinki into Imatra. Hamburg, and it's great to see him racing again this weekend. He went strongly here last year in 2022. However, he failed to make the earlier 2 Supersport races, but he's out on track and keeping a very rapid-looking Tanskanen at bay. Tanskanen just trying to crawl up and try and gain some ground, but he's just keeping that gap between them. And there's Larty in the distance, back in 6th place. Koski has gone through in 7th, and he's got McCormack still right behind him in 8th position. Then there's some time before Froescher comes through in 9th. We're back with this battle for 4th place, and then back with Pauli Pekkanen. Giovanni doing very well. This is much better from Giovanni as well, because he started strongly in the other races and then just faded and disappeared. However, things are working for him now and again. Maybe another rider who prefers racing in the dry and not in the wet. As Pekkanen goes past a slower rider. In fact, that's Kirsi Kainalainen. So she's just been lapped. Giovanni, we should be seeing Bian, and there is Bian. And then any moment now we should be seeing Hamburg and Tanskanen. Here they come, just watching those front wheels go light as they go across the crest of the bridge. There's Larty still on bike 22. And a little bit of a wait before Koski and McCormack get here. There's about 11-second gap between Larty and Koski. Here they come now. Koski still with McCormack behind him, so that's the top 8 riders through. Meanwhile, Larty, who's still holding 6th place. Emily Larty already 3 podium finishes this weekend, very impressive. And Koski about to get aboard, telling them that there's a rider right behind him. He'll probably hear him as well. Meanwhile, Pekkanen still picking off the slower rider. 74 is Sami Simesto, and that's the MV Augusta. The South African rider here racing on the Pens bike this weekend. McCormack still happy to sit behind Koski, it would seem. This is the battle for 7th place. Drawing ever nearer. McCormack, we may be thinking about where, if anywhere, he may just be a little bit stronger. He's followed Koski enough now to perhaps learn a little bit more about his rival. Maybe see exactly where he can find him. So Brian McCormack trying to just find that gap that maybe Koski might just leave open for him to exploit and take that 7th position away. However, he just can't quite get close enough to perhaps think about a move. You can see he really does gain on the entry speed into those chicanes. He'll do it again here. But it's just about the exit speed as well, if we can manage to maintain that. We might just just give him a fighting chance. Here we go. McCormack not quite close enough, but he's closing and gaining, and certainly thinking about a move. Maybe into Tamanen if he can get close enough to go over the top of the bridge. No, he'll have to wait again. Just have to bide his time and wait for the door of opportunity to open for him. Meanwhile, Pekkanen is already on his penultimate lap. And he now has a 6-second advantage over Cerveni. Maybe the way the slower traffic is falling for him, it might just be working in Pekkanen's favour, because he's just found 3 seconds from somewhere. He's put in a lap of 1:58.6. Cerveni's best lap is at 1:59.2, but that was on the previous lap. So it's Pekkanen from Cerveni, Bian with what looks to be a solid third place. You see, maybe that rider's just held up Pekkanen for about a second or so there, because the gap between him and second place has just squeezed a little bit tighter, but not too much that he'll be concerned about that right now. So it's business as usual for the Finn. Get out in front, open up an advantage and use that to play with. More slower riders for him to negotiate his way around. Erik Kjus from Norway. In fact, I think that's Erik Kjus on the Borg Kjus Racing Yamaha. Still refusing to let go of Koski as they come through a Varco again. However, Bian has disappeared. Pierre Visbian unfortunately was in, I said, a solid third place. That means Hamburg has gone up into third position and Bian looks to be a retirement. Pierre Visbian, not too sure what's happened to the Frenchman, but Bian, having looked to be such... in fact, this could be McCormack now, is it? No, not quite close enough, but meanwhile, Pekkanen still picking off slower riders. Oh, and a mistake from Pekkanen. He joins the old road. Pekkanen carries on, my goodness me. Maybe his concentration is going. It will be back sharply in focus now, though, after that moment. But he nearly threw it away there, so Pauli Pekkanen continues to lead this race, but only just. McCormack still all over Koski, but just can't find that window of opportunity to make the move. Maybe slower traffic might just be one of the reasons again. He turns out of there so well, McCormack. And he's still tracing Koski, and they're coming up on a slower rider now. But they should both get past by the time they come into Truckee Palvelu. In fact, maybe not. McCormack should do it. McCormack goes through. And that was Sami Semesto at the Augusta. Maybe. And now, amazingly, Tanskanen has passed Hamburg for third place. So we battle on for third as we watch Pauli Pekkanen power his way towards the checkered flag yet again here at Imatra. He's racking up the trophies. Here he comes again. It's another win for Pauli Pekkanen. However, we still have some question marks over who else is going to be on the podium. Marek Cerveni should be coming through on bike 45. But it's going to be Tanskanen from Hamburg. In fact, Lahti takes the position from Hamburg. My goodness me, what a finish. So Bian, who looked for so long as if he was going to have third place, and then it looked as if it would be Hamburg, but somehow, from nowhere, Tanskanen on bike 93, and no wonder he's pulling wheelies further back, has taken third spot. Incredible. Lahti has gone into fourth, and Hamburg has ended up finishing 5th. Koski is 6th. McCormack is in 7th place. So Brian McCormack unable to find that move on Koski, which would have given him a top 6 finish. But again, it's another solid performance from the Irishman in the Supersport class here at Imatra. But it's Pauli Pekkanen who is dominant once more. Marek Jeveni in 2nd place. And Nico Tanskanen taking a 3rd place finish. Emilio Lati, well, I said for so long was holding 6th position and just seemed out of the equation, and then in the end is less than a second, and there's Bian. Oh dear. So that looks like it's going on to RVS Technology, and that's where we saw the Pekkanen have his moment. I need to confirm that, of course, but that's what happened to Bian. Forrest Dunn crosses the line for a 14th place finish. Oh, poor Pierre Vispian. The early leader, of course. But in the end, looks as if he's crashed out by the looks of things. We'll have to wait and see. But again, more misfortune for the Peter Hickman Performance Racing team. We've got the Classics coming out next. They are due to start in around quarter of an hour's time. We of course though have to have the podium presentations for this, and again it's the Finns that are dominating proceedings here. Jeveni though back on the podium. Confirmation of the results then. Pekkanen from Jeveni, from Tanskanen, Lati in 4th, Hamburg 5th, Koski 6th, McCormack 7th, Kallio in 8th, Froscher 9th, Vetter in 10th, Murray with an 11th place finish in the end, Rhys Hardesty in 12th, Uski in 13th, Dunn in 14th, and Viperi in 15th position. So while the podium presentations take place, I'm sure the likes of Pierre Vispian will be collected, and I would imagine Thomas Vendel will also be waiting to be picked up as well. And I'm still not too sure who the other rider was that went down, who actually caused that crash. And unfortunately for Thomas Vendel, he could not avoid the stricken machine and went down, but thankfully both riders were back on their feet. But it is a really tricky part, arguably the trickiest part of the track, that right-hand turn onto RVS Technology. So here's Pauli Pekkanen again, and unfortunately they haven't found a box for him to stand on this time, so even though he'll be in the middle of the stage, I fear he'll be dwarfed again. But Pauli Pekkanen with the victory on the Triumph. And Marek Jeveni back on the podium at last. He would have been very disappointed had he left Imatra without taking at least one podium position, the Czech Republic rider, but he has managed to this weekend. He took a 3rd place finish from memory last year as well. In fact, I was going to say Marek Jeveni took 2nd this time. Maybe it'd be quicker and easier if they just swapped the numbers around at the back. Keep the bikes where they are. Don't try to move the bikes. Just move the numbers at the back. But Nico Tanskanen just snatching 3rd place. A 3rd place that looked for so long as if it was going to go to Pierre Vispian. Oh no, they've managed to move the bikes instead. Fair enough. So Tanskanen, after his exploits with Peter Hickman this morning, finds himself and the Ducati on the podium here at Imatra. So too Pauli Pekkanen. He's completely dominated this class all weekend from the very first turn of the wheel. conditions may continue to improve here at Imatra. Sun continues to come out. The track is dry. And we're about to have some podium presentations here at Imatra any moment now. I will hear Marek, I would imagine, talking in English, but of course Nico and Pauli will be speaking in their native tongue when we get the post-race interviews. So Brian McCormack for the Peter Hickman Racing Performance Team, getting a good 7th place finish. Disappointment though for Bian and also Hickman, who after this morning's spill was unable to take his Triumph onto the grid for this final Supersport race of the day. We've got Classic Racing coming up next, then we've got Superbikes, then Sidecars, and then Superbikes again. So 4 more races to bring you from Imatra in Finland. Make sure you don't go away. But let's hope that the rain doesn't come back and we can complete the program today here in the dry, because as we saw then, we can have some really good racing. Can't be too far away because we've got the next race due to go in a few minutes time, so on with the podium presentations we go.
Saatu takaisin tähän podiumin eteen. Voidaan aloittaa tämän IRRC Supersport toisen lähdön kukittamistilaisuus, joten pyydetään taas yksi kerrallaan herrat tänne lavalle ja kukat kouraa ja sitten vielä kommenttikierros hetken päästä ja aloitetaan tänään 3. aivan upealla suorituksella ja ajolla oman kylän poikaa, Imatran moottorikerhon Niko Tanskanen! Nikon kommentteja päästään ihan kohta kuulemaan. Second place today, IRRC Supersport Series, Marek Czerweny. Marek, the flowers. Ja kilpailun voittaja, tuttu mies, Pauli Pahis Pekkanen! Ja media voi hyödyntää tässä nyt kuvanottotilaisuutta hetkisen. So few photographs before the interview session. If you wanna maybe move closer to each other. Onnittelut tässä vaiheessa kaikille 3. Congratulations. Let's start the interview with third place. Eli 3. tullut tänään Niko Tanskanen. Nyt sana on ihan kuule vapaa herralla. Minkälaisia tuntemuksia tämä päivä on kokonaisuudessaankin ollut jo?
Kyllä tämä on ollut ihan huikea päivä. Aika sanaton fiilis tällä hetkellä.
No sano nyt jotain.
No siinä oli vähän jo luovuttanut ton 3. paikan suhteen, mutta sitten siinä edessä oleva kaveri jäi aika pahasti kierroksella ohitettavan kanssa sumppuun. Sitten itse hyödyin siinä tosi paljon. Sitten pääsinkin tuossa kaverin peesiin ja vedin ohi tuolla takasoran jälkeen.
Varmasti jonkinlainen unelma kävi myös tänään toteen, ettenkö sanoisi?
No kyllä tässä täyttyi niinku odotukset ihan täydellisesti, että todella nousujohtoinen viikonloppu on ollut, niin kuin tuossa sanoikin perjantaina.
Minkälainen matka tämä on ollut sulle ylipäätään, että pääsit tähän itse kisaan?
No, kyllähän tätä on monta vuotta jo suunniteltu ja nyt vihdoin tuli unelmien täyttymys, että päästään ne ajaa ja ei olisi kyllä voinut parempaa alkua olla täällä Imatralla.
Ja tästä hommat jatkuu normaalisti eteenpäin, eikö vaan?
Kyllä, toivottavasti jonkun lailla, että jotain vielä ajetaan tänäkin vuonna.
Aivan mahtavaa. Kiitoksia ja todella suuret onnittelut. Niko Tanskanen! So, Marek Czerweny, congratulations on the second place. This is my phone. How was the race on your opinion?
Sorry, my English is no good.
Okay.
Almost speak this race for me perfect. First race IRC is I not finish. Technical problem my bike. Now is good results. No rain.
Yeah.
For all perfect.
Thank you, Marek, and congratulations. Ja tämänkin kisan voittaja, Pauli Pahis-Pekkanen. Sieltä sitten malta pysyä pois täältä ykköspaikalta.
No ei, kun meiltä loppui nuo kertakäyttömukitkin nyt, niin mä ajattelin, että jos siellä joku kippo olisi, että mistä voisi sitten juua tuossa illalla, niin ihan sen takia, niin siellä näytti taas tuolla varikkomiehet, että aja nyt, että ne on niin lähellä, että niin minähän yritin ajaa sitten. Kyllä olihan se muutaman kerran vähän lähellä lähteekin, mutta ihan hyvin se kuitenkin meni.
Mitä sanot vieruskaveri Nikon suorituksesta?
No en siinä hirveästi kerennyt seuraamaan sitä, mutta aika hienosti kyllä, jos kun ekaa kertaa täällä ja kolmanneksi vetää uudella pyörällä vielä, niin on se kyllä hatun nostoarvoinen suoritus.
Näin on. Kiitoksia Pauli ja vielä kerran onnittelut tämänkin kisan voitosta. Thank you, kiitoksia.
So that wraps up the podium presentation then for the International Road Race Championship Supersport race, and these are some of the best bits from that 10-lapper. Bian was the early race leader, the Frenchman on bike 199, Pauli Pekkanen, who'd been unbeatable in this class in both the IRC and the Open classes this weekend, having to settle for second place in the opening stages of the race. However, he would eventually go through a little crash. Thomas Vendel was one of those that went down. Out in front, Bian was unable to hold on to top spot. Bian took that position from him. Crash too for number 17. So that was as Pauli Pekkanen, once he got past Bian, continued to lead. And that was the moment I think Bian left the track. So that looks like Pierre Vis-Bian. We didn't see that in the original live feed. And then another, looks like another issue there. In fact, another rider. In fact, at one point, and that was the moment when Pekkanen had his point as well, that he managed to refocus and get back into the sharp end of business and then took the checkered flag. He took the win. Chitueni was in second place and Tanskanen taking third in the end from Hamburg, who ended up in fifth place with Lahti finishing in fourth. But an instant-packed race, and again, a few crashes, which shows how harder they push when the circuit is dry than when it is wet. Next up, it is the classic retro Superbike Grand Prix 250 machines. We're just waiting for them to start making their way onto the racetrack. While we do that, I'll take a very short break, but once we see the machines coming out, we'll be back with you here live from Imatra. We'll still keep streaming, of course.
Niko Tanskasen tietoja, taustoja. Niko Tanskanenhan on ihan perus imatralainen kaveri.
So make sure you don't go too far away, because we'll be racing again very, very soon here from Imatra in Finland.
Terästehtaalla, eli työpaikkansa Nimikko Mutkan, Ovako Mutkan läpäisi sitten tämän kisaviikonlopun mittaan useammankin kerran Niko Tanskanen, ja toi Ducati, jolla Tanskanen sitten täällä kurvaili, niin sehän on sitten Juho Kantolan Ducati. Ducati eli lainapelillä oli sitten matkassa täällä. Tällaisia taustatietoja tuossa vähän kävin utelemassa tästä kaverista, joka luonnollisestikin edustaa sitten myöskin kotikaupunkinsa Imatran moottorikerhoa järjestävää seuraa. Ja sitten tietoa starttijärjestelyistä Classic Retro GP250 ja sivuvaunut luokalle. Teillä nopea starttiproseduuri koskee siis vain Classic Retro GP250 ja sivuvaunut luokkia. Ei renkaanlämpäreitä gridille, ei mekaanikkoja gridille. Tuo nopea starttiproseduuri. Attention all riders and mechanics in classes Classic Superbike, Retro Superbike GP250 and Sidecars. Only for these classes, quick start procedure for race 2. No tire hitters, no mechanics to grid. And this changes only to Classic Superbike, Retro Superbike GP250 and Sidecar classes. Thank you.
Hello again from Imatra, where the classic retro superbikes and the Grand Prix 250 machines are going out on their formation lap. Just found out the reason why Peter Hickman wasn't in that last Supersport race when he had that coming together with Nico Tanskanen in the earlier Supersport race. Unfortunately, he bent the forks on the Triumph. So that's why he couldn't get that Super Triumph out for the last race, as we suspected. And as you can notice now, we've got some shadows on the track because we have sunshine. This is how they'll line up for the second classic retro superbike race. A lot of stories, of course, from that first one, but this time around, who knows what will happen. Very different conditions, of course, now in the sunshine, and this is what we're used to in terms of racing at Imatra in Finland. Two for the price of one, in a way, really. We have the classic retro superbikes, of course, and also the two strokes that qualify for the GP 250 class. Tenstat, the race winner on that in the earlier race earlier on today. As we can see from these aerial pictures, this beautiful part of the world. And if you're looking for a road race event to go to next year, make sure it's Imatra. Absolutely stunning location, great racing, beautiful scenery. Wonderful hospitality as well. And again, Imatra, though, the very name itself evokes great golden memories of the likes of Roberts and Sheen, etc. Those iconic photographs of the pair of them going over the railway lines at turn 1. Not quite the same now, but you can see the railway track just in the back here, just behind the grandstand. And again, great effort by the organisers to make something of this event. Lots more hospitality, loads of things for people to do, etc. It's not just about the racing, of course. Really is a wonderful experience being here in Finland. Great food, great drink. So this is their formation lap. They've got the warm-up lap still to come, of course. Pitkänen on bike 69 in pole position. Rupa Pitkänen. It is a class that is dominated by a Finnish entry. There's a few non-Finns taking part in this one. Couple of Germans. In fact, 3 German entries, plus of course the British rider Richard Pearce-Jones, who led the GP 250 in the earlier race earlier on today, but he eventually had to settle for 5th place in that class. Aku Kohonen on bike number 12 on the Suzuki. In fact, the Suzuki's making up a lot of the front 2 rows. Also as well, look out for that wonderful MZ bike number 2. The Raiko Wagner machine. And if you're wondering which is which, white plates are the classic retro superbikes, non-white plates are the 2-stroke bikes. In fact, just looking to see where is that MZ. He certainly went through pit lane, so I've just been out there and I managed to get a picture of it, but just trying to see where he's gone. Well, what a shame if Raiko's not managed to make it out there, especially now that the conditions are far better to go racing. So here we go then, watch the lights, and away we go. And you know there's a 2-stroke when there's a a puff of blue smoke being emitted into the air. So off they go then on their warm-up lap, and they'll come back round onto the grid, and as soon as everybody's in position, we'll go racing again. This one, though, of course, is because it's not a championship race as such. This time the race distance is just 8 laps. We've then got 10 laps for the Superbikes next, then we'll have 8 laps for Sidecar, and then the big 14 lap at the end of the day, the king of Imatra. So wherever you are in the world right now watching this live broadcast, I hope you're enjoying the racing. Why not come and enjoy it close up next year? Book yourself a trip to Imatra. Very easy to get to. You can fly into Helsinki and take a scenic journey via train. It takes about 3 hours, and we are actually close to the Russian border up here in this part of the world. The Russian border is about 4 kilometers away from here, which is a little bit shorter than the length of this track. But the railway line they're just going over the bridge now, which goes over the railway line at the other end of the circuit. The railway line goes off into Russia, but unfortunately, because of their current circumstances, no trains are travelling between the two countries at this moment in time. But the classic retro superbikes provide plenty of entertainment, as do the two-stroke machines as well. Not too far away then, folks, for this second classic retro superbike race. Still waiting for a few more machines just to make their way onto the grid. So then, this is it. Green flag is waved at the back. We are clear to go. The red flag is folded and put away. Look at those lights, folks. They will go red. There they go. And when they go out, there we go. We are off racing again at Imatra. The classic retro superbikes are on their way. So too the GP250 machines. So into the first turn, it could well be number 9 who tips in, Imatranajo on the Suzuki, who looks as if he's got there first. It is, in fact, Taina. It's a cracking start from him as well. He's managed to pull away from Pitkänen, number 69. 28 in third place, Kuivalainen. So Kuivalainen in third place. And also in the picture, very much in the picture, is Sami Semesto, number 23, who we've just seen in the Supersport race. So a quick change for him. And so the classic retro superbikes are on their way. Just looking further down, Piers Jones again with a great start. So number 33, Piers Jones, is the leading two-stroke machine at the moment. Whether he'll be able to hang on to that remains to be seen. He's got the likes of Harsenen and Tenstad behind him, and Tuorama and Husari. but it is still Tyner who leads from Pitkänen for Kuivalainen. Semester, Hakkala in 5th place, Kohonen in 6th, Rintila in 7th, Kangas in 8th, Sahonen in 9th, and then Piers Jones leading the Grand Prix class in 10th position. Maybe a dry track, because it was very much wet when they first raced earlier on today. So one race in the wet, one race in the dry, as Kuivalainen looks very menacingly at taking Tyner's number 1 position from him on the road. Here is number 9, and Kuivalainen number 28 right behind him, and having already taken the position from Pitkänen, he's now looking to take number 1 spot on the leaderboard as we come up to complete lap 1 of 8 here at Imatra, and already these two machines threatening to pull away from the rest of the field. Pitkänen still in 3rd place, over the line they go. Then hit the brakes, and this might be the moment for Kuivalainen as he goes up on the inside on the brakes, tips it in, and he takes the lead. So Kuivalainen takes the lead. Oh, does he? Oh, they're so close. My goodness me, they almost touched. Kuivalainen took a really long line around, but Tyner manages to hang on to, in fact, I think it's Taina, I think maybe is how you pronounce his surname. Tyner. So it's Tyner who leads. Kuivalainen in 2nd place, but he's certainly given Taina something to think about. So Tyner still in 1st place. So we're on lap 2 of 8 with the classic retro superbikes further back. It looks as if it is still Piers Jones that's the leading Grand Prix 250 bike, and here goes Kuivalainen, takes the lead this time. And there's no way that Tyner can hit back on this occasion. So a battle for 1st and 2nd, a battle for 3rd and 4th as well. Semester is closing in on Pitkänen. Kohonen a little bit further back in 5th place. So Kuivalainen, bike number 28, with half a second advantage over Tyner, with Pitkänen another couple of seconds or so back in 3rd place. Semester holding 4th position. Then it's Kohonen, Hassinen, Sahonen, and Hakkala has dropped down to 10th. Kangas is 8th. Piers Jones just ahead of Hakkala now. Fastest lap of the race will go to Kuivalainen when he crosses the line. So Kuivalainen crosses the line now, and he posts a time that is 2 minutes 11.1 seconds. Tyner is 2 minutes 12.5. Pitkänen with a 2 minutes 13.8, and puts a little bit of a gap between them. And there's Piers Jones on bike 33. So a stronger performance from him in the dry this time around. He's got Hakkala behind him on the bigger classic superbike, and it's Pessonen Rintila. Tenstad is 2nd in the Grand Prix classify category, but there is Richard Piers Jones. Been campaigning for many, many years, Piers Jones. And certainly loves coming to Imatra. Raced here last year, of course. Sets off about a week before the event. It's a long old journey for him coming up here, bringing his bike. But it's a bit of a busman's holiday for him and his partner. Oh, now then. Was that just a misgear from Kuivalainen, perhaps? Or maybe a false neutral? But he's lost a little bit of momentum, and maybe he's just picked it back up again, because Tyner is looking very menacing. And maybe Tyner had to hold back, and in fact this might be his opportunity now. We're going to get a change. No, we're not. He's just going to tuck back into 2nd place. But Kuivalainen, perhaps a false neutral, because he suddenly seemed to lose speed right in the middle of the chicane. Tyner responded by holding back, make sure he didn't run into the back of his rival. So So these two continue this ding-dong out in front for the #1 position. Kuivalainen, having made his way into first position, unable to pull away at the moment. Tyler right behind him, and maybe look to get some kind of slipstreaming manoeuvre as they come onto the start-finish straight to begin their next lap. Tyler's going to go for the inside line by the looks of things, but is he close enough to make a move? They're side by side. In fact, he's just got a wheel in front, as he know. It's going to be Kuivalainen that still holds top spot. But it is a really wide approach, and Tyler is going to get back on the power again. And again, because that is the way that Tyler approached that, he had good exit speed. Kuivalainen, by using so much speed to go in, was really fast in and slow out, whereas Tyler was the opposite. He was slow in and fast out, and that worked for the #9 rider on the Suzuki, the MRC Suzuki, and that worked to his advantage. So Kuivalainen will have to regroup and try and think about attacking again. Maybe Kuivalainen might have been better had he just allowed Tyler to take the lead and not try to hold on to the lead and just keep his momentum and his corner speed high, and he would have got better exit speed, and maybe this gap that's between them now wouldn't exist. So Tyler back in the lead. Kuivalainen in second place. Harsonen is now third. Pitkänen, there's a big battle going on for third place. 3 machines involved further back as we look at Tyler and Kuivalainen. Harsonen, Semester and Pitkänen. Nothing between them. So a big battle for third place right now. Meanwhile, further back, Piers Jones continues to hold on to top spot in the Grand Prix 250 class. He's got a very good advantage over Tenstad. I just wonder whether his bike was running not quite to how he liked it in the earlier race, Piers Jones, because he did drop back. And of course, the two-strokes are very temperamental. Sometimes you have to nurse them to make sure you get them to the finish line. Here's that battle I was talking about for third place. However, those gaps have just opened up a little bit between Harsonen, Semester and Pitkänen. Tyner and Kuivalainen crossing the line now. And Harsonen finding a little bit of speed from somewhere, because he's just put in the fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 10.2. So Harsonen with a 2 minutes 10.2, almost a second quicker from Kuivalainen. So the man to watch maybe is bike number 14, having shaken off Semester and Pitkänen in the battle for third. He's now trying to join this battle for first, and again Kuivalainen just having to hold back on Tyner, and again loses a little bit of momentum, but just keep an eye on bike 14, Harsonen. So they just come onto the back straight again. So Piers Jones, bike 33, still leading, and there is Harsonen just going past number 53, Kartinen. So Harsonen now down that gap. It was 3.3 seconds, it's now down to 1.9 seconds. And Harsonen could well be, as I keep saying, the one to watch. He'll be getting very excited as he sees the rear wheel of Kuivalainen coming closer and closer to him, and that is less than 1.9 seconds now. So he's managed to reel in Kuivalainen, and Harsonen, you would imagine, is going to be in second place soon, and he'll want to get past Kuivalainen as quickly as he can, because Tyner is threatening to pull away out in front. Here they are, the first 3 riders on the road. Half a second the gap between Kuivalainen and Harsonen. What will it be by the time they get down to Pura Varikko, famous train line? Here comes Harsonen, maybe not for a pass, for a flyby pass, but maybe a move on the brakes. He just needs to be a little bit closer, though, I feel, than he is right now. And that indeed is the case. So he's not close enough, however, he has gained up a little bit of ground, perhaps. on Kuivalainen as they go over the railway line. Slower traffic still ahead. Meanwhile, Piers Jones, 9th overall, bike number 33. And here's this battle for 4th between Pitkänen and Semesto, and they're side by side at the moment. But Pitkänen just manages to hold on to 4th position. Piers Jones with a very good lead in the Grand Prix 250 class. Bike number 33. Now Haasonen continues to harass Kuivalainen. Great to see the sun out here in Imatra. The sun very high in the sky as well. Only some parts on the curves, as I suggested before, are still a little bit damp in places as they were on the previous race. Hopefully that's a much better situation. It should be much better this time around. Oh no! Oh my goodness! So a mistake by Kuivalainen, pressured into it perhaps by Haasonen, but Kuivalainen went straight on there, didn't make the turn. So Haasonen does indeed go up in the 2nd place. That will mean Pitkänen will now be in 3rd. So Tainer, having held on to this lead of this race the last few laps, now has Haasonen very much as a threat, and Haasonen again continues that excitement I was talking about a while ago. But Kuivalainen with a mistake, he wasn't going to make the turn, he sat the bike up. So Haasonen now just a 2nd behind Tainer. Further back, of course, Piers Jones is now, well, he's gone 8th overall because Sahonen seems to be a retirement. So less than 2 laps to go, and it's Haasonen, and there is number 35, Sahonen indeed is a retirement. And they'll move rapidly to get that bike off the track, and already Haasonen is right on the back of Tainer. He is really, really hassling the race leader now. And Haasonen may fancy a move as they come down RVS technology. Oh, Tainer has a look around to see what's going on. He sees a whole visor full of Haasonen. Kuivalainen is still on the track. There he is further back. Didn't gain any advantage by going on, so he will still hold on to 3rd place. But Haasonen in 2nd, still hassling away at Tainer. 0.2 of a second the gap. Pitkänen still battling away with Semesto for 4th place. Piers Jones with a sizable advantage in the Grand Prix 250. Oh, and a mistake as well by Tainer. Oh my goodness me. Haasonen, the hassler, will have to call him, because he's hassled Tainer into a mistake as well. Tainer just too hot on the brakes, trying to hold off Haasonen, just as Kuivalainen did on the previous lap. And Haasonen, the hassler, is now in the lead of this race. Incredible. Well, it took him a while to get himself and that machine up to pace, but now that he has just over a lap to go. And Haasonen, wow. So we have yet another race leader in the classic retro superbike category. We had Kuivalainen out in front, we've had Tainer in front, and now number 14, Mikko Haasonen on the MP Suzuki. So he crosses the line now. 1 lap to go. There are other machines in front. They should be able to negotiate their way past without too much trouble. That's Moravara on bike 363. That, of course, is the Yamaha, the IMK Yamaha. Here's Richard Piers-Jones, by the way. So Richard Piers-Jones, it's a pity they don't have a podium, really, or they certainly didn't have a podium after the first race. But here comes Haarston now. No, it's not Haarston. This is Kangas just going past Piers Jones for 7th overall. But Richard Piers Jones from Great Britain on the Yamaha. Haarston, meanwhile, with a nice advantage to have on the last lap of a race when you are the leader. He just goes past Komu on the Aprilia. So Haarston then, great showing from him, because over the first few laps we didn't really see anything of Mikko Haarston at all, and he suddenly found an outrageous turn of speed from somewhere. He's also posted the fastest lap of the race at 2 minutes 9.4 seconds. The only rider inside 2:10. In fact, the only rider inside 2:11 as well. So very much a deserved win for Mikko Haarston. It is a class that's dominated by Suzukis. So here he comes then. Checkered flag is ready and waiting to greet Mikko Haarston. Bike number 14, there it is. Across the line he goes. Victory for Haarston. Tyner confirms he will be in 2nd place. And Kuivalainen, who also led at one stage, finds himself having to settle for 3rd on this occasion. We're going to have to wait a little while for Pikkonen to cross the line. He's in this big battle for 4th place, of course, with Simestu. And then it'll be about another half a minute or so before we see Richard Piers Jones on the Yamaha crossing the line on bike number 33. That's just the camera down at Tamminen. Here is Richard Piers Jones. A very different ride in the dry than it was for him in the wet earlier today. Had to settle for 5th on that occasion. Tenstad took the spoils in the Grand Prix 250 class. This time, though, it's going to be a win for Richard Piers Jones here at Imatra. Coming up to the checkered flag. So Richard Piers Jones on bike 33. Crosses the line. So he will take the spoils in the Grand Prix 250 class. But here is the top 3. So Hassanen, and then Tyner, and then Kuivalainen, of course. So as enjoyable as it was watching them in the rain, there is something about the sunshine here in Finland that makes it just that little bit extra special, of course. But Hassanen, and whether or not he did have anything to do with Tyner and Kuivalainen running straight on at this part of the track remains to be seen. But certainly, once he came into the picture, he did very much look like the fastest bike out there. And the lap times also backed that up. So, Mikko Haarston, a very deserved race winner here at Imatra in the classic retro superbike class. And of course, not forgetting Richard Piers Jones on bike 33, 8th overall. However, top of the pile in the Grand Prix 250 category. So there's going to be plenty of applause down this part of the track at Tamminen. Plenty of spectators down here. And there Mikko Haarston acknowledging the support from this big crowd. Brilliant racing again here at Imatra. We've got the Superbikes coming out next as well. And of course, with it being the, as we're just watching, number 35, that is Mitri Suhonen making his way back. But of course we have, because it's an international road race championship race next, it's a 10-lap special for the Superbikes. So we've got a podium though to present. before we go Superbike racing here at Imatra. That will be coming up very, very soon. Don't forget, of course, there is an 8-lap sidecar race still to come, and then hopefully at 4:30, as we get confirmation of the results, we'll have the 14-lap King of Imatra race at the end of the day. So Harsonen, Taina, Kuivalainen, Pitkanen, Simesto, Hoganen, and then of course we had Piers Jones top of the tree in the Grand Prix 250 class. So we've got a prize presentation coming up. However, whether we get that in, I'm not too sure, because the Superbike race is due very soon. So if we suddenly cut away from this, you'll know the reason why. It's because the Superbikes are about to go out. But for the moment, we will stay with this podium presentation here at Imatra for the Classic Retro Superbike Top 3. Big smiles all round, as you'd expect, on a podium of any type, whether it's classic racing or Superbike racing. But Mikko Harsonen certainly delighted. Here we go.
Superbike-sarjan toisen ajon kukitustilaisuus. Pyydetään aina herrasmiehet tänne yksitellen lavalle. Kolmanneksi tässä lähdössä Ari-Petteri Kuivalainen. Toinen sija, Juha Taina. Ja lähdön voittaja Mikko Harsunen. Otetaan pieni yhteiskuvasessio siinä ja sen jälkeen kommenttikierros. Hyvä, kiitoksia. Aloitellaan kommenttikierros täältä podiumin, voisiko sanoa matalimmalta paikalta. Ari-Petteri Kuivalainen tänään nyt tässä lähdössä kolmas sija, edellisessä lähdössä ensimmäinen sija. Mitenkä nämä kaksi kisaa eros toisistaan?
Nyt oli vähän kuivempaa kuin aamulla ja meni vähän pari vaihemissiin, vähän välitykset ei sattunut nyt kohilleen, mutta hyvää vääntöä oli siinä Tainan kanssa. Niin kiva oli taas.
Minkälainen viikonloppu on ollut kokonaisuudessa?
No eilen oli ihan hirveä ja tänään on ollut vähän kivempaa.
Niin se tuppaa menemään. Kiitoksia ja onnittelut vielä. Ja sitten toinen sija, Juha Taina. Minkälainen fiilis oli päristellä taas tuolla Imatran kauniissa katuratamaisemissa?
On se uskomaton. Että aamun 4. sija ja vähän hampaan koloa, niin ajon kuin apina.
Mitenkä paransit siitä edellisestä?
No, se oli märällä ja tämä oli ekan kerran kuivalla, niin aika vähällä pääsi vauhtiin. Jarrumerkit 100 metriä pielessä alussa ja ne saatiin kohdalle.
Okei, kiitoksia ja onnittelut vielä. Hieno toinen sija. Ja tämä lähdön voittaja Mikko Harsunen. Mitä Mikko, mitä kuuluu?
Mitäs tässä, ihan hieno päivä.
Eikö ollut, joo. Aamulla näytti taas vähän uhkaavalta, mutta nyt päästiin Kuivalla ajamaan, niin sieltä voitto napsahti.
Joo, tossa teki ihan pari kärkikaveria teki vähän virheitä, että muuten se olisi ollut lähes mahdottomuus. Mutta ihan hyvinhän se sitten kumminkin loppujen lopuksi.
Älä nyt ole noin vaatimaton. Voitto on aina voitto vai mitä? No hei, miten viikonloppu kokonaisuudessaan? Miten Imatra on kohdellut Mikkoa?
Aivan uskomatta hieno rata kyllä, mutta eilinen oli kyllä sään puolesta, mille kukaan ei voi mitään, niin aivan hirveä. Mutta ehkä tästä jää ihan hyvä maku kumminkin tästä viikonlopussa.
Toivotaan. Annetaan vielä isot aplodit tälle voittajakolmikolle. Ari-Petteri Kuivalainen, Juha Taina ja Mikko Harsunen.
So that was the race that was. classic retro Superbike with the GP 250s also making part of the field. And Kuivalainen, the early race leader on bike 28. However, Tyner soon made his way through to the front, as did Pitkänen in second place. However, Pitkänen unable to maintain that pace throughout the race and dropped further back down the order. Meanwhile, in the Grand Prix 250 category, bike 33, Richard Pearce-Jones was never troubled. Now, this stage of the race, Haarsnen was a good way back down the order. However, while he was working his way up, that was how close it was at times between Tyner and Kuivalainen. Then eventually Haarsnen started making his way towards the front, and having worked his way into third, soon joined this battle for second place. Pitkänen back in fourth, battling away with Semesto. Then Haarsnen, having forced Kuivalainen into an error, then forced Tyner into an error as well. And he would eventually take the checkered flag to take the win. Richard Pearce-Jones triumphant in Grand Prix 250. Now we are not too far away from race 2 in the International Road Race Championship Superbike class. 10 laps the race distance this time. Obviously championship points on offer as well. Emily Lahti on bike 22. Lucas Mora on bike 18, of course 88, Forrest Dunn, making his debut here at Imatra this weekend. So it looks like we are about to see the Warriors enter the field of play as they go out for their formation lap, led by Emily Lahti. Gattari also out there on bike 32. So we can see that everybody that should be there is Brian McCormack. Valtonen is there on bike 13. Everybody that should be there is in fact there. So Lucas Mora down as in pole position from David Dancer and Ville Valtonen. Ostemo, then Beston and Carlson on row number 2. Gattari, Hickman and Schwimbeck on row 3. Lahti, Hoff and Hoffman on row 4. McCormack, Collin and Blomhardt on row number 5. We've still got the warm-up lap to come, of course, after this. Do indeed, apart from the odd little patch, and it is really a patch here and there, we do indeed have a dry racetrack at Imatra, and it should, all being well, remain like this for the rest of the day. However, it's a little bit greasy still around this part, you can still see, although the riders won't be too troubled by that, and that can only improve as well. Costamo, number 38, starting on row number 2, but has to start the race as favourite. 88, as I say, Forrest Dunn, treble 1, Brian McCormack. Number 6, Rasmus Lindström. Lahti already taking up his position.
Totti tuossa sanoi, eli yksi niistä asioista, josta Erno itselleen haluaa. Nyt on sitten sen hetki, jos...
Another rider to look out for, number 20, Paul Manx from Germany. Not that I expect him to be anywhere near the front, but just a very interesting surname in the terms of road racing. 18, Lucas Mora, we've not really seen enough of this weekend. the Swiss rider. Could this be his chance to shine? Number 55 alongside him, David Datzer, had a strong showing earlier on today. Lucas Moura perhaps waiting for some of his team to arrive, perhaps. Wondering why he's been left on his own. There is David Datzer. Pushed Costamo hard in the previous Superbike race earlier today. Vila Valtonen, bike 13. As I've mentioned so many times, plenty of BMWs making up the Superbike class here this weekend at Imatra. This is the head of row 2, but he has been unbeaten this weekend. However, this time we have a completely dry track. Well, and I say completely, let's say 95% dry track. And Joey Den Besten trying very much, looking as if he's trying to look like a cross between Michael Sweeney and Michael Dunlop. Certainly that colour scheme. Marcus Carlson, bike 36. He's had his moments so far this weekend. Then we go to the next row. With 32, Gottardi, Luca Gottardi on the Pens machine. So just alongside him, that is in fact Peter Hickman, bike 60. Just looking behind, I don't know if the pictures are making the sky look a bit darker than it is. Everybody's looking behind and they're just wondering whether we're going to get a batch of rain. Everyone looking behind, just checking what's going on. In fact, I reckon someone there is checking the rain app on their phone just to see what it's saying. That is Johann Schwimbeck, the German rider on bike 44. Please stay away. Let's keep another dry. We've had some great racing in the dry. We had some great racing in the wet, but we want some racing in the dry now, please. It will start as a dry race, of course. The earlier race started as a wet race, but because the track started drying, we ended up having to red flag it because the tyres were falling apart. But anyway. We've still got the warm-up lap to come, of course, after this.
Lukas Maurer, David Datzer, Ville Valtonen ja siinä eturivin kuljettajat. Erno Kostamo.
That is a dark cloud in the distance, just over the river. It looks like a lake, but it actually is a river that runs through. The river comes in from Russia, crosses over into Finland. Some very spectacular rapids just down in the distance there. But you'll see even more spectacular rapids from these superbikes once we get going. Lucas Moura in pole position, though. He has to be concerned about the man directly behind him. And we go back to row 4 there, Emily Larty. It's been a while since we've had a little bit of rain at Imatra. Let's hope that continues to be the situation here. Yeah, that's what's giving us cause for concern at the moment, but hopefully the thing is, as well, as I keep mentioning, there is very little wind, so the cloud movement is not so strong, it's not so fast. So therefore, the trouble is, because of that, when it does rain, it does tend to rain for a while because the cloud isn't moving. However, if it can stay off in the distance. In terms of a road closure, we've got around 3 hours of road racing time left available to us. We've got another sidecar race, and of course we want to get that King of Imatra 14-lap special in before the end of the day if we can. This is the river I was just telling you about. Wonderful location, all the bars and restaurants along the side. And also sometimes you see the, I'm not sure, are they called water planes? The aquaplanes that land and take off in water. Let's hope we don't have any superbikes landing and taking off in water because of rain very soon. Now then, I'm not too sure why we are still holding them. There we are, 3 minutes to go. Not too sure why we're waiting for 3 minutes, because everybody, I would imagine, is ready to go racing. But anyway, that means a scheduled start for around 15:18. So there's Peter Hickman, and take this opportunity to say hello to his normal crew chief, Darren Jones. He'll be watching back home in England, but he's not here, not made the trip to Finland this weekend. So that was a very quick 2 minutes. So the 1 minute board is displayed. So start clearing that grid, and let's get the warm-up lap underway ASAP. So if they can get this 10-lap race in before any further rain arrives, that will be a bonus.
Ja sitten mekaanikot poistumassa.
Lucas Mora still looking for the result he was hoping to come for this weekend, in pole position. 55, David Datzer, who tried to take that fight to Costamo earlier in the day, in the earlier Superbike race. Ended up with a second place finish. Let's hope those tyres don't get used sooner rather than later. So they'll be heading off on their warm-up lap any moment now, once that yellow flag is removed at the back of the grid. Saw quite a few people milling around. But the thing is, because it's a dry race, any spots of rain that do appear, and they'll suddenly red flag it, the riders will let everyone know. But as we saw a couple of times in a circuit that's almost 5 kilometers in length, sometimes you'll get some parts of the track where there's rain, other parts where there isn't. It just needs one part to have rain, and that will bring proceedings to a halt. So here we go then. Watch the lights. Away we go for the warm-up lap here at Imatra. Make sure you're in position. This promises to be an absolute belter. We had a great race earlier on today, of course. But that was a wet race. It started as a wet race and ended up finishing pretty much as a dry one. And that's why we had the red flag coming out pretty soon. So while they're warming up, I'll take this opportunity to say a big hello to everybody that's tuned in around the world, wherever you are. Thank you for joining us here at Imatra, but the rain is coming down by the looks of things. That rain that we were looking at, those black clouds, it looks as if there's rain. So they'll soon find, as we go into this back part of the track, the rain, those clouds that were heading in this direction. What a shame. You can just hear the rain coming down. Here we are. As I said, some parts will be dry, and then all of a sudden they stop. In fact, there's nothing to be gained by going that way. Take the other way around. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Just what we feared, really. So we won't have any racing very soon, because at the moment they're all on tyres that are ready for dry road racing, and so they'll have to change both front and rear. However, it depends, well, they've got a little bit of time to play with. Whether this will put a big delay, who knows. In fact, they're going for a wet race. So this will take a little bit of time, though, to change tyres. It's easy to change a rear. It's not so easy to change a front. Oh, what a shame. What a shame. Well, I'm at a loss for words, really, because I was really looking forward and hoping that we would manage to get in sometime. They're going to have to... Yeah, this is going to take some time to change tyres round. But the decision's been made, wet race. And I think also, as well, as you say, you saw it was raining that part of the track, and as I said, it's very little wind, so it's not travelling fast. So it will, you would imagine, it will hang around for a little while, depending how heavy the rain is.
Siellä vaihdetaan sadekelirenkaat sitten ensinnäkin alle ja aikaa tietenkin tuo.
So maybe a good chance to, let's see, it would be about lunchtime in the UK right now. You're going to prepare yourself a snack. Now would be the time to do it. And instead of me wittering on for the moment, I'm going to take a short break too and just see exactly how this plays out for the moment, but it has been declared a wet race now. So they'll be changing tyres, say, in anticipation that this part of the track, which is dry at the moment, and still where I am at the start-finish straight, it is dry still not had a spot of rain here yet. We're about a kilometre or so away from where we just saw the rain coming down at Ovarco. Brody's coming out. It's going slightly darker around here now as I talk to you, but yeah. I'm just going to take a short break, see how this plays out. And if we do have a wet race, let's hope that it's wet all around the track. Otherwise, they may have to make another decision again. Stay tuned, folks. As soon as we know what's happening, we'll let you know.
No, se tullaan näkemään sitten. Sadekelirenkaita siellä nyt oli tosiaan suurimmalla osalla tietysti mukana, että mitäs tässä sitten tapahtuu, ellei niitä ole mukana, ja meillä on wet race.
Niin no, ei sinne kukaan missään tapauksessa halua eikä kyllä voisi likseillä lähteä, mutta onko se sitten täysi sadekelirengas vai välikelirengas? Mihin tämä sääolosuuden kehittyy, niin kyllä taas kerran tämän viikonlopun aikaan nyt sitten pistetään vähän suunnitelmia uuteen uskoon.
Joo. 15.35. 15.35 jatketaan. Ja
kello 15.35 lähdetään liikkeelle. Mennään yksi lämpökierros, jonka jälkeen gridiin ja sitten suoraan kisastartti. Se on tieto, joka meille on kerrottu. Eli kello 15.35 jatketaan yksi lämpökierros, jonka jälkeen gridiin ja suoraan startti.
joo, ja aika kiva. Mä sain ensimmäisestä tuosta ykkösmutkasta tuli viestiä, kiitos vaan sinne Mikolle. Ja ykkösmutkasta tuli viestiä, että siellä ei sada.
Aivan. Tilanne on juuri se, että eteläpäässä rata-aluetta sataa ja aivan siellä Ovako-mutkassa kisa Imatra CF Moto Rautatiesillalla Tamminen mutkassa. Siellä tulee ja Tiinan sillalla asti tulee vettä ihan
ja sitten katsotaan ykkösmutkaan, niin siellä laitetaan juuri aurinkovoidetta, avataan sihijuomaa ja joo, siellä laitettiin aurinkovarjoa päälle ja tuolla Tiinan sillan alla sitten kaivettiin sieltä myrskyvarustusta esiin. Ja tässä meidän kohdassa osa miettii, että laitetaanko sateenvarjo pois vai pitääkö paikalla. Onhan tämä nyt tällainen aikamoinen tivoli tähän saatiin tuon sään vuoksi. Eli tietoja lisää. 8 kierroksen kilpailu. Ajetaan ensiksi tutustumiskierros, sen jälkeen warm-up ja 8 kierroksen kilpailu.
Juuri näin päivitetty tieto kertoo ja lisätään vielä se tuohon, että tutustumiskierroksen jälkeen on sitten nopea proseduuri lähdössä, eli ei enää lämpäreitä, vaan nopealla prosessilla lämpökierrokselle sitten starttiin. Ja attention, otetaan same English, attention all riders, attention all riders. It will be a wet race, naturally, and after the tire change, there is one cycling lap and then back to grid. Quick start procedure, so it's quick start procedure with no tire heaters. Without tire heaters, quick start procedure, one warm-up lap and then race start, and race distance is 8 laps. Race length has been reduced to 8 laps because of the due to the double cycling and warm-up laps. Eli tuon takia kun joudutaan menee tuplana tutustumiskierros ja tuo lämpökierros, kisamatka lyhennetään 8 kierroksen.
Ja kiitoksia taas sieltä ykkösmutkasta Mikolle. Nyt siellä ykkösmutkassakin sataa, eli ei tarvitse enää kadehtia te jotka ette ole siellä ykkösmutkassa, koska sinnekin saatiin sitten tämä vesisade, mikä ei hirveästi yllätä. Rasmus Lindströmin käsien puhdistus tuo tapa, niin se oli kyllä hienoa, että hän odotti kun vettä satoi käsiin ja sen jälkeen hieroita yhteen. Nyt on renkaat kuitenkin vaihdettu ja taitaa sataa vettä hieman kovempaakin tässä ihan päällä hetkellä. Se on tällaista, kun eräs laulaja lauloi Suomen kesän. Nautitaan Suomen kesästä, eihän tässä muukaan tällä hetkellä auta kuin nautiskella. Tämä on tällainen lyhyt kuura vain.
Mekaanikoilla tietenkin, kun on todella pitänyt kiirettä, niin eihän sinä tietenkään ehdi niin kuin T-paitaa ja sortsiin päälle pitää sadevarusteita, jos on tuskin mukanakaan, kun sen verran on härdeliä, että muutamakin aika läpimäräksi uitettu mekaanikko työskentelee juuri tuossa pitlaneillä. Todellakin kiirehän tuossa tietenkin koko tiimillä on, kun tehdään pikaisesti tuo vaihto. Heitetään slicks-renkailla olevien pyörien tilalle nuo sadekeli renkaat, vai osalla toki oli siellä sitä vähän välikelin rengastakin mukana. Kyllä tää nyt näiden renkaiden suhteen menee vähän arpumiseksi. Toivotaan, että sitä vettä ei ihan hirveitä määriä sinne ole ehtinyt kertyä sellaisiin paikkoihin, mihin sitä vähän on mahdollista jäädä seisomaan asfaltin päällä.
Niin, tässähän on myös toki vielä sekin mahdollisuus, että kun käydään tuo lämpökierros. Mutta odotetaan nyt, koska nyt se pahin sadekuuro saattoi nyt, että se oli ja meni. Ja täällä me koputetaan sitten puupäitämme sillä aikaa, jotta toivottavasti näin tosiaan oli. Mutta toivotaan, että tuo pahin sade nyt meni siitä ohi ja sinne radalle ei ehtinyt muodostua mitään kovin suuria lätäköitä, koska nyt sitten kun lähdetään tutustumiskierrokselle ja sieltä tullaan warm-upiin, niin sitten on mielenkiintoista nähdä, mitä mieltä kuljettajat ovat radasta. Joo, kyllä. Näin siellä käydään. Radan turvallisuus vastaavat käyvät sitten katsomassa, missä kunnossa se rata on.
Ainakaan nyt noiden screenillä näkyvien kuvien puolesta, mitä muutamasta kohtaa rataa nähtiin, niin onneksi ei nyt ihan kauhean pahalta näytä. Ja ainakin nyt tässä Imatran kaupunki Vuoksen suoralla lähtömaalialueen kohdalla, niin tuo pahin sadekuuro todellakin on mennyt jo ohi. Ja sade harvenee ihan selvästi, joten ei tämä onneksi nyt sitten näytä miltään ihan täysin toivottomalta olosuhteelta. Toki sadekelin kisahan tästä tietenkin tuli.
Hei kilpailijat ja tiimit, muistattehan sitten palauttaa transponderit ja ne palautetaan varikon kilpailutoimistoon. Eli transponderien palautus varikon kilpailutoimistoon.
Attention all riders, mechanics and teams, please don't forget to return transponders to race office, and race office is located at paddock. Please remember, return transponders to race office before you leave the site to race office at paddock. Ja kun kieliversiota pyydettiin, niin vedän sitten tähän sen ainoan, minkä suomen ja englannin kielen lisäksi tiedän, eli löislejät, takastake anturit, näitä.
jo 2 minuuttia ja sen jälkeen lähdetään sitten tutustumiskierrokselle ja kohta enää se 1 minuutti. Yksi minuutti. 1 minute.
Näin sitten tutustumiskierros käyntiin täällä.
Welcome back to Imatra, where we have a wet race declared for this International Road Race Championship Superbike race. They are going to have a formation lap. They'll come in, then there'll be a warm-up lap.
Tuleeko muita? Ei näkynyt ketään.
And that will be followed by 8-lap race, reduced from 10 laps. And it has been declared a wet race.
Näin loppukin kilpailijajoukko sitten liikkeelle ja ei nyt ainakaan tällä puolella rataa tuo olosuhde näytä ollenkaan mahdottomalta ilmanajoon. Märkää tietenkin on, ihan täysi sadekelin kisahan tämä totta kai on, mutta ei nyt niin todellakaan hurjan näköistä.
It is still raining here at the start-finish straight, by the way. But it is not coming down hard. It came down, we just had a little spell a few minutes ago when it came down really hard for about 60 seconds or so. Maybe that's maybe the worst of it now. But what we want really is, and I think we'll have the track will remain wet during the 8 laps of this race. So we certainly don't want to repeat earlier where it was started off as a wet race and the track dried so quickly that they didn't complete full distance. The one, I suppose, blessing about this rain pour is that it happened before the race began and not during the race, either a couple of laps in or halfway through, etc. But we still have, hopefully, a dry King of Imatra race. Whether that will now be 14 laps at the end of the day remains to be seen. It all depends on time, of course. So the roads have to open around 6 o'clock, and it's 3:40 is the local time here in Finland at the moment.
Tällä hetkellä 100 ollenkaan enää siellä. Ihan tarkkaan erikoista. Sillä pikkaisen tihuttelee vettä.
So as we saw earlier in the day, when we did have wet racing in the Superbike class, we did see the Erno Costamo show, because he is super confident in the wet on bike 38. And it would be a fool who would bet against him, really, to not repeat that this time around.
Sieltä saapuvat sitten itse pääosan esittäjät, päätähdet omille
However,
paikoilleen.
the track is damp and anything could happen. Lucas Mora begins this one on bike 18 in pole position. Once all the bikes are in place, they will set off for a warm-up lap. They're not allowed anyone on the grid at this point.
Hänen vierellään sinne saapuu 55 numerolla David Datser. Sitten eturivinen täydentää.
So we were really looking forward to a 10-lap race in the dry, of course, for the Superbikes. That's not going to happen in the International Road Race Championship, as I say. Hopefully, the one good thing is that when it dries, it does tend to dry rather quickly here. Finland at this time of year is rather warm. Certainly warmer than it is that the likes of myself would be used to back in the British Isles. Peter Hickman on row 3, Costamo just taking up his position at the head of row 2. Still waiting for a couple more bikes to make their way onto their positions.
Emeli Lahti on sinne ponnahtanut.
Otetaanpas nopeasti tästä yleisöltä, joka tässä
just a note there. I just saw a bike in the distance there, but he looks like he's missed the grid. Not sure who that is there, just at the back. In fact, whether he'll have to start from there, I'm not. You just saw a machine just pull up at the back, and he was held by the marshal. The red flag has come out. Yeah, as I suspected. So we weren't quite ready to go. So maybe they're going to allow perhaps.
Nyt tähän jäi aikaa. Kokeillaan uudestaan. Käsi pystyyn.
Just held it back for a moment.
Nousee tänään palkintokorokkeelle.
So more drama here at Imatra.
Sama käsi 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Nyt mä en osaa laskea enempää. Tässä on, meillä on yksimielinen päätös täällä ainakin tässä meidän viereisessä katsomossa. Eli Emeli Lahti nousee sieltä palkintokorokkeelle. Saa nähdä.
So Mora in pole position. David Datser just alongside him.
Joku tuolla mainitsi, että tuolla kun seuraa samalla myös tuota lähetystä tuolta.
Number 13, Ville Valtonen completing the front row.
Kertoi, että Emelin keli. No, katsotaan.
You can go.
So we still have a little delay here at the moment. This isn't part of the plan, of course, so certainly while Lucas Mora is off the bike, we won't be going racing anywhere too soon. What a shame. Stay tuned though, folks, because we'll find out exactly what's going on in a moment.
Heti kun saamme lisää informaatiota, missä mennään. Täällä Jouko ja Kosti. Missä mennään? Mutta kerrotaan ihan kohta, saadaan varmasti informaatiota tilanteesta.
Näin, kerrotaan sellainen tieto, siellä on yksi kilpailija kaatunut tuolla tutustumiskerroksella. Tästä syystä pieni viivästys ennen kuin saadaan sitten jälleen asia kuntoon ja päästään jatkamaan.
Because for the fuel, you have run like 2-3 laps.
That's it. You have not enough internet.
They have shortened the race, but anyway.
No näin, niin kuin screenillä nähdään, siellä nyt sitten kuitenkin laitetaan renkaanlämpäreitä päälle, eli ei ollutkaan quick start procedure, koska tulee tuosta yhden kilpailijan kaatumisesta johtuva tauko. Ja näin sitten tulee vielä tähän RC Superbike starttia ennen yksi lisäviivästys. Valitettavasti tuolla tapahtuneessa on nyt ensihoitotilanne menossa ja
Näin ollen joudumme odottamaan ja kerromme sitten, kun pääsemme jatkamaan kilpailua.
Eli tuolla tapahtui tosiaan tutustumiskierroksella kaatuminen ja siellä hoitotilanne on käynnissä, joten odotellaan tässä kaikessa rauhassa sitten kilpailun jatkumista. Kerrataan vielä, eli tuossa tutustumiskierroksella sattui kaatuminen ja siellä on ollut hoitotilanne ja tämän syystä sitten tässä odotellaan. Eli odotellaan vielä, jotta päästään sitten jatkamaan ja kerrotaan heti, kun lisää tietoa sitten tänne meille saadaan. Kuljettajat saavat lähteä varikolle. Lähtö viivästyy vielä 3-40 minuuttia. Eli kuljettajat voitte mennä varikolle. Lähtö viivästyy vielä 3-40 minuuttia ja se in English stop.
Attention all riders, you are allowed to return to paddock. Attention all riders, you are allowed to return to paddock. Start will be delayed at this moment information at least half an hour. Start will be delayed at least half an hour. With that information we have now available. Thank you. Eli kerrataan vielä, hetki sitten tiedotettiin, että viivästystä tulee lisää, puolisen tuntia vähintäänkin. Ja näin ollen kilpailijatkin ovat palanneet tuonne varikon puolelle. Once again, some minutes ago, we received an information that there will be delay about half an hour more. So now we are just waiting. At the moment there is nothing more anyone can do, just wait. Ja muistutellaan sinne varikon puolelle sitten vielä tähän kohtaan tiimejä, ajajia, huoltojoukkoja siitä, että ne kilpailijat, kenellä on kisaviikonloppu omalta osaltaan ajettuna, muistakaa se transponderin palautus ennen kuin poistutte paikalta. Attention, riders, teams, everyone and paddock. Please remember to return transponders back to race office at paddock before you leave site. Thank you. This announcement naturally was for those riders and teams whose competition weekend is completed at moment.
kaikki mahdollinen. Välillä oli ihan hito kuuma ja välillä kotoja paikkoja.
niin, nyt saadaan tietoa. Viimeisin tieto tilanteesta kello 16.55, reilun 10 minuutin kuluttua IRRC Superbike-kilpailu 6 kierroksen mittaisena. Reilun 10 minuutin kuluttua kello 16.55 IRRC Superbike-kilpailu 6 kierroksen mittaisena. Latest information is that IRRC Superbike Race 2 will start after 10 minutes and race distance is 6 laps. Latest information, IRRC Superbike will start after 10 minutes, race distance 6 laps. Viimeisin informaatio kertoo, että IRRC Superbike-kilpailu alkaa 8 minuutin kuluttua kello 16.55, kisamatkana 6 kierrosta. Latest information tells that IRRC Superbike Race 2 starting time 16:55 and race distance is 6 laps. Race distance 6 laps. So IRRC race 2 after 8 minutes and race distance is 6 laps.
Hello again from Imatra in Finland, where we have a formation lap ahead of what should be a 6-lap International Road Race Championship Superbike race. We've not had any rain for a while. Just a few little spots here and there, but as you can see, the road is still wet, but the sun is out. But certainly over race distance, you'd imagine, considering that we've got a formation lap, then we'll have a warm-up lap, then we'll have 6 laps, that the track should still be reasonably wet by the end of 6 laps of racing at Imatra. Today being July the 2nd as well, we can't let the date go by without recognising that it is 23 years to the day since we lost the late, great Joey Dunlop, of course, at Estonia back in the year 2000. Still very much in our thoughts, known the world over as the greatest road racer of all. So Joey never really far from our minds, especially though today on the 23rd anniversary of his passing. Chatting to Peter Hickman just before, and I did mention earlier, if you were watching, that because he's on his Superstock bike, and I suggested that it would be the Superstock bike that he set the lap record at the Isle of Man TT on. In fact, it's not. It's a different Superstock bike that he's racing today. In fact, it was only built days before the event began. So I think he was saying, we talked about last Monday by the time they actually got it ready in time to come racing in Imatra. It is an FHO racing bike though. So Peter Hickman, not on the Isle of Man TT Superstock machine, but on a Peter Hickman performance racing bike here today at Imatra. So they'll take their positions on the grid. There'll be a warm-up lap, and then we will have 6 laps of Superbike racing in the International Road Race Championship. Lucas Moore at the green, Kawasaki just coming up the outside of the grid now to take up his position in pole. Just behind him should be Erno Costamo. Still waiting for him to come through. In fact, it looks like Costamo is a non-starter. Though there's a couple of machines still coming up now, maybe. So yeah, spoke too soon. Here comes Costamo now. And still another machine still coming up further up at the back of the pack. So Lucas Moura in pole position, David Datzer alongside him. Valtonen, number 13, on row 2. Heading row 2, Erno Costamo. They'll be going on their warm-up lap though once the lights go out. It's a shame we're not going to get this race run in dry conditions. It has been declared wet. 24, Patrick Hoff, the German on the Newman Racing BMW, just behind Emily Larty on this warm-up lap. So it will really be a dash, this one, just 6 laps. But even then, 6 laps should be enough for that man, number 38, Erno Costomo, you would imagine, to stamp his authority on this race. The sun really is out, and it is quite bright. The temperature really has picked up. So let's hope we don't end up having reduced even further race distance for this race because of the track drying super quickly, because they are on wet tyres. The 22 Emily Larty, we saw how well he went in both Supersport and Superbike yesterday in the wet and earlier on today. It's a field dominated by BMWs, quite a few Kawasaki's and a couple of Yamahas and Hondas and the odd Suzuki as well. So looking down on this beautiful location in this beautiful part of the world. Don't let the rain put you off. It certainly is spectacular. You can see the sun now with the road surface shining, the wet road surface. So this time we should be ready and raring to go. So it seems that everyone could well be in position now. There is the green flag at the back, the red flag is put away. Look to those lights. We're about to go racing once again in Imatra, 6 laps the race distance, the International Road Race Championship at Imatra. Away they go down to this first turn, and Costomo looking to find the whole shot. He's just going up the inside of Valtonen, and Costomo from row 2 goes through Lucas Mora, who was in pole position. Now looking to maybe snatch second. In fact, he's trying to stay with Costomo if he can, but he will slot in behind the Finn. So Mora into second place ahead of Valtonen, but Costomo already on his way. The cool customer that is Erno Costomo. Hickman already into 4th place from row 3. He's ahead of Datsa, who did begin on the first row, but he's dropped back down to 6th place. Larty in 7th. Gottardi with a good start up into 5th position. Hickman will want to get past Valtonen and Mora and try and take the fight to Costomo if he can. And Hickman already looking at making a move, and indeed he does. He goes through, Hickman goes into 3rd place at the expense of Lucas Mora. And it is Valtonen who is in 2nd place, back in 2nd. And what Peter Hickman wants to do is try and stay with that man and see what he can do against Erno Costomo in the wet. So he needs to get past Valtonen sooner rather than later, of course. As I mentioned a short time ago, that bike that Peter Hickman's just put together a few days ago, less than a week ago, before it was ready to race here at Imatra. Just coming into Tamanen. It's the Erno Costomo show yet again here at Imatra. He's gone through, he turns left into Mitra. Larty is into 4th now. Lucas Mora back to 5th place. Gottardi in 6th. Datsa in 7th. Schwimbeck in 8th. So here comes to complete the opening lap. But I fancy maybe Hickman might just try. He's a demon on the brakes, and he might just try and close that gap on Valtonen as they come into this first right-hand turn. But Valtonen is equal to it, if not maybe a little bit more. Just see those big bits of wet patches on the road. And Hickman perhaps just losing a little bit of ground to Costomo and Valtonen, the two Finns. 1.4 seconds, the gap between them. Hickman less than a second back in third place. And Emily Larty, we know how well he goes. Oh, Brian McCormack is in. He's had a couple of issues this weekend, unfortunately, Brian, the Irishman. Really tricky part of the track, this. Going out onto RVS technology. But already Kostomo with Valtonen. And Hickman again, just gaining a little bit of ground. So Hickman in third place, just closing and trying to get that gap on Valtonen. He wants to get past Valtonen if he can, as I mentioned on the previous lap at this point, and try and do something. Kostomo not really flying away, but it is lap 2, so that's a handy gap to have at this early stage in the race. And it is a shortened race distance. It was supposed to be 10 laps, of course. But Hickman now looking as if he's ready to maybe start thinking about making a move for second place. You just see Valtonen with a wide approach. Hickman a little bit tighter on the apex. And Larty, just a gap opening up between Hickman and Larty now, in between third and fourth. So it will be Erno Kostomo with the fastest lap of the race so far. It'll be somewhere around about 2:02, I would imagine, 2:03 maybe. Let's see, 2:04 perhaps, yeah, 2:04.3 for Kostomo, 2:05.0 for Valtonen, 2:04.8 for Hickman. Everyone else 2:06 2:05 for Datsa, just inside 2:06. So Datsa's just improving his speed a little bit on that lap. They're back to Gottardi on bike 32, but Datsa now went so well earlier on, of course, on the podium in the earlier race. Lucas Mora riding in 5th position at the moment, having started the race in pole. Kostomo beginning the race on row 2. He leads. Valtonen, who was on the front row, is in second. Hickman, who was on row 3, is in third place. Still really nothing between them. A little front wheel lift from Hickman as he gets on the power of that BMW. Valtonen also on a BMW, so a 1-2-3 as far as the race order is concerned. A Yamaha. Oh, here goes Hickman. There's the opportunity. But will Valtonen let him go through? He does. Hickman goes through. So Hickman into second place now. But can he close that gap on Kostomo, or will Kostomo open the gap up on Peter Hickman? They were both inside 2 minutes 5 seconds on that second lap. So Hickman now into second place. Pretty sure Peter Hickman would have loved to have been able to show what he can do on that Superstock bike of his, had conditions been dry. But he's through into second now, so Hickman in second, Valtonen in third, Larty in fourth, leaving Mora and Datsa behind in their battle for 5th place. So a 2:02.3 from Kostomo that time. Hickman with a 2:03.7, so he was around a second or so slower than Kostomo. However, Hickman did have Valtonen to contend with. Kostomo with open road ahead of him, and that's a big ask now for Hickman to close that gap down as we go into the second half of this reduced race. So Peter Hickman in second position, Valtonen in third, and already Hickman leaving Valtonen behind. It will be an interesting lap time at the end of this one now, because Hickman effectively has open road ahead of him, even though he has a target in Erno Kostomo. Kostomo with nothing in front of him at the moment, and also as well the fact that it's 6 laps, so we should not have any slow traffic to contend with either for the front runners as they make their way around. But you can see a dry line approach appearing already. So it shows how quickly it's drying here. The temperature up in the high 20s in Imatra in Finland at the moment. This part of the track should stay reasonably wet though, because the sun doesn't get to it as much as it does elsewhere. Plenty of trees around this part. so the sun doesn't break through as quickly as it does as they go back onto the start-finish straight. But we saw there, it's a 4-second gap. We saw, say, there's Costomo going through. Hickman trying to close that gap down to the race leader if he can. As I mentioned before, two riders who both won at the Macau Grand Prix. Costomo last year, Hickman the last time they had a bike Grand Prix there back in 2019. So across the line they go, this time in terms of lap times, as Gottardi comes under pressure from Muller. Costomo, that was 203.4, so it's slightly slower. And Hickman with a 203.8, so 4/10 slower on that lap for Hickman than he was. So Costomo really has this in the palm of his hand. So the penultimate lap then, and Larty now appearing in the picture as well, so we can't discount him. Once again, he's getting back up to speed. So this little three-way fight for second place, and Peter Hickman would have been wanting to shake off Valtteri Valtonen if he could, but unfortunately he hasn't been able to. It was Michael Rutter, sorry, that won back in 2019, the Macau Grand Prix. Hickman was 2018. There was a little bit of controversy around that time, but anyway, Costomo goes across the line to begin his last lap. Hickman in second, Valtonen in his third. Fourth place, Emily Larty. Larty is sniffing a podium. Costomo still with the fastest lap of the race at 2:02.3. And Valtonen is getting closer to Hickman, it would seem. So you'd have to say the way things are going, Erno Costomo looks like he's got this one in his pocket. Peter Hickman still in a strong second place. He knows Costomo is gone, he's going to win this one. But Valtonen, he fancies taking second place, and it's certainly a big scalp if you can beat the likes of Peter Hickman. And look how quick that road is drying now. But Valtonen, as I was saying, if he can go home tonight and say, yeah, I got ahead of Peter Hickman at Imatra, that's what he'll be thinking about at the moment, trying to get ahead of him. And Larty as well. Larty already having appeared on a podium with Peter Hickman this weekend, having taken second place with Hickman in third in the Supersport race yesterday. However, it looks as if it might just be maybe too big an ask. There's still plenty of opportunity for Valtonen, but imagine coming out of Imatra, if Hickman is ahead of Valtonen, it would be some effort from Valtonen to take the checkered flag. But there goes Costomo. Costomo's already into Imatra, so Costomo on his way. There's Hickman in second place. But Costomo is already racing towards the checkered flag. Erno Costomo is on his way. The track has remained reasonably wet, but Erno Costomo again completes his winning run at Imatra. But who will take second place? Here they come. It should be Peter Hickman. It is Peter Hickman takes second. Valtteri Valtonen is in third. And it is Emily Larty who's fourth. Lucas Mora just waiting for the 5th place, and it is Lucas Mora. David Datzer goes through in 6th, so a top 6 for him. Nico Muller is in 7th position, waiting for Luca Gottardi, and there is Gottardi just ahead of Hoff and Grams. Didier Grams in 10th place. Then in 11th, is it Magnus Collin or Lauren Hoffman? It is Lauren Hoffman who takes 11th. Magnus Collin is in 12th. Erno Costomo, race winner again at Imatra. Fastest lap goes to him as well of the race. He takes full championship points, of course, for the International Road Race Championship. It's another podium position too for Peter Hickman. He'll be delighted with that, especially having started the race on row 3. But in the end, just couldn't match the pace of Erno Costomo. Still not too sure what's going to happen with the rest of the schedule today. We did have, of course, a sidecar race and the King of Imatra Superbike race still to come. But with the road closures in around 6 o'clock, whether we'll have time for either of those races remains to be seen. But as soon as I know, you will know as well. Erno Costomo, again, quite rightly taking the applause of the huge crowd here at Imatra as he continues his winning run, and it's a double win for him in the International Road Race Championship Superbike class as well this weekend. Peter Hickman now will also appear, I would imagine. I'm not too sure what the situation is for the International Road Race Championship, but I'm pretty certain he does score points. Whether you have to be registered for points at the beginning of the season, I'm not too sure. Plenty of fans, you can hear the applause. They love this boy in Finland, and he loves them too. So Erno Costomo, the cool customer, making his way back, so confirmation then. Costomo takes the win from Peter Hickman in 2nd place, Ville Voltonen in 3rd, Emily Larty 4th, Lucas Mora in 5th position. He, of course, is fighting for that IRRC Superbike title. David Datzer in 6th place, Nico Muller 7th, Luca Gottardi, the Italian, in 8th, Patrick Hoff 9th, Didier Grams rounding out the top 10. Lauren Hoffman, Magnus Collin, Marcus Carlson, Blomhard, Dunn, Lindström, Röstlinger, and then Schwimbach in 18th place. So we have a podium presentation to bring you, of course. So that won't be too far away. Erno Costomo, he knows exactly where to put that machine. Peter Hickman takes 2nd place this time.
Aivan hetken kuluttua päästään kukittamaan IRRC Superbike kakkoslähdön 3 parasta. Haasteellinen viikonloppu käynnissä ja kilpaakin on päästy ajamaan, ja tässä meillä ryhmittäytyy Park Fermeeseen IRRC Superbike-luokan kakkoslähdön 3 parasta. Saadaan viimeinen pyörä sieltä vielä paikalleen, niin päästään aloittamaan. No niin, tervetuloa taas tähän kukitustilaisuuteen. IRRC Superbike-luokan kakkoslähtö on saatu maaliin ja kärkikolmikko on selvillä. Olihan kilpailu. Kilpailu, joka typistettiin 6 kierrokseen. Oli kuivaa, oli sadetta. Pitkälti tiimi joutui painamaan hirveätä duunia, että saadaan kalusta kuntoon, että päästään ajan kilpaa. Ja nyt meillä on kärkikolmikko on tiedossa ja tämän päivän IRRC Superbike kakkoslähdön 3. sijalle tänään Valdo PP13, Ville Valtonen, kättä yhteen. No niin Ville, miltä se tuntuu nyt päästä podiumille?
No hyvällähän se aina tietenkin tuntuu. Ehkä oli vähän niin kuin silleen, odotukset olisi päässyt kuivalla ajamaan ja olisi ollut kiva katsoa, että mikä tilanne. Mä olin vähän ruosteessa selkeästi tässä sadehommassa, mutta loppu kohti Petraa.
Niin, se on aika eriskummallinen viikonloppu, että joka ikinen kerta kun mennään radalle, niin aina on täysin erilaiset olosuhteet. Pääseekö siinä yhtään tutuiksi sinuiksi radan ja pyörän kanssa vai miten se vaikuttaa kilpailuun?
No kyllä se joo, ja märkähän tässä nyt pääasiassa kuitenkin on sitten ollut. Vehkeet on pelannut kyllä niinku alustalta ja niinku noin poispäin tosi hyvin, että jotain pientä murhetta on ollut, mutta niinhän meillä kaikilla on.
Se on juuri näin. IRRC Superbike 3. sijalle tänään Ville Valtonen. Ja seuraavana IRRC Superbike kakkoslähdön 2. sijalle IRRC Superbike second race, second place, Peter Hickman. So, what a weekend. It's been a difficult situation, difficult conditions, but still we have a pretty nice weekend, or what?
Yeah, absolutely. I said it already, but to race against these guys with no practice and not knowing the circuit, with the weather the way it's been, has been super difficult. But to be honest, yeah, another podium, so that's 3 now. So really happy with that. The bike's working great, and the boys are really working hard behind the scenes. So just happy to be back on the podium again.
I heard that your team was not quite well prepared for these wet conditions, so you need to ask for help from some Finnish team to get some extra set of tires.
Yeah, absolutely. Emili Lahti lent me a set of tyres to get through to the end of today, so we were not quite expecting quite so much rain. And when there's 3 of us and we have 5 bikes, we just didn't have enough wets to get all the way through. So yeah, massive thank you to Emili Lahti and his whole team.
Whole Imatra is honored to have you here, and I cannot say welcome to Finland. Hope you come back again.
That's the plan. Thank you very much.
Peter Hickman! Ja sen jälkeen meillä on kirsikkakakun pohja päällä ja vielä jäljellä. Tämän päivän IRRC Superbike kakkoslähdön ylivoimainen voittaja jälleen kerran. Kiteeläinen Imatran moottorikerhoa edustava Erno Kostamo! Se taitaa kengänjäljet jäädä tähän ykköspodiumille. Onks tää paikka vähän niinku varattu sulle?
No ei, kyllä noi pojat koko ajan rupeaa lähemmäksi tulemaan, että nyt jo 6. kierroksessa ei ole enää kuin 5 sekkaa eroa, että kyllä ne koko ajan sieltä kirii, että pakko kohta itsekin ruveta kirimään.
No se on kyllä aika niin kuin tuossa on puhuttu, että haasteellinen viikonloppu, erilaisia rataolosuhteita ja kaiken näköistä tapahtuu. Miten niin kuin tuossakin jouduttiin seisomaan varmaan 45 minuuttia tuolla gridillä ja sen jälkeen kuitenkin sitten käsky varikolle, mutta sitten taas kuitenkin käsky uudestaan kisaan, niin Miten siinä kerätään niin kuin pääkoppa takaisin siihen race modeen?
No ei se, että se oikeastaan niin kuin keskitytään jo koko päivää, että totta kai siinä on niin kuin lisäboostia sitten, että keskitytään siihen yhteen kisastarttiin tai aika jotain mihin tahansa, mutta oikeastaan se, että no sitä on harjoiteltu jo niin monta vuotta, että nyt on 20. vuosi kilpaa motosporttia, niin kyllä se rupeaa jo luonnistumaan.
Pitkä päivä, aikataulut on venyneet ja paljon tullut vettä, mutta silti meillä on aika upea yleisö täällä. Olisiko muutama sana heittää yleisölle?
No ei mitään, tähän asti kiitellyt jokaisessa haastattelussa ja edelleen kiitellään, että kyllä se itselle tuo lisäboostia toi ja totta kai, että rata on tuttu ja nyt ollaan jo hangattu 16 vuodesta, niin pitää se ruveta jossain tulos näkymäänkin.
Se on juuri näin. Erno Kostamo, IRLC Superbike, kakkoslähdön voittaja. Ja sitten medialle pieni hetki ottaa valokuvia. There's now short time for photographs. So one more time, IRRC Superbike Race 2, podium finishers, Ville Valtonen.
So let's recap the best moments from that race. Cosmo from row 2 of the grid, powering his way towards the front. Valtonen going with him from the front row into second place. Mora, who was in pole position, eventually just squeezing into second, but couldn't hold on to that position when he eventually dropped back to 5th overall. While they were squabbling for second position, Costomo was pulling further and further away out in front. Hickman was up into 4th position and soon went into 3rd with this move up the inside of Mora. And eventually took second place. So Hickman went second, forcing Valtonen back into 3rd. Larty came through into 4th position and was threatening to find his way back onto the podium again this weekend. But it was Erno Costomo who took the win yet again to make it a 100% record in the Superbike classes this weekend in Imatra. So the track is drying. So if we do have any more racing today, the officials, in fact, sidecars are coming out at the moment. So I'm just seeing sidecars coming through now. So maybe we have time for a sidecar race and maybe even time for King of Imatra. My understanding was the road closure, as I said earlier today, had to be completed by 6 o'clock, but maybe they have a window to extend to. Who knows? But as I just mentioned before, we saw the sidecars coming out, that there is obviously the situation that we have a track that is drying, but is, well, half wet and half dry, which is no good to anybody. Not such a bad situation for the sidecars. It is still a bad situation, but certainly if you're a sidecar driver or sidecar racer, it is a better situation than the one you have where you are on 2 wheels.
Äsken kun tuolla ulkona kävin, niin siellähän jopa aurinko paisteli, mutta no se oli taas tällainen lyhyempi.
So trying to find out exactly how long we will have in terms of a race distance for the sidecars. It was scheduled to be 8 laps. I can't see that being the case, but at the moment, officially, it is 8 laps. But as I say, no one's informed me just yet exactly what the race distance will be for the sidecars. What an unfortunate weekend it's been weather-wise here at Imatra. And it looks like we might just be getting a little bit more rain again. There's the odd spot. You can see a few spots on the camera lens. So So the sidecars are going out, still waiting to hear exactly how long they'll be going out for. There will be a formation lap and then of course the warm-up lap. First away, Päivärinta and Kolsch. And further back, we have Petri Mäkelä and Jana Soppa, 99. So here they go then on their formation lap. I'm counting 8 outfits. We had 11 earlier on. 8 outfits are out there at the moment. Or maybe 9. I think there was 9. So there was a couple of outfits elected not to make it out onto the track for this final sidecar race of the day at Imatra. There's number 141, Markku Artiola and Matti Lakari. 4th in the earlier race, and we'll be hoping to maybe get onto the podium this time around. They started in pole position. So again, just a few bits of rain, really light rain falling at the moment. So that is how they are due to form up on the grid. Unfortunately, there was a few outfits that won't be there. I'd be surprised if number 46, Gusse Rötz, is there. They were at the back, but they didn't take part in the first race. I'm assuming they won't be available for this race either. But, Päivärinta and Kolsch will be in pole position. It is basically the positions they've ended the first race in is the positions they've been awarded for grid positions for race 2. So the Mannanens, who led for so long in that first sidecar race, they will be on the front row. It was a great effort from this pairing though, Päivärinta and Kolsch, to eventually take the lead and stay there. Again, a few more drops of rain appearing. It is raining as I speak. Yes, I fancy it'll be a few more minutes before anyone else arrives. Oh, and when I say anyone else, I should say, sorry, just looking at my notes, before the grid is complete. So Petri Mäkelä and Jana Soppa, who took 3rd place into row 2, the head of row 2. Here come the Mannanens, number 88, to take up their position on the front row. So we have 10 outfits actually. So somebody is missing. Oh, there's a little bit of confusion about who should be going where. That is a Finnish pairing of Marko Herma and Jari-Pekka Räikkönen. Still some confusion as to who's starting where. Surely they can't be starting from the side of the grid. In fact, it looks as if they are. So here we go then. Well, it's on the warm-up lap, of course, so they will eventually take their proper positions. You know exactly where they're going to go. As it continues to rain here at Imatra in Finland. Still not too sure exactly what race distance, but we'll find out when they line up on the grid. If they reduce the International Road Race Championship for the Superbike class, then I'm certain that they'll be reducing the race distance for this one as well. It could well be 6 laps instead of 8, maybe even perhaps 5. But we will find out for you very soon. Just waiting for official confirmation to filter through. Officials have had plenty of decisions to make today with regarding to weather. Toni Artikainen and Riina Laikala. So I just wonder whether Markku Artiola and Matti Laikari made any changes perhaps to the way ASR Yamaha handles or performs in this.
Ja sitten oli se yksi hieno sana, mitä sä vedät päälle. Anna mennä taas. Mitä se oli sitä? Kokeile kerran. Kyllä se oli se. Joo, se oli hyvä.
So hopefully everybody is taking up the correct position this time. We certainly know where 44 Päivärinta and Kolsch are. Having won the first race, they go into pole position. Here comes Johnny and Tero Manninen, also on the front row. Petri Mäkelä and Jana Soppa into the head of row 2, ahead of Markku Artiola and Matti Laikari. Again, it's still raining here at Imatra.
Joo, ja sitten sieltä löytyy Jordan Klopp, Carmen Leidi, 69 Toni Hartikainen ja Riina Loikala olivat myös 20 numerolla. Minna Rantala, Mia Karjalainen, 3 Marko Hurme, Jari-Pekka Rahkonen ja sitten 46.
So we're ready to go racing at Imatra yet again. Watch those lights going out. The rain continues to come down, but who will reign in this second sidecar race? Will it be Päivärinta? He's got a pretty decent start, so too the Manninens. And also look out for the Dutch and German pairing of Jordan Clark and Carmen Lady and bike 10. They're just slotting into 4th place ahead of Artiola and Laikari. But as things stand, Päivärinta and Kolsch are the race leaders from Joni and Tero Manninen. This is really a test of true metal. In these conditions, you'll see a few of these machines perhaps mount the curb and go across the pavement, although they're all keeping it pretty tight right now. 69 just going through Hartikalainen and Loikala, sorry, and already we have a bit of a three-way fight, and Artiola is trying to pull out and take fourth place. It could well be in fourth place ahead of clock by the time they appear back on the on our screens again. Certainly Artiola was shaping up for a move. Meanwhile, race one winners, Päivärinta and Kolsch already pulling away and not having to work their way to the front this time around. So using pole position fully to their advantage, and for an opening lap this is a handy advantage to have. Joni and Tero Manninen in second place, Mäkelä and Soppa holding third. Just sliding their way round. So Joni and Tero Manninen on the Manninen Sidecar Racing LCR Yamaha. So 8 laps is the race distance. So that's incredible. So there you go, shows what I know. They're on lap 2 of 8. It is Päivärinta continues to lead. And those gaps are opening up already. And Clock and Lady, having held 4th place on the opening lap, now find themselves back in 6th position on lap number 2. Artiola is up into 4th, and Herma is up into 5th, and 20 is out of the race. That is Minna Rantala and Mia Karjalainen, the all-female duo. So they've only managed to put in 1 lap this time around. Päivärinta again continuing to pull away from the challenge that is the Manninens, and extending their lead already on lap number 2. So best lap of the race so far goes to Pekka Päivärinta and Kevin Kolsch, 2 minutes 20.7. Joni and Tero Manninen manage a 2:24.0, while Petri Mäkelä and Jana Soppa with a 2:25.5. Conditions really atrocious at the moment. Artiola and Matti Laikari with their best lap of 2:27.7, and Marco Herma and Jari-Pekka Rakkonen 2:33.7, Jorgen Klock and Carmen Lady 2:40.7, Tony Hartikalainen and Marina Loikala 2:39.8, Oh, and Kurt Gerser and Cole Roets are actually out there. My apologies. I did say earlier on that because they didn't partake in the first race, they may not be in this second one. But they've just done a 2-minute 49.8, the Belgian pair. So we've it's Rantala and Karjalainen who have retired. And non-starts for Lingen and Schmidt, Kusk and Perleid, and Roche and Burkhardt. So the top 4 positions as things stand. In fact, the top 5 positions, 9 of them are held by Finns. The only non-Finn is Kevin Kolsch, who's in the lead outfit, the German passenger for Pekka Päivärinta. Then it's Clark and Lady, who are now 6th, and they are Dutch and German. Päivärinta and Kolsch making what is very, very tough look very, very easy. So they did a 2:20.7 on the previous lap, and they've just done a 2:21.4. So pretty much matching the pace they set on lap number 2, on lap number 3 as they begin lap number 4. An 11-second lead at this stage. Here comes Artiola and Laikari, who are still holding 4th place. Herma and Räikkönen are in 5th. So Artiola a fair distance off the podium position at the moment. Oh, look how much water is being thrown up now.
Hetkinen, siinä menee Hurme, Rahkonen ja sitten odotellaan sieltä.
So really testing conditions at Imatra today for the sidecars, in fact for pretty much everybody. As through go the race leaders of Päivärinta and Kolsch. But hang on, there's this battle for second place again. Manninen against Mäkelä. Mäkelä less than a second behind at the last timing spot. They're now coming to Tricky Palvelu. There's still that gap around about a second between them. And there's a little bit of air between Mäkelä and Artiola, who's holding 3rd place. That's now, 1.5 seconds basically between these two now. So Manninen's just getting their hurry up. So Mäkelä and Sopper still holding on to 3rd. And at the moment unable to make too much ground on the pair in 2nd place. So Päivärinta will be crossing the line very soon to begin lap number 5. And they've just gone through now, so they've already crossed the line. And that's the fastest lap of the race so far for Päivärinta and Kolsch, 2:20.4. Here comes the Manninens, and they do a 2:24.8 that time, so not quite their fastest lap, while as Mäkelä and Sopper do a 2:25.5, not quite their fastest time either. But Mäkelä and Sopper, in gaining ground on Manninen, they did a 2:22.6, but they were almost 3 seconds a lap slower that time. But when you have a sidecar in front of you chucking up lots of water, then it is rather difficult to match the speed that you've just put in on the previous lap. So as I say, fastest lap of the race so far on that lap, 2:20.47 for Pekka Päivärinta and Kevin Kolsch. And here they are. What a lead they have. see how much water collects on the inside of that chicane. As I said, it's not so much of an issue for the sidecars as it is the solos, the amount of water that is down on the track at the moment. Certainly Piper Inter and Kolsch continue to extend their lead lap by lap, taking it curb to curb. There's still game on though for second place. Mannanen and Mäkelä, less than a second between them. And pretty much big gaps all the way back down through the field. Here they are. Oh, Mannanen sliding into Tamanen. That was spectacular. However, still less than a second between them. Mäkelä and Sopper. I think we'll be watching this pair, or this pair of outfits, I should say, for the foreseeable future, because they really are the closest battle that's going on present on track. Just 8 outfits remaining now of the dozen that entered for this weekend. Meanwhile, Piper Inter has just gone even quicker on that last lap, and here they go, just closing in, but not quite. But they might just try and get some good drive out of here. But Mäkelä and Sopper not quite able to find the speed they need to go through for second place. As I was saying, fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 20.01 for Piper Inter. And Mäkelä and Sopper have just put in their quickest time, 2:22.2, and so too have Mannanen, 2:23.3. So even though they hold second place, their best lap time is a second faster than the outfit behind them in third place. And all those fastest laps being achieved on the previous lap, which is lap 5. They're now on lap number 6 of 8. But look, how can Petri, Mäkelä and Jana Sopper know exactly where they're going with that amount of spray that you see being chucked up from the rear of Joni and Tiro Mannanen's outfit? Still got sprinkles of rain coming down at the start-finish straight. Piper Inter and Kolsch continue to lead from Mannanen and Mannanen, and Mäkelä and Sopper in third. And we're waiting for Piper Inter to be crossing the line very soon. Will they go inside 2 minutes 20 on this lap? There we go, they cross the line, 2 minutes 21.3. So Piper Inter still leading, and a handsome lead at that, as they begin the penultimate lap of this race. And already the Belgian crew of Gusa and Roets being lapped. Here are our race leaders. Fastest lap of the race for the Mannanens, not the fastest lap overall, but the fastest lap they put in at 2:22.6. Still not as fast, and again just trying to find some way of forcing their way past, but not quite close enough. Mäkelä and Sopper. So it does look as if we know who the top 3 will be at the end of this race. The only question is, what order will second and third be in? Oh, and they know they're in a hurry. Mannanen and Mannanen. Mäkelä and Sopper not going out onto the curb, just pulling out, trying to get some clear road ahead of them if they can. But here they'll have to tuck in behind maybe. Oh, it must be brutal at the moment out there, with so much spray being kicked up. And of course, because of that, they can't get too close either, because they don't want to be running into the back of the Mannanens. So it really is a sterling effort from Mäkelä and Sopper. just can't see where Mackler and Sopper can find a little bit of road to get through. Meanwhile, Päivärinta and Kolsch will be starting their final lap very, very soon. Into Tamminen comes Manninen. So across the line then we go for what is the last lap of the race. Päivärinta and Kolsch absolutely dominating out front, over 20 seconds to the good over Manninen and Mäkelä, who are still scrapping away for second place. Artiola still holding fourth, Herma in fifth. And you know what? We've just had the fastest lap of the race by any outfit, 2:18.7 from Päivärinta and Kevin Kolsch. So that is 4 seconds quicker, 3.5 seconds quicker, I should say, than the best time put together by Petri Mäkelä and Joona Soppa. Their best being a 2:22.2, while the Manninens with a 2:22.6. Third fastest on the best lap time chart. Second in terms of the overall race positions. And it's going to take a mistake, you would say now, from Manninen to allow Mäkelä to come through. But Päivärinta and Kolsch look like they're heading for the podium once again. There is Manninen. And there is Mäkelä. So it looks like the same 1, 2, 3 will be the same order for 1, 2, 3 in this final Sidecar race at Imatra this weekend. Päivärinta and Kolsch already on their way toward the checkered flag. They'll be going through at Tamminen into SUF Helsinki. And then the left-hand turn at Mitra, and here they are right on cue. So out of Mitra they go. It's going to be another win for Pekka Päivärinta and Kevin Kolsch here in Imatra. They have been visibly faster than everyone else in this race. We'll have to wait another 20 seconds or so for the battle for second to be decided, but it does look as if it will be the Manninens who will claim second place again. Here they come now down towards the checkered flag. And you can see Mäkelä and Soppa just dropping off the pace. They had to settle a third. They knew the game was up. Despite their best efforts throughout, they kept the Manninens keen, but in the end decided that maybe a safe third place is better than a risky second. That's what it means to win a race at Imatra. Another fourth place for Artiola Lakari. Here they come now across the line. And it'll be another half a minute or so before Herma and Räikkönen appear. Meanwhile, Päivärinta and Kolsch continue their celebrations out on track. Artikainen and Lokala have been lapped effectively. Herma and Räikkönen just crossing the line now to confirm fifth place for them. So it has been a flawless display from this pair. And when you consider their best lap time of 2:18.7 was almost 2 seconds faster than anyone else could manage in that race, it shows they are very well-deserved winners. Double winners, in fact, in the Sidecar category here at Imatra in 2023.
Varikolle tiedoksi 15 minuuttia, enää 14 minuuttia aikaa ja sen jälkeen The King of Imatra 2023.
Again, there'll be some big cheers around through this section. Plenty of spectators still here despite the weather. It may not have been the closest of racing this weekend, however, it was still a very impressive display from this pair in very challenging conditions to take the race victory again.
Race distance is 14 laps. Thank you.
So we are going to have a King of Imatra Superbike race by the sound of things, and it is going to be over 14 laps. So there must be a road closure extension, because I was under the impression that we would be closing the roads around 6 o'clock, opening the roads, I should say, around 6 o'clock, but no, we will get a 14-lap King of Imatra Superbike race by the sound of things, which will be pretty tough considering the conditions. However, it does seem that it has stopped raining. However, the track is very, very wet. So we'll have big celebrations again at the podium presentation.
Remember transponders.
So I'm guessing that the schedule was to open the roads around 6, but the fact that they had a road closure until 8 o'clock last night, I would imagine there will be a road closure possibly in place for 8 o'clock this evening. That's me just guessing. No one's informed me about that, but the fact that we are still racing at Imatra and it's gone 6 o'clock on Sunday would suggest that that is the situation. So here we go then. Podium presentation is not too far away. So we still have to wait for Petri Makler and Jana Sopper, and here they come now. So it's as you were with the podium, a repeat of the first Sidecar race. So it won't be too long now before we get the presentations underway here at Imatra. But hopefully we'll have no more rain. It is brightening up slightly from my position here. So hopefully we'll have no more rain. And we'll have a wet Superbike King of Imatra 14-lapper to end the day. Still waiting for confirmation of that, of course, but that is in the programme as things stand. So until we hear otherwise, we will expect, because I certainly was surprised to see an 8-lap Sidecar race. So if they're having an 8-lap Sidecar race, you can assume, and you never really should assume, that we'll have 14 laps of Superbikes. Here we go with the presentation.
Kakkoslähtö myös maaliin ja kärkikolmikko tänne varikon kukitustilaisuuteen. Haasteellisen päivän jälkeen ollaan saatu jälleen yksi kilpailu maaliin ja sivuvaunujen kakkoslähdön kolmossijalle tänään Petri Makkula kyydissä ja Jana Soppa. Ja otetaan kuljettajan haastattelut kukituksen jälkeen. Ja päivän kakkosena sivuvaunujen kakkoskisassa tänään isäpoikapari Joni Manninen kyydissään Tero Manninen. Ja päivän ylivoimainen ykkönen, sivuvaunujen kakkoslähdön voittaja, Pekka Päivärinta kyydissään Kevin Kösch. Ja pieni hetki medialle ottaa valokuvia. Short break for media to take photos and then we have an interview. Ja vielä kerran kättä yhteen yleisö. Sivuvaunujen kakkoslähdön kolmosena Soppa Makkula, kakkosena Manninen ja ykkösenä Päivärinta Kösch. Ja otetaan pienet haastikset tähän väliin. No, podiumilla täällä, miltäs tuntuu?
Märkää on.
Pitääkö se paikkansa?
Märkää on, ja sitten kun ei mennyt nähdä mitään, ajoin Jonin perässä, niin se heitti kaikki paskat silmille.
No niin, siinäkö syy, minkä takia jäätiin sitten kolmoseksi, mutta on varmaan upea viikonloppu kuitenkin takana, vaikka ajoa on saatu aika vähän kuin teille sivuvaunuille.
Viikonloppu oli ihan mahtava, vaikka keli oli vähän huonompi kuin viime vuonna, mutta ihan ok. Ei syy ollut se, että jäätiin, ei vaan pystytty ajaa kovempaa.
Niin, se sivuvaunus on kuitenkin tuo katetta kuskilla aika paljon, että onko se niinku valinta kuski ja purkari välillä, että kumpi saa suojan tällä kertaa vai miten se tehdään?
En mä tiedä.
Kaasupohjassa joka paikassa pitäisi mennä. Pekka näytti mallia.
No niin, aivan selvä. Kiitos. Ja päivän kakkonen tänään isä-poika-pari Joni ja Tero Manninen. Viime vuonna roolit oli toisinpäin, että faija kuskas ja Joni oli kyydissä ja tänä vuonna sitten osat vaihtui, eikö vaan?
Ei, kyllä se oli viime vuonna jo Joni ajo ja Joni taisi Jonin kolmas kausi, että sen verran vaihtoa.
Okei, pahoittelut tästä. No, selkeästi teillä homma toimii hyvin, koska parina pysytte jo kolmatta kautta ja vieläkin pidempään. Että mikä on salaisuus isä-poika dynamiikalle?
Faija on uhannut, että se lopettaa tähän kauteen, niin olisiko one more year?
No olisiko one more year?
Aika näyttää, mutta niin kauan kuin tämä hyvältä tuntuu, niin mikäs tässä?
Imatran sivuvaunujen kakkoslähdön kakkospodiumille nousee Manninen. Ja sitten päästään viikonlopun ykköseen. Oliko kaikista ykkössijat tällä kertaa? Taisi olla aikaajot ja kisat.
Joo, siis vapaasharjoituksissa ei oikein vauhti maistunut, mutta nyt ihan ok.
How about Kevin? I heard that this is your replacement passenger for Pekka, and is this your first time riding with him?
Yeah, it's first time I ride with Pekka, and it was good fun. The weather wasn't that good, but we made the best out of it. So I'm happy, and I'm thankful that Ilse and Pekka asked me to jump in. So it was a good weekend.
Apparently the team works pretty well because podium after podium. How did you manage to do that with such a short period of time together?
I think normally I race against Pekka, so we are quite used to the same level, and so we got along quite well.
No mitä sitten vielä pari sanaa Pekka Imatralla takaisin ja miltä se tuntuu ajaa täällä?
No kyllä se vähän pelotti tämä vesisade tuossa tietysti eka, mutta kyllä se sitten. Tuo rata kumminkin oli yllättävän paljon pitoa siinä, niin vaikka tuo keli oli tommonen, niin onhan lehmuskuja hieno tulla. Ja vähän kun se siinä 3-4 vaihteella loi tyhjää ja on sillä varmaan paristaa vauhtia, niin kyllä se tietysti vanha ukko lämmittää semmoinen sutiminen, kun vähän vipottaa, niin pitää hereillä, ettei nukahda tuo suoralle.
Pysyy veri kierrossa, niin ei rupea niveliä kolottaa. Naiset ja herrat, Imatranajojen sivuvaunujen kakkoslähdön kärkikolmikko. Makkula, Soppa, Manninen ja Päivärinta Kösch.
So that's the podium presentation, and we say farewell to the sidecars for this weekend. Their last piece of action. However, we can have a quick look again at what happened during that race.
was a great start for Clock and Lady in outfit number 10, up into 4th place. Martiola back into 5th. But it was Päivärinta and Kolsch who made their way out to the front, and that's where they would remain for the duration of this race. 8 laps in all. Joni and Tero Manninen trying their best to stay with them, but unfortunately not quite able to match the same lap times that Päivärinta and Kolsch were managing to put together. And then instead of trying to hunt down this pair of Päivärinta and Kolsch, the Manninens then had to worry about Mäkelä and Soppa, who were trying everything they could to find a way through into 2nd place. A very big ask on a tight circuit like this. And also as well, they had to contend with plenty of spray being thrown up from the rear of the Manninens outfit. But Päivärinta and Kolsch prevailed, took the win. A little bit of a celebration as well. So double victory for them this weekend here in Imatra. And the Manninens settling for 2nd place, with Mäkelä and Soppa in 3rd. Superbikes are making their way towards pit lane. I'll take a very short break. We'll find out exactly what's going on, but I'm pretty certain we are on for 14 laps of King of Imatra, or the Superbike class. It looks as if it is going to be wet, but you can see in the distance a little bit of daylight and a little bit of break in the cloud. And as I say, at the moment it does appear that the rain has stopped. It does appear that a rain has stopped, but who knows? But 14 laps should be a wet one. I'll be back in it. Well, in fact, there's parts there, the rain is still coming down. So there we go. It is still raining here and parts of the circuit at Imatra. I think it's not raining here at the start-finish. That's the difference, just looking at my commentary position here. And there's no fresh drops appearing on my screen. However, elsewhere it is raining. So yes, we'll have motorbikes in pit lane very, very soon. So don't go away. We will have the King of Imatra decided in a short space of time.
Naturally, there will be a quick start procedure. Naturally, there will be a quick start procedure. No tire heaters before the warm-up lap to the grid. Naturally, quick start procedure. Eli lähdetään tietenkin nopealla starttiproseduurilla. Sinne ei mekaanikot mene radan puolelle, gridille, renkaanlankareineen, minkään varusteen kanssa tutustumiskierroksen jälkeen ennen tuota lämpäkierrosta.
Joo, ja samassa sitten tuolla ruudullakin pyörii SUF Helsinki, eli siellä näkyy vilaus tuosta kellosta, mistä myös nyt sitten ajetaan, eli tuo SUF Helsingin Stefan Sarpanevan suunnittelema Jarno Saarisen kello, eli Paroni-niminen kello. tässä kuljettajia, jotka tuonne ovat sitten oikeutettuja ja ovat tulossa tuonne mukaan. Lukas Maurer, David Datser, Ville Valtonen, Erno Kostamo, Markus Karlsson, Luka Gotardi, Peter Hickman, Johannes Schwimbeck, Emeli Lahti, Patrick Hoff, Laurent Hoffman, Brian McCormack, Magnus Collin, Virgil Amber Blomhard, Peter Paloranta, Niko Müller, Ilari Nieminen, Sheridan Moraes, Lasse Kärki, Chris Hardisti, Heikki Manka, Reinhard Strand ja Onnastu.
Ja tämä suoraan josta järjestys, jos järjestyksessä asettautuu.
So the bikes are heading out on their formation lap. Forrest done there, number 88. For Nico Muller. And there is, with a fresh front tyre as well, Erno Costamo. Will he be king of Imatra? What about Valtonen on bike 13? He will also be a contender. Emily Lahti as well, bike 22. Ooh, and again you can see how treacherous treacherous conditions are. As the rear just kicked in there as he made contact. So the teammates of Hickman and McCormack already out, going down RVS technology. There is a lot of water down there. That is a lot of water. So here comes Hickman just coming up behind Nico Muller. Erno Costamo, bike 38, has been completely dominant in Superbike this weekend. Can anybody get close to him? Hickman had a go in the previous Superbike race, but couldn't quite match him. So here they come then to take their positions on the grid ahead of this King of Imatra 14-lapper.
Jonkun verran on tietenkin poisjääntejä tapahtunut.
So Hickman is on row 3, Costamo making his way through. So he takes up the head of row number 2. Now then, that is not a full grid. I'm just wondering whether there are still a few more machines to come, but it looks as if that is it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 bikes are on the grid for this King of Imatra shootout. This is the warm-up, of course. So we have 10 bikes for the king of Imatra, 14 laps. 38 Costamo is on there, number 13 as well, Valtonen, 60 Hickman. Also got Marcus Karlsson, the Swede, on outfit number 36. Forrest Dunn is also there as well, number 88. So who else will we be watching? Emily Larty, of course, on bike 22. Nico Muller on bike 44. 33 also as well.
Sieltä saapuvat sitten kuljettajat warm-up-kierrokselta tuonne ja nyt nähdään sitten.
So a few spaces on the grid. We still have 10 competitors here for the King of Imatra. Will it be that man there, number 38? You would bet your bottom dollar. But can you have the likes of Peter Hickman taking the crown back with him to Blighty? So here we go. Lights will go out any moment now. Plenty of space for the likes of Hickman to exploit, etc. And Larty as well. It's Costamo who has got the best start by the looks of things. And Hickman going up into second place ahead of Valtonen already. Hickman wants to stay with the Finn as long as he can. He certainly has his eye on this main prize. So Hickman and Costamo, that's the star billing here this weekend. Larty's coming through as well in fourth place, coming up behind Valtonen. But Hickman trying to stay with Costamo. Those are the 10 riders. Lauren Hoffman on bike 174, Brian McCormack on treble 1, Nico Muller number 4, Rhys Hardesty 33, Forrest Dunn number 88. So Costamo from Hickman, from Valtonen, from Larty. And it is far from ideal here in Imatra. As I said, such a huge contrast to the subtropical temperatures we were enjoying a year ago here at Imatra. But already you can see Hickman and Costamo going. Costamo, you feel he will have to work for this one a lot harder than he has done in the previous races, with someone of the caliber of Peter Hickman right behind him. Hickman, of course, a newcomer this weekend. He even had to wear a newcomer's bib during practice and qualifying. And Costamo from Hickman. And already a suggestion that Costamo is pulling away from Peter Hickman on this opening lap. The last timing point was half a second. It's a little bit more than that, I think, now, but Hickman will certainly try as much as he can to keep Costamo in sight. And then there's this big battle going on. Rhys Hardesty just behind Forrest Dunn and Nico Muller and Marcus Karlsson and Lauren Hoffman. So one lap completed. We're on lap 2 of 14. Hickman trying to stay with Erno Costamo, but of course when you're getting a face full of spray, easier said than done. But he's doing it so far, has to be said. It looks occasionally as if you think, well, that's it. Costamo is about to pull away, but then Hickman just reels him in a little bit more. So Peter Hickman did come here this weekend to win. As Valtonen takes a very wide exit, and so too does Lahti. But Hickman with Costamo. And maybe, just maybe, Peter Hickman is thinking about a move. He's not close enough in this moment in time, but he's shaping him up. He's sizing him up maybe for the next lap. But Peter Hickman, and he will grow with confidence on that bike as the race goes on. So Hickman certainly found that he had power in his BMW to draw up almost alongside Erno Costamo. The next time they may appear on a racetrack together could well be the Macau Grand Prix. But for now, the focus very much here in Imatra, despite the fact that it's very, very wet right now. At least it should stay wet throughout. There's still the lightest of rain is falling at present. Of course, the issues that they have, such things as wheel spin, etc., have to contend with. But here they go now to cross the line. So Costamo from Hickman, but who has got the fastest lap of the race so far? 2:04.5, but Hickman with the fastest lap, 2:04.1. So there's only lap 2, of course. Hickman is in second place, but he was 0.4 of a second quicker than Costamo on that. And Lahti is out. Emily Lahti is out. What a shame. He was pushing Valtonen for third place. So Emily Lahti's weekend at Imatra has come to a premature end. So he drops down the order. Oh, and it kicks in for Costamo, and he knows he's got a man behind him. He'll be getting boards as well, telling him. And I guess he will guess that it will be Peter Hickman. Hickman has not had to find traffic to get past on this occasion. He's not as close to Costamo on this lap as he was last time around, but still plenty of time. And there is Emily Lahti in. He's had a good weekend, and so too. That looked like Rhys Hardesty had also come in as well. So I think Rhys Hardesty is a retirement. But Peter Hickman has got his teeth very much sunk into the backside of Erno Costamo as they come round a Varco. Costamo made his Ironman TT debut this year. There is Rhys Hardesty, the Welshman. Disappointment for him. And that's Brian McCormack is also in as well. So 3 retirements. As I was saying, Erno Costamo made his Ironman TT debut this year. Peter Hickman, of course, took the lap record at the Ironman TT to 136.3. 0.8 outside of the all-time fastest lap of Barry Sheens that he recorded at Spa-Francorchamps. Now then is Hickman. That was 137.1 is Hickman. No, he's not. Hickman isn't close enough. And on that lap, again, Hickman was faster than Costamo. 2 minutes, 2.2 seconds. Costamo, 2 minutes, 2.3 seconds. Valtonen still holding third. Hoffman now fourth. Muller now fifth. Carlson sixth. And Forrest Dunn in 7th place. Here is Hoffman with Nico Muller behind him. Carlson and Dunn just crossing the line now to complete the top 7. There is Marcus Carlson. Now then, is Peter Hickman content to sit behind Erno Costamo for now, instead of showing his hand too soon? Because there is a long way to go. We're only at third distance. So maybe Hickman is just happy to follow Erno Costomo, perhaps size up where Costomo is strong, where he's maybe not so strong, if that's even possible. But Peter Hickman has got his eye on the prize. An SUF Helsinki watch. Oh, and a little bit of movement in the rear wheel from Costomo as he gets back on the power. Meanwhile, Hoffman and Muller are dicing further back down the field for 4th place. But Costomo, as I say, probably didn't even notice that happening. Sometimes you speak to riders after race, you say, did you feel it when it kicked in? What were you thinking? They go, did it kick in? Did the back wheel, did it? Was there movement in the back wheel? Sometimes they don't even notice it. But you can see there is a little bit of movement in that bike of Erno Costomo. Just avoiding that big puddle on the exit of Pura Varico as they go over the railway line, then through at Nordic. And Muller's ahead of Hoffman now, so Muller just goes ahead of Hoffman and will look to hold that position as he squirms his way in, and over the railway line they go. It's really tight between Hoffman and Muller, as it is between these two. Like two prize fighters slugging it out, but at the moment just trading punches, no one taking any big swipes, no one landing any body blows, no uppercuts. Just counting out each round. And everywhere Erno Costomo goes, Peter Hickman is following. And Hickman is happy enough to match the speed being determined by Erno Costomo. The thing is, as well, of course, you could say a little bit of mind games in there. Costomo will be getting bored saying +0. And it depends if, as I said, I called him a cool customer before. If Costomo really is a cool customer, then he won't be letting those mind games affect him. Because the more this race goes on, plenty more time for him to think. The more he thinks, the more he might start to worry, and the more that might play into the hands of Peter Hickman. But there he gets a board that says 0.5, and if he keeps seeing 0.5 all the time, he'll be in two minds really, be thinking, yes, I've got the measure of Hickman, he can't find what is required to make the pass, or he might be thinking, is Hickman just waiting and waiting to take the place? But again, a little bit of movement on the rear wheel as they come out of that first turn. Of course, that's something that Hickman has to consider as well, with the conditions being as trickery as they are. Should anything like that happen to Costomo, Hickman doesn't want to be too close that he can't take avoiding action, of course. And as I say that, that gap that was half a second has just gone out to 1.3 seconds. Meanwhile, Muller holding 4th place too, and leaving Hoffman behind. We'll certainly learn a little bit about Costomo and Hickman over this lap or two, because if that gap now extends, we know that Costomo, who has posted the fastest lap, 2 minutes 0.6, and that's 4/10 faster than Peter Hickman's best lap so far. It all depends really whether Hickman can close in on Costomo, and if he can close in on Costomo, then we'll know that Hickman certainly has some kind of tactics up his sleeve, perhaps. But if Costomo starts pulling away, then we'll know that we've probably seen the best of Peter Hickman. Through SUF Helsinki, despite the weather, no one is leaving. They're straining and watching this fantastic duel take place here on the streets of Imatra. Just wondering whether Hickman had a board. He just had a glance to his left there. I wonder if he's got a board. Not that he needs one really, because everything he needs to know is right ahead of him on the road. So they go into this first turn again, and again movement, more so from Costomo than from Hickman. However, the Finn able to ride through it. And it is definitely, certainly over the start finish, it has stopped raining. It's no longer raining here. But as we are approaching the halfway point in this race, I don't think that really matters too much now, because it will stay wet all the way to the checkered flag. Peter Hickman has already been on the ground once this weekend. That was early this morning in the Supersport race when he came into contact with Tankonen. Still maintaining that gap, and again matching the speed. In fact, that time Hickman put in his fastest lap as well, but he's just 2/10 of a second, sorry, slower than Costomo. And I fancy that Costomo will put in an even quicker lap this time around, perhaps. So 2 minutes 0.4 for Costomo, 2 minutes 0.6 for Hickman. That man, you know, will not be panicking. One of the coolest customers you'll meet on a motorcycle. In fact, arguably the two coolest customers this weekend here in Imatra. Valtonen a long way back in a solid third place. Muller and Hoffman still got the issue of fourth to decide. It's still close between them, but Costomo and Hickman. Looks maybe as if Costomo has just pulled out a little bit of a bigger gap between the pair of them. Here is Muller still in fourth place, Lauren Hoffman behind him in fifth position. Horrendous conditions here at Imatra, has to be said. Last year, incredibly, the final race of the day, or the final race of the weekend, 10 minutes after the final checkered flag, having had just constant sunshine all weekend, the rain started falling 10 minutes after the final checkered flag. Well, we could do with no more rain in this one. However, a little bit of a bigger gap is now opening up between Costomo and Hickman really doesn't want it to go beyond 2 seconds. And in these conditions as well, it's real heart-in-mouth stuff, and I think that has gone over 2 seconds now by the looks of things. Yes, it has, 2.2. That last lap, I did get it right, 1:59.9 for Costomo, fastest lap of the race. Hickman, though, also put in his fastest lap as well, 2 minutes, 0.5 seconds from the FHO rider. And that would suggest that Costomo perhaps has got the better of Peter Hickman. We're at the second half of this race now, and Erno Costomo. The pair of them, though, are increasing their lap times. For Costomo, though, the good news is he is doing it quicker than Hickman. Costomo just does a 1:59.5. That was a whole second quicker that lap than Peter Hickman, which when you're talking 4.9 kilometers, 1 second, that's incredible, especially in conditions such as these. But Peter Hickman, maybe he won't give up. We know Peter Hickman won't give up. However, everything is calculated. He's not a risk taker, Peter Hickman, but he can see Costomo disappearing off into the distance. Just to give you an idea of what these two guys are doing, 1:59.5 from Costomo, 2 minutes 0.5 from Hickman. Then everyone else is in the 2:04s, 2:05s, 2:07s, 2:10s. Brian McCormack's 2:14, his best lap. Sorry, McCormack is out, of course. So yeah, Forrest Dunn the 2:10.2. Carlson 2:07.9. Hoffman with a 2:05.9, just put in his fastest lap of the race in his pursuit of 4th place from Nico Müller. And that gap is out to 3.7 now from Erno Costamo. So I'm pretty certain if things stay as they are, Peter Hickman will be saying fair play. I matched him, but then Costamo pulled the pin. I would imagine now that possibly Costamo, he doesn't go quicker, he'll match his previous best lap time, whereas I think Hickman now, we may have seen his best lap of the race on lap 7. So here's Costamo crossing the line now, and he does a 1:59.6, which is a 1/10 of a second slower than his fastest lap of the race. Hickman has just done a 2:01.2. which is over a second slower than his best lap time of the race. So I'm guessing Peter Hickman knows that the game is up, perhaps. He really did want to leave with the King of Imatra title. He wanted to come here and steal it away, because in the eyes of the many Finns that are surrounding this racetrack, the guy on bike 38 is their King of Imatra, and it looks like he will confirm that he is the rightful owner of that crown. This is the man in 3rd place, Valtonen. 2:04.2, his fastest lap. A lonely race for Ville Valtonen. Nico Muller's just put his fastest in. He's just done a 2:04. He's got inside 2:05 for the first time. And so too has Lauren Hoffman. He's gone inside 2:05. Oh, Hickman, just as I was looking at the time charts there, but he hasn't really gained any advantage there, so it looks as if he won't be penalised for that. So not too sure exactly what happened there. I just glanced away just as I saw the times coming through on Muller and Hoffman, and just didn't see, but I'm guessing that Hickman missed his braking point and decided to go straight on. But look at that now, 9 seconds down on Erno Costamo. And Peter Hickman will be the first to get his hand out and shake his hand. This man, Erno Costamo, who really has been perfection. We are in the final third of this race. And Hickman, well, he pushed Costamo for a long, long time. Costamo does a 1:59.9 that time, so he's still in the 1:59s, just a few tenths slower on this occasion. But Peter Hickman can be very proud of his achievements on his first ever visit to this iconic circuit, Imatra. Just the very name Imatra evokes such great iconic memories. The Grand Prix years, etc. They brought racing back here back in 2016. The organisers really looking to make this a truly one of the most famous international events on the road racing calendar. And this guy is helping. Just slides it in nicely into Tricky Palvelu. So Erno Costamo, now he will be certainly buoyed when he continues to see the advantage that he has over Peter Hickman. We'll see the board coming out just on the exit of Mitra. Yeah, Hickman on that last lap, 2 minutes 5.7 seconds, so he lost a whole heap of time. See that board there. So 12 seconds his advantage. He won't know who was behind him. However, he won't care. So crosses the line and starts another lap. So 3 more laps to go for Erno Costomo. Peter Hickman, I think you'll find he'll be a happy bunny. Obviously wanted to come here and take the win in this King of Imatra. But hopefully we'll see Hickman back here again next year and in much better conditions. Weather conditions, that is. It's a shame that every Superbike race we've had this weekend has been run in the wet. So his last lap time, 2 minutes 3.2 seconds, Peter Hickman. There's Erno Costomo with one hand and quite a few fingers of the other hand on the King of Imatra crown. It will be his throne that he will hold on to for the next 12 months. And he has such huge support here, obviously in Finland as well. And therefore, there'll be a lot of very happy fans of this man. So you see their hero take the checkered flag, which we're anticipating he will do. He's just got a couple more laps to go after this one has been completed. Again, that last lap, he was just a few tenths slower. But what he doesn't want to do is slow up too much and then start making mistakes. So penultimate lap ahead then. He is the King of Imatra in waiting. Let's say for many of the fans here, he's already the King of Imatra anyway. But this will be confirmed this weekend. Peter Hickman's lap time that occasion, 2:02.9. So really, we are effectively counting down the laps to the checkered flag. Altonen still holding third place. Muller just about looks to have fourth from Lauren Hoffman. Then a big gap down time-wise to Carlson in sixth place, and then Forrest Dunn in seventh. I think Peter Hickman will certainly be very happy with the Superstock machine that they only put together. And it was only completed a few days ago. But I think he'll be happy with the way things have turned out. So around 7 kilometers to go for Erno Costomo. And he will be crowned King of Imatra. In fact, now he's got Forrest Dunn up ahead of him. So 16 is his advantage over Peter Hickman, and then another half a minute or so back to Valtonen. It's Forrest Dunn you can hear going past on bike 88, a newcomer as well this weekend. So Forrest Dunn's first time ever at Imatra. And here goes the king. Here's the king of the mountain when it comes to the Isle of Man. Right now it's all about the King of Imatra here in Finland. Erno Costomo, even though this is Hickman's first time at Imatra, will take great delight in beating the man who is still the fastest road racer in the world. He holds that lap record at the Dundrod circuit at the Ulster Grand Prix and also the Isle of Man TT as well. But here's Costomo making his way through on Dunn. So great effort from all concerned. very trying conditions, of course, but Erno Costomo has mastered them better than anybody else. He will give the Finnish fans exactly what they want, and that's a Finnish victory. Again, he's just eased off. He's a second or so slower on that lap. He's judged it perfectly. He's worked it to his pit boards. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Costomo with a little bit of moment on the grass. Oh dear, Forrest Dunn will let him go through. So that could have been tricky on wet grass as well. But a little bit of late drama here for the king of Imatra. Maybe the fact that he wasn't being pushed, he took his eye off the ball. But certainly now, he's got his eye on the main prize. And my goodness me, Erno Costomo will be crowned King of Imatra for 2023. He goes across the line now. Forrest Dunn will get another lap in by the looks of things, because he's gone across the line ahead of Costomo. I think Forrest Dunn may be pulling in though, but here comes Peter Hickman, a very solid second place. And he will have no idea right now exactly what happened to Erno Costomo, but Costomo was absolutely heart in mouth time. My goodness me, I said he's been a cool customer, and yes, he can't believe exactly how close that was. And Peter Hickman, the fans have really taken to him this weekend. They've given him the respect he deserves, and he's given it back to them in heaps as well. But Erno Costomo, oh my goodness, what a story that would have been. Had he end up tipping over, having overshot at Tamminen. Valtonen with a fantastic third place. He'll be delighted with that. Yes, there you see. There's the delight. Brought it home. Nico Muller, we're confirming him in fourth position. Just pulling away Lauren Hoffman, just easing off over the latter stages of this race. But Erno Costomo. Wow. Hoffman has just crossed the line now, confirmed in fifth place. We've got about half a minute for Marcus Carlson to come through. We know Forrest Dunn has already finished the race. And here he is, Marcus Carlson, the Swede. Again, a top six finish for him. To finish sixth, first you have to finish, or something along those lines. Erno Costomo just coming out of Ovarco now. So that wraps up pretty much the racing here. We've got the podium celebrations to come, of course, but that is it. We've kind of overrun. But this is the story. In terms of the leaderboard, Costomo winning by 11 seconds in the end from Peter Hickman. Ville Valtonen in third. Nico Muller fourth. Lauren Hoffman fifth. Marcus Carlson sixth. Forrest Dunn seventh. And DNFs for Larty, McCormack and Hardesty pulling in on lap 2. But Erno Costomo, and what could have been, and that all gone wrong just at Tamminen on that final lap. And what would Peter Hickman have thought had he come round and seen Erno Costomo on the side? Here's the guys who've been looking after his pit signals for him. He's going to try and give him a bit of a burnout. No, I don't think so, not in the wet. Forrest Dunn, though, he's had a nice weekend here for the first time ever at Imatra. It's a little bit of a walk back to the paddock. So Costomo and Hickman will be making their way to the podium very, very soon. Costomo on his way now. It may not have been the race that the organisers were anticipating in terms of the numbers, etc. but the weather unfortunately has played a part this weekend. So Erno Costamo, every race he's competed in this weekend in the Superbike class, he has been on top. So quite rightly, he takes the King of Imatra title. And I think maybe Peter's being told now exactly what happened with Costamo, perhaps. Yeah, again, international language there. Front trying to tuck all the time in the wet, but managing to hold on, keep it pointed in the right direction. So second place though for Peter Hickman. And let's hope that he will return next year to Imatra. Yeah, I think you can see there, he's just explaining, if I'm reading that right, he said how close it was, and then in the end, I'll just let him go. No point in pushing too hard, and both of them coming down in the really tricky conditions that they had to fare with today here at Imatra. Ville Valtonen as well, with a very solid third place finish. So we're almost ready then for podium presentation time by the sound of things. Here comes the man in third place, Ville Valtonen. So Hickman, the filling in the finish sandwich.
Also, podium ceremony. Participants Erno Costamo, Peter Hickman, Ville Valtonen. You are warmly welcome after this podium ceremony to join to the lap of honor of Joey Den Besten, eli myöskin Erno Costamo, Peter Hickman, Ville Valtonen sieltä. Välittömästi sitten tuon podiumkukituksen jälkeen mukaan osallistumaan tuohon Joey Den Bestenin kunniaksi kierrettävään kierrokseen.
Erno Costamo knows exactly where to put his bike, as he's done it on every other occasion here this weekend in the Superbike class. Ville Valtonen congratulates Peter Hickman on second place. Again, it's a BMW 123. So we shouldn't be too far away from the podium presentation coming up. In fact, this could be it now.
Hyvät naiset ja herrat, kilpailun päälähtö King of Imatra on saatu päätökseen. Meillä on 3 voittajaa. Palkintopallikoroke on tiedossa. Ei tulla ottamaan juhlallisuuksia. Otetaan kuskit kukitukseen ja lavalle. King of Imatra, kärkikolmikko, Ville Valtonen. Second place, Peter Hickman. Ja voittaja, Erno Kostamo. Riders, could you please come to the stage? There will be no interviews. Short break from media. King of Imatra lähdön kärkikolmikko, Ville Valtonen, Peter Hickman, Erno Kostamo.
So this was the final race at Imatra, the King of Imatra, over 14 laps. Kostamo started as red-hot favourite. Peter Hickman, though, stayed with him through the opening stages of the race. Also, Valtonen slotted into third place. Lahti held fourth on bike 22. But Lahti, along with Hardesty and McCormack, would be early retirements. Peter Hickman in second place, following everywhere Kostamo went, he followed. Nika Moller was in a battle with Lauren Hoffman for fourth place. Conditions really were trying. Forrest Dunn would eventually settle for a seventh place finish. And Kostamo, though, would eventually shake off Peter Hickman. And having won every race this weekend, he looked as if he was doing again. A little moment for Hickman. It cost him with a few seconds, of course. Then this, right on the last lap of the race, Kostamo just too hot into Tamerden, going up onto the grass, but managing to keep going and also managing to stay upright and effectively cross the line to take the checkered flag and the title, King of Imatra. Hickman was in second place, and then in third, but Ville Valtonen. So that wraps up a mixed weekend of racing here at Imatra in Finland. The weather has not been very kind to us, unfortunately, but there's been some spectacular racing throughout. Erno Kostamo and the Superbike classes, Pauli Pekkanen in the Supersport. And also we saw the Sidecars and also the Classic and Retro Superbikes, along with the Grand Prix 250 bikes, eventually get some action in. So hopefully next year we'll have much better weather for Imatra, but it's been a very long day. So for now, I wish you a very fond farewell and hopefully see you in Imatra, Finland for 2024. Thank you for your company. Bye-bye for now.